So hello everybody, very good morning and welcome to this training session. It's a free ISO 45001 internal auditor training session powered by Quality Asia certifications. It's precisely 9:12 a.m. in the morning and thank you very much for joining this training program, and I hope all of you gain great insights from this training program. So the structure of this course, we'll start with the introduction of the standard, which will be followed by revision and history. Then we'll discuss some important concepts. There will be discussions on clause 1 to 4 about the structure, scope, definitions, context of the organization. Then we'll talk about clause 5 leadership. We'll talk about clause 6 planning, clause 7 support, clause 8 operations, clause 9 performance evaluation, clause 10 improvement. Then we'll have a discussion about impact on organizations and auditors. And then we'll discuss about the internal auditing practices, right? So objectives of this course program is understanding the fundamentals and key requirements of ISO 45001-2018, develop skills as an internal auditor, learn how to contribute to occupational health and safety management within the organization. Outcomes of this training program shall be implementation of an effective OHS management system, improve the safety and health of your employees, reduce workplace accidents and injuries, enhance your organization's reputation, and meet regulatory requirements. So our trainer for today is Mr. Atul Suri. Mr. Atul Suri is a BE in electrical and an MBA. He's a certified lead auditor for ISO 9001, 14001, 45001, 50001, 22000, 27001, 13485, and 26000. He's a BE certified energy auditor, CEA. He has a 30 plus years of professional experience in the industry with a strong foundation in engineering and management, and 20 plus years as a seasoned management systems auditor and trainer, delivering expertise across multiple sectors. Worked with various top-notch certification bodies as a lead auditor and reviewer like Quality Asia, Intertech, Apave, Moody International, IRQS, etc. And we have our guest speaker, Mr. Sandeep Sharma from Flipkart Group of Companies, joining us this morning. Mr. Sandeep Sharma is a graduate engineer in ENC and MBA in marketing. He's a lead auditor in ISO 9001 and 14001. He has delivered 24 years of experience in service operations and quality domain. And currently he's working with F1 Info Solutions and Services and GVS Consumer Services Private Limited. Both are Flipkart Group of Companies as a manager in quality assurance. So we welcome both of our trainers to this morning. About Quality Asia is a ISO certification body. We are NABCB accredited. Our mission is to clearly state Quality Asia's mission to empower organizations with world-class quality standards and sustainable practices. Our vision is to describe the company to be a leading provider of quality assurance and certification solutions in India. We are NABCB Quality Council of India accredited. We provide 100% ethical audit and compliance services, including ensuring transparency and integrity in every certification we issue. We have a comprehensive expertise in various standards such as ISO 9, 14, 45, and various other. We are offering a full spectrum of certification services tailored to your organization's need. We provide free internal auditor training sessions, and we empower your team with free training, helping you build internal expertise and maintain compliance with our international standards. And our commitment to excellence and global reach and local touch are some of the core values that we focus upon while delivering our services. So about the free live internal audit training program. So at Quality Asia, we do monthly training programs. We offer a focused training session on different ISO standards each month, ensuring continuous learning and up-to-date knowledge on your team. We provide flexible learning options. Our training programs are available for later viewing at Quality Asia schools on our website and also on our YouTube channel. And our mission, we are dedicated to increasing awareness about ISO standards and enhancing internal auditor competence. Our goal is to uplift industry operational standards by empowering professionals with the knowledge and skills they need to deliver their excellence in their organization. Impact of occupational health and safety. So nearly 3 million people die every year due to work-related accidents and illnesses, and almost 400 million workers suffer due to non-fatal accidents. This is data from International Labour Organization. So these are some of the key numbers that you can see. So this is the main aim of this standard, why occupational health and safety is important. All of you belong to great organizations, excellent organizations, and you must be following all of these practices in our organizations. Even if not, you might be aspiring to follow these practices. So this is one of the key reasons why occupational health and safety is such an important aspect and subject. So from here, I will hand over the training to Mr. Atul Suri, who is our lead trainer for today, and he will begin from here now onwards. So, Mr. Atul Suri, very good morning and welcome to the session. And I would like you to, you can take over the training session from here on. Over to Atul, sir.
So, this ISO 45001 2018 purpose and revision history. जस्ट ए रिकैप, बिकॉज आप में से काफ़ी लोगों ने जो हमारा 9001 एंड 14001 का इंटरनल ऑडिटर ट्रेनिंग कोर्स अटेंड किया होगा. तो that time I told that ISO basically International Organization for Standardization. It makes various management system standards. So ISO 9001, like it is quality management system standard. ISO 14001 is environmental management system standard. So likewise, ISO 45001 is occupational health and safety management system standards. So like other standards, this standard has also got a history. ISO 45001 is international standard for occupational health and safety, and it defines the requirement for occupational health and safety management system. And like all other standards, this standard can also be implemented by any organization. And just like other standard, this standard is also based of high level structure. High level structure, if you can recollect, as I had explained in ISO 9001 and ISO 14001 training, कि जो भी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम स्टैंडर्ड्स आईएसओ इज पब्लिशिंग लाइक 9001, 14001, 27000, 22,000, 50,000. तो अभी सब में क्या है कि हाई लेवल स्ट्रक्चर है. हाई लेवल स्ट्रक्चर मीन्स कि बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस इंटीग्रेटेड मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम इंप्लीमेंट करती हैं. तो अगर उन स्टैंडर्ड्स का क्लॉजेस एंड स्ट्रक्चर्स कॉमन होगा तो आपको इंटीग्रेटेड डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बनाने में इजी होगा. So just like other standard, this ISO 45001 is also part of that integrated management system high level structure. So just like other standards, this standard also has got 7 implementable clauses and 1, 2, 3 as the introductory part. So if you see the structure of ISO 45001, clause number 1 mentions about the scope, clause number 2 some normative reference, and then clause number 3 terms and definitions. But when you are implementing ISO 45001 requirements in your organization, so basically these are the 7 clauses with their sub clauses which you have to implement. And then since it is a part of high level structure, that means other standards also have similar main clauses like ISO 14001, ISO 9001, ISO 22000, ISO 27001. So that way you can implement an integrated management system standard. So these will be the 7 main clauses which we are going to discuss today. Context of the organization, leadership, planning, support, operation, performance evaluation, and finally improvement. So like ISO 45001 is the main standard, which is the implementable standard, and this is the standard for which your organization gets a certificate. But there are some supporting standards also, which are basically guidelines. Like 45002 is a guideline for implementation of ISO 45001. Like for example, how do you wish to implement the standard in your organization? You require certain guidelines. So this particular standard ISO 45002 provides you guidelines for implementation of the standard. And then likewise, there are standards ISO 45003 and ISO 45004 also. So earlier it used to be OSAS 18001, but OSAS 18001 was not an international standard adopted by ISO. So basically this standard ISO 45001 2018 has replaced OHSS 18001 2007 version of the standard. So because prior to that, that means prior to ISO 45001 2018, there was no international standard on occupational health and safety. And once this standard was published, so this particular standard has replaced OSAS 18001 with 2007 version. And this ISO 45001 has been developed by International Organization for Standardization to align with other management system standards like ISO 9001 and ISO 14001. So as I explained, once you have multiple standards in your organization and they are based on the same high level structure, that means clause number 1 to 10 with implementable clauses, clause number 4 to 10, then you can align various management system standards and you can have an integrated management system standard. So it incorporates that annexure SL high level structure, which ensures consistency across various ISO standards. Now, it is very important to understand why this standard is required, because the organization already has ISO 9001 quality management system standard, ISO 14001 environmental management system standard. So what is the need to have an occupational health and safety management system standard? So that is why there are certain information which we need to understand. See, basic purpose of this occupational health and safety management system, is to have a safe workplace. So the basic objective is preventing work-related injuries and illnesses and establishing a system to identify hazards, assess risks and implement controls. यानी कि हमें क्या करना है, हमें हैजर्ड्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना है, उनका रिस्क असेसमेंट करना है एंड उनको कंट्रोल करने के लिए वी नीड टू इम्प्लीमेंट द ऑपरेशनल कंट्रोल मेजर्स. As you can recollect in ISO 14001 there was environmental aspect impact assessment कि हमारी कौन सी एक्टिविटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की एनवायरनमेंट से इंटरेक्ट करती है और उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या है एनवायरनमेंट पे, फॉर एग्जांपल इन टर्म्स ऑफ एयर पोल्यूशन, लैंड कंटेमिनेशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन, नॉइस कंट्रोल, नॉइस पोल्यूशन, ओके, और बेसिकली डिप्लीशन ऑफ नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज. तो इसी तरीके से जब हम 45,001 इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं तो our focus is on hazards. Now hazards can be several type of hazards depending upon the industry, but एक simple building है, office है, small office also, so there also can be hazards. For example वहाँ पे भी electrical hazards हो सकते हैं, ठीक है. तो जितनी जितनी कॉम्प्लेक्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होगी, जितनी हाई रिस्क ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होगी, फॉर एग्जांपल सम केमिकल प्लांट, सम स्टील मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट, सम फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट, उसमें उतने ज़्यादा हैजर्ड्स होंगे, उतने ही ज़्यादा हमें रिस्क असेसमेंट करना पड़ेगा और उतने ही हमें कंट्रोल्स को इम्प्लीमेंट करना पड़ेगा. सो बेसिक ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ दिस 45,001 स्टैंडर्ड इज preventing work related injuries and illnesses and establishing a system to identify the hazards, assess their risks and implement the controls. Then ultimately if you have a safe workplace, it ultimately improves the morale of the employees. So ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जहाँ पे सेफ वर्क प्रैक्टिसेस इंप्लीमेंट होती हैं, morale of the employees is always high and absenteeism is also reduced. So promoting a safe and healthy workplace. Excuse me Sagar, ये जरा mute पे करो, there is background disturbance. The objective of this ISO 45001 standard is ultimately it helps in promote. So the important thing here is that meeting legal obligations, because see every industry has got certain legal obligations. For example, if you are a manufacturing sector, then you need to have a factory license. If you are a office service sector, then also you need to meet the requirements of Shop and Establishment Act. And then for your premises building, you have other obligations also, legal obligations also. For example, electricity approval, electrical approval. That means normally the premises are visited by CEA. You have to comply with the regulations of CEA, Central Electricity Authority Regulations 2023. Likewise, fire safety norms are there. So basically, जब आप occupational health and safety management system implement करते हो, then you are also taking care of the legal requirements, because legal compliance is a must for obtaining certificate of ISO 14,000 ISO 45,001. So when you are implementing occupational health and safety management system, you ensure compliance with national and international health and safety regulations, reducing the risk of legal action. Because अगर आप कोई भी legal non compliance के साथ काम करते हो, then there is always a risk of challan or say penalty by the regulatory bodies. This occupational health system ultimately helps in reducing incidents and costs related to incidents. A systematic approach lowers the workplace incidents, minimizing costs associated with accidents, insurance, and compensation. Then it ultimately helps in building trust with stakeholders, demonstrates a commitment to safeguarding the well-being of workers, enhancing organizational reputation. तो अल्टीमेटली जो आपके स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं या रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज हैं, इवन फॉर एम्प्लॉयज एंड योर सप्लायर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स एटसेट्रा, देयर आर डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स. तो वंस द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज सर्टिफाइड टू ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम based on the requirements of standard ISO 45001, so ultimately it builds trust with the stakeholders. That is, the organization is meeting legal compliances. The organization is a place where work-related injuries and illnesses are being prevented through the process of identifying hazards, assessing the risks, and implementing the desired controls. Okay, so this standard is also aligned with other international standards like ISO 9001, ISO 14001. So these are some of the benefits of implementing occupational health and safety management system. First and foremost, very important, in preventing work-related injuries and illnesses by identifying hazards, assessing the risks, and implementing the desired controls. Then it helps in promoting a safe and healthy workplace within the organization, which ultimately motivates the employees, improves their morale, and reduces the absenteeism. It also takes care of legal requirements. It reduces incidents and other related costs, and ultimately it builds trust with the stakeholders. So what is occupational health and safety management system? It is a set of interrelated or interacting elements of an organization to establish policies and objectives and processes to achieve those objectives. So like any management system, this management system has also got policies and objectives and processes, various processes to achieve those objectives. And ultimately, occupational health and safety management system is a system which helps the organization in achieving the OHS related objectives. Normally, if it is an integrated management system, then we call it QHSE objectives, quality, health and safety, and environmental related objectives. So just like other management system standards, this is also based on PDCA cycle, plan, do, check and act. So these are the various standards of clauses, clause number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So clause number 4 gives you the context of the organization, that is internal and external issues, need and expectations of workers and interested parties, the scope of the occupational health and safety management system, then leadership and worker participation in planning, support and operation, performance evaluation, and finally improvement. So this is the intended outcome of occupational health and safety management system. So like other management system standards, it is also based on PDCA cycle.
The first question is what is the primary objective of ISO 45001?
Rohin sir, we will discuss it after 30 to 40 responses.
Okay. I'm just Sagar. Actually, I am just calling the questions and answers. What are the options for that, right?
Yes,
For the reference of attendees.
Okay.
Okay. So the first question is, what is the primary objective of ISO 45001? The option A is to improve product quality. Second option is to enhance the environment management system.
Okay.
Third option is to reduce workplace risk and improve occupational health and safety. And to increase fourth option, to increase the market share. Actually, Sagar, it is showing the 2023 has responses have been submitted.
Yes,
Right?
we will wait till 30 to 40.
Okay, all right. First question is, what is the primary objective of 45,000? And the correct answer is to reduce the workplace risk and improve occupational health and safety, right? And 100% submitted the right answer. And congratulations to all. Sagar, can we proceed to next question?
Yes.
Okay, the next question is ISO 45001 is designed to help organization improve which of following? Okay, and the correct answer is occupational health and safety management system. So 97% of the responses are correct. And again, congratulations to all. Out
Hello?
of 41.
Sir,
Right?
sir, how to mark the answer, question answer?
We'll discuss it on a one-to-one call. Let's proceed with the training first.
Okay,
We
sir,
will
okay.
discuss it. We will discuss it shortly.
Okay, the third question is ISO 45,000.
Wait.
Sagar, please proceed. Yes,
Yes,
please.
this is the third question.
Okay, thank you. Third question is which of the following is a predecessor of ISO 45001? Okay, and the correct answer is OSAS 18001. And out of 44 responses, 86% have submitted the correct answer. Again, kudos to all. Why is the occupational health and safety management system important for the organization? Okay, and the correct answer for this question, to increase employees' productivity through better working condition. And out of 47 responses, 91% responses are correct. Okay, again, this shows that the participants are very much attentive and dedicated to the training. Okay, and thank you for all. Sagar, please proceed to the next question. Okay, the next question is what was the key reason for evolving from OSAS 18001 to ISO 45001? And for this, the 36% submitted the wrong answer. To align the OSAS management system with international labor law, and out of 50 responses, we have 64% received the correct answer, and that is to make the standard compatible with other ISO management system standards. Okay, Sagar, please proceed to next question.
Okay, there's 5 questions. That's all for the
All right,
workshop.
that's all. We can begin with the further session now. Sagar, please continue with the normal slides now. All right. Thank you very much for the excellent response, everybody. And your participation shows your enthusiasm and commitment towards the training. So again, thank you very much, and let's proceed with the training content now.
Okay, so we are starting with clause number 4.1, that is context of the organization. That is, the organization shall determine external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose and that affect its ability to achieve the intended outcomes of the occupational health and safety management system. The context of the organization, as it was there in ISO 9001 as well as ISO 14001, that organization has to determine internal and external issues. Now, external issues are those issues which are external to the organization. For example, any regulation which is made and the organization has to implement. For example, if there is some change in factory act or factory rules or fire safety norms, these issues are external issues because organization cannot dictate what is to be written or what is to be followed, but whatever has been asked to follow as per the legal requirement part, that organization has to follow. So these are the external issues. Likewise, if there is a customer driven requirement, because many companies which are in automotive supply chain, they ask their suppliers to implement ISO 14001, ISO 45001 and other standards, and there are certain customer related requirements also, customer specific requirements also. So those issues are external issues. So organization has to identify those external issues and make it relevant and make it a part of the occupational health and safety management system. But internal issues are basically the issues which are applicable for that particular organization. For example, maybe based on the strength analysis, SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So whenever you are implementing occupational health and safety management system in the organization, you have to determine both the external issues as well as the external issues. Next slide, please. So these are some examples of external issues and internal issues. For example, anything related to economic and political situation of a country, occupational health and safety requirement in the supply chain, as I explained, anything which is imposed by the customer or the regulatory bodies, then technical innovations in the sector, geographical location. Now, right now, several wars are going on in the world. So war also affects, because these are external issues, war, social unrest, any terrorist activities or threats, social aspects, for example, availability of workforce, and most importantly, legislation and any other voluntary organizations or agreements. And then there are internal issues which are specific to an organization. For example, organization's own structure, governance and resources, its processes, products, services, internal regulations, requirements. Most importantly, SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Then workers' demographics, workers' involvement in occupational health and safety management system decisions, the subcontractors who are working in companies' premises, work program, arrangements, work permit system, etc. Like I gave an example, SWOT analysis and PESTEL. SWOT analysis is used for internal issues based on the company's own strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. So depending upon the size of the organization, the SWOT analysis can be done organization wise also, and it can be done department wise or process wise also. And for external issues, we use this technique which is known as pestle analysis: political, social, economical, technological, legal, and environmental. So we have to evaluate what kind of political things can affect our organization. But yes, see, when we are implementing a integrated management system, we do pestle analysis from the integrated management system point of view. That is that which includes 9001, 14001, 45,001, maybe other standards also like 27,001, or if it is a food organization in food supply chain, then 22,000 also. Okay. But when we are talking about standalone standard ISO 45001, then we have to do the pestle analysis with respect to occupational health and safety only. Next slide. There are different stakeholders for an organization who are known as stakeholders. So person and organization can affect and be affected or perceive itself to be affected by a decision or activity. Like different stakeholders can be like, for example, employees are also stakeholder, shareholders are stakeholders, regulatory bodies are stakeholders, investors, bankers are stakeholders. If it is a listed company, then shareholders are also stakeholders. Even your neighboring industry can be a stakeholder. For example, if there is some polluting industry, the pollution which is created by the organization, it affects the nearby industry also. So there can be different stakeholders. What the organization needs to do is to identify those stakeholders and identify and understand their need and expectations. So what clause number 4.2 tells you? Need and expectations of workers and other interested parties. Now, why workers has been added? Because in other standards like 9001, 14001, it was only the interested parties. But here, the focus is on workers. Worker doesn't mean a shop floor worker. Anybody who is working in the organization, they have nominated as worker. Because occupational health and safety is directly related to the person who is working in the organization. So that is why they have specifically used the workers when identifying need and expectations of interested parties. So what organization needs to do is identify other interested parties also besides the workers, determine their need and expectations, and specifically of workers as well as of other stakeholders also, and determine which need and expectations are or could become legal and other requirements. For example, some workers who are working in a hazardous process, electroplating है, पाउडर कोटिंग है, तो वहां पे एक वर्कर की एक्सपेक्टेशन, नीड और एक्सपेक्टेशन और रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, विच इज ऑल्सो लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट, कि दोज वर्कर्स हैव टू बी प्रोवाइडेड एडिक्वेट पर्सनल प्रोटेक्टिव इक्विपमेंट. ठीक है. तो दैट इज वाई वर्कर्स का स्टेक होल्डर्स सभी का नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन को आइडेंटिफाई करना इज इम्पोर्टेंट. बट बिकॉज वर्कर इज डायरेक्टली अफेक्टेड बाय द वर्किंग कंडीशंस, दैट इज वाई द वर्ड worker has been added and highlighted when you are identifying interested parties. So these are some examples of interested parties and what they expect from the organization. For example, first and foremost is worker, because worker is the one who is manufacturing the product. अब आप कोई भी प्रोडक्ट यूज करते हो जो कि इलेक्ट्रोप्लेटेड है या पाउडर कोटेड है या मशीन पार्ट है, तो अल्टीमेटली उस पार्ट को बनाने वाला कोई ना कोई वर्कर है. अब वो वर्कर एक हजार्डस प्रोसेस पे भी काम कर रहा है, एक मशीन पे भी काम कर रहा है, एक प्रोसेस पे भी काम कर रहा है. तो सबसे पहले ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, if anybody is affected, then this is the same worker. So इसलिए सबसे पहले ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए आइडेंटिफाई करना बहुत जरूरी है कि नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ दैट वर्कर क्या है. तो सबसे पहले रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन में? इम्प्लीमेंट इफेक्टिव कंट्रोल्स टू प्रोटेक्ट देयर सेफ्टी एंड हेल्थ. बिकॉज वर्कर की सेफ्टी एंड हेल्थ को प्रोटेक्ट करना किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट एक्टिविटी है. सो दैट इज वाई व्हाट वर्कर्स एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, that implementation of effective controls to protect their safety and health, facilitate their participation in decisions that refer to their work. This point is also important, facilitate their participation, because standard very clearly says कि जब आप consultation and participation का एक clause आता है तो उसमें specifically it is mentioned that workers participation is a must. Now, and there is a stipulated norm as per the factory act and factory rules also कि जब आप safety committee meeting करते हैं तो उसमें 50% representation workers का होना चाहिए. Workers means those people who are actually working on the machines and processes, because they are the one who are affected by anything wrong going happening. अगर मशीन कुछ मॉल फंक्शन करता है या अगर वो पीपीज एडिक्वेटली प्रोवाइड नहीं किए जाते हैं या उसका हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी को अफेक्ट होता है, तो ही इज द वन हु इज ऑन द फ्रंट लाइन. ही इज लाइक ए सोल्जर इन द वॉर कि सबसे पहले किसको नुकसान होता है? उस वर्कर को नुकसान होता है या उस सोल्जर को नुकसान होता है. तो इसलिए स्टैंडर्ड की भी रिक्वायरमेंट है, रेगुलेशंस की भी रिक्वायरमेंट है, और उस वर्कर की भी अपनी एक नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि उसका पार्टिसिपेशन होना चाहिए उस डिसीजन मेकिंग में विच रेफर्स टू देयर वर्क. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, उस मशीन में कुछ सेफ्टी गार्ड्स प्रोवाइड करने हैं, तो किस तरह के सेफ्टी गार्ड होगा? अल्टीमेटली he or she should also be part of that decision making process. Then worker also needs training about hazards and risk and the controls implied, because any machine the worker is operating, there are certain hazards. So worker need to be given training about what are the hazards, what are the risks, and what are the control methods are applied there. Workers also expect transparency on health and safety matters. And workers recognize that different group of workers may be exposed to. Organization need to identify that different group of worker may be exposed to different hazards. For example, जैसे मैंने बताया hazardous processes हैं, electroplating है, powder coating है, buffing है, इस तरह के प्रोसेसेस में रिस्क लेवल ज्यादा है, हजार्ड्स ज्यादा है, हाई नॉइस है, पावर प्रेसेस है, ठीक है. बट समबडी इज वर्किंग इन से लेट अस से आईटी एनवायरनमेंट, एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में काम करता है, तो उसके लिए हैजार्ड क्या हो सकता है, एर्गोनॉमिक हैजार्ड हो सकता है. बट उस एर्गोनॉमिक हैजार्ड की इंटेंसिटी डेफिनेटली कम है उस हैजार्ड से जहाँ पे एक पाउडर कोटिंग एक डस्टी एनवायरनमेंट में, एक पॉल्यूटिंग एनवायरनमेंट में, या एक केमिकल्स के एनवायरनमेंट में, या जहाँ पे द वर्कर इज हैंडलिंग केमिकल्स, यूजिंग केमिकल्स, ट्रांसपोर्टिंग हैजार्डस वेस्ट. तो डेफिनेटली एक रिस्क लेवल ज्यादा है कंपेयर टू समबडी हु इज डूइंग एन ऑफिस वर्क. So that is why interested party need and expectations में workers की need and expectations को address करना, identify करना and उन पे action लेना is very important. Then there are shareholders also. तो shareholders की requirement क्या है कि organization जो है OHMS को risk को identify करे properly और investment को protect करे. Because who are the shareholders? Shareholders are those people who invest money in an organization. But suppose something goes wrong, some accident happens, some mishappening happens, what happens? Production रुक जाता है, litigation हो जाता है company के ऊपर, and definitely shareholders core value goes down. Accidents होते हैं, industrial accidents होते हैं. अभी भी आपने कुछ टाइम पहले भी पढ़ा होगा कि there was a very big fire in some Tata plant which is manufacturing, which is doing some manufacturing of Apple related products. So definitely accidents do happen, but what happens thereafter कि प्रॉपर्टी का भी नुकसान होता है, ह्यूमन लाइफ का भी नुकसान होता है, एंड शेयर होल्डर की वैल्यू का भी करोजन होता है, इरोड होता है. So that is why shareholders are also interested. They expect the organization to identify and manage the occupational health and safety risks properly so that their investment is adequately protected. Then interested parties, regulatory bodies are also interested party. For example, fire department, electrical department, labor inspectorate. There are different authorities, environmental department, pollution control board. So what they expect from the organization is comply with the legislations and regulations, because these legislation and regulations are binding on the organization. So this is what they expect. Now, as a customer, what do you expect? You expect that the services and products which are offered by the company, they are safe to use. Okay. And what suppliers expect from you? The organization inform them about its requirement in relation to occupational health and safety. Scope of the occupational health and safety management system. So organization has to determine what and where its occupational health and safety management system applies. So likewise for any other management system like 9001 and 14001, the scope of the management system has to be defined and documented. So the standards requirement is organization shall clarify what is inside and what is not covered by the occupational health and safety management system in terms of locations, activities and operations. The scope of the management system is that language, that wording which is mentioned on your ISO 45001 certificate. So basically it can cover different locations also, different activities also, and operations also. So when you are defining the scope of the occupational health and safety management system, what you need to consider? Consider the ability to control or influence activities, products, and services. Do not define the scope as to exclude activities or facilities with significant impact on health and safety, to evade legal requirements, or to mislead stakeholders. And scope shall be available as documented information. So that means the occupational health and safety management system scope has to be documented, and it shall clearly define what activities are being done by the organization. तो उसमें there is no choice कि आप hide नहीं कर सकते हैं. Let us say for example some organization has some hazardous processes, तो आप उन processes को hide नहीं कर सकते हैं. आपको आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जो जो एक्टिविटीज प्रोसेसेस परफॉर्म होते हैं उनको आपको टोटलिटी में कंसिडर करना है. And then 4.4 talks about occupational health and safety management system. So it says organization shall establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve an occupational health and safety management system in accordance with the requirements of 45,000. So this is generic requirement which tells about that occupational health and safety management system has to be implemented in the organization, which is in line with the requirements of ISO 45001 standard. Now, there has been some amendment also by ISO organization, climate change actions. So what has happened is in our not only occupational health and safety management system, in any management system standard, let it be 9001, 14001, 45001, 22,000, 27,001, कोई भी standard है उसमें हमें climate change actions को भी address करना है, because climate change you all understand अभी because of global warming all weathers have become extreme weathers. Let us say, like for example, we are in Delhi, so Delhi experiences extreme cold, extreme, this time it has experienced extreme hot weather also and extreme rainfall also. So basically, cycle is changing. The effect of climate change also needs to be addressed in your occupational health and safety management system and all other management systems which the organization is implementing. So this amendment has happened in the month of February 2024, applicable from March 2024. So that means when you are implementing any management system standard now, you need to address how your organization can discharge its responsibility towards climate change action changes. For example, what you can do is, देखिए climate change में क्या है, you have to use your resources adequately. That means कंजर्वेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, चाहे वो वाटर है, चाहे वो पेपर है, चाहे वो एनर्जी है, इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी है या ओवरऑल एनर्जी है, या creating more green area in your premises subject to the availability of area. So now this climate change action also you need to address in your health and safety management system. So organization need to identify whether climate change is a relevant issue for its context. For example, in this picture you are seeing some demolition activities is going on. Now any organization in the field of construction or otherwise also in plants also, manufacturing plants also, whenever there is some changes in the layout or some new building is made or some old structure is demolished, so a lot of dust is flows in the environment. So you need to take adequate dust control measures as a part of controlling the environment. So interested parties can have requirements related to climate change. So sometimes your customers or regulatory bodies also impose certain requirements related to climate change. For example, pollution control boards. अभी time to time अभी जैसे दिल्ली में already this air quality index has started deteriorating from last 15 days onwards, and it will go on till next 3-4 months. So there are certain regulations, so basically there will be certain regulations, certain instructions from the government, so which the organizations as well as individuals also need to comply with. So there can be certain climate change related requirements imposed from your customers also, imposed from your regulatory bodies also, and otherwise also. So this is a recap of clause number 4.0, context of organization. So 4.1, organization and its context. 4.2, interested parties and their need and expectations. 4.3, scope of the occupational health safety management system. And 4.4, the overall occupational health and safety management system which has to be implemented in the organization. So this is an exercise. Fine.
So there is another workshop. Let's start with the workshop. Dear participants, kindly attempt the questions. Okay. So I am just calling questionnaires one by one, and you all kindly submit your responses. Okay. So the first question is why it is important for an organization to understand its external and internal issues as mentioned in clause 4.1. Okay. So far we have received 10 responses. We will wait for few responses to come. 22 responses have been submitted. So let's start. 20 had responses and it is increasing. People are submitting the responses. Okay. So the first question is why it is important for an organization to understand its external and internal issues as mentioned in clause number 4.1. So the correct answer is that to determine factors that can affect the OHS management system, and we have received 94% the correct answers out of 35 responses. The next question is which of the following is an example of an internal issues under the clause 4.1 of ISO 45001. So out of 38 responses, 60% we have received the correct answer, and the correct answer is organizational culture and employees morale. Good. We have received a decent percentage for the correct answer. Okay, and the 30% is we have received the wrong. That is legal requirement in an industry. Okay, Sagar, can we proceed with the next question? Right. The third question is who are considered as interested parties according to 4.2 clause 4.2 of ISO 45001. And we have received 97% correct answer, and the correct answer is employees, contractors, suppliers, regulatory bodies, and communities. And we have received total 42 responses as of now, and the responses are increasing. Sagar, please proceed to next question. Okay, the next question is the scope of OHS management system should be considered which of the following according to clause 4.3. Okay, and the correct answer is external and internal factors and interested parties requirement. And so far we have received 43 responses, and 97% are the correct answers. That's great, and congratulations to all. Sagar, next question, please. Next question is what does the clause 4.4 of ISO 45001 require an organization to establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve? And the correct answer is the occupational health and safety management system. And we have received the 50 responses till now, and 90% have been submitted the correct answer. So again, kudos to all. Sagar, do you have the next question also?
No, we have completed all the 5 questions.
Okay, all right. So thank you, dear all participants, for actively participating in the question list. Now I am handing over call to Atul sir to proceed further.
So we now come to clause number 5, which is leadership and worker participation. So there are 4 subclauses. 5.1 is leadership and commitment. 5.2 is policy. 5.3 is organizational role, responsibilities and authorities. And 5.4 is consultation and participation of workers. So next slide, please. So 5.1 is leadership and commitment. So like any other management system, here also management commitment is required, because management ultimately provides the resources for meeting the requirements of standard, as well as any resources which are required for health and safety of the employees. So leadership and commitment is the first clause. Top management shall demonstrate leadership and commitment with respect to occupational health safety management system. What are the responsibilities of top management? Develop, promote, and lead a culture that supports the occupational health and safety management system. Take overall responsibility and accountability for prevention of injury and ill health, and provision of safe and healthy workplaces. Ensure the integration of the management system in the business processes. Communicate the importance of effective occupational health and safety management system in the organization, and ensure the resources for this management system are available. So that means the top management has to involve itself in making the occupational health and safety management system effective, especially taking the responsibility and accountability for prevention of injury and ill health, and providing safe and healthy workplaces within the organization, and also providing what all resources are required for this management system. For example, resources are required for providing PPEs for the workforce. Resources are also required for adequate maintenance, preventive maintenance, safe work practices implementation in the organization. Resources are also required in terms of the right kind of manpower. Resources are also required for training. Resources are also required for providing safety gadgets, for example, some safety sensors, etc., on the machine and equipment. So ultimately, top management has to involve itself and take responsibility for effective implementation of occupational health and safety management system in the organization. Top management also has to ensure that occupational health and safety policy, as well as occupational health and safety objectives, are established within the organization. So like any other management system standard, this standard also talks about OHS policy and OHS objectives. And if you are implementing an integrated management system, so you can have an integrated policy, that is QEHS policy, and you can also have EHS objectives, QEHS objectives, that is integrated objectives. The top management responsibility also comes for protecting workers from reprisals when reporting incident, hazard, risk and opportunities. Because occupational health and safety management system is linked with the safety and health of workers. So let us say some worker makes a complaint कि साहब we are not provided PPs, adequate PPs और machines का maintenance proper नहीं होता है or there are certain hazards which are not adequately addressed. So management has also ensured कि those workers who basically report such incidents, hazards, risks and opportunities, they are protected from any other adverse action by their immediate superiors. ठीक है? And top management also ensure that worker consultation processes exist. So that is why, as I said, even the factory rule says whenever you are conducting a safety meeting in the organization, so at least 50% representation has to be from the workers. So top management has to ensure that this process of worker consultation and and participation is effectively implemented in their organization. And top management also has to support the function of health and safety committees, because when you conduct this health and safety committee meetings, naturally some points will be discussed, some decision and action would be taken, some resources would be required. So if the top management is involved in smooth conduct of these meetings, then definitely outcome would be there. Top management shall ensure that management system achieves its intended outcomes. तो आउटकम कैसे अचीव होगा? जो आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव सेट किए हैं, आउटकम कैसे अचीव होगा? जो अपने legal and other requirement means customer requirements also. So those requirements are fully met. Objective कैसे fulfill होगा? जब आप proper processes exist करेंगे organization में with respect to identification of hazards, their risk assessment and adequate controls. And management system कैसे achieve करेगा intended outcome? When your the operational controls are effective and whatever resources are required for meeting those objectives are provided by the management. Top management shall promote continual improvement. Likewise, other standards, this standard also requires continual improvement. Top management directs and supports persons to contribute to the occupational health and safety management system. And top management should also support other management roles to demonstrate their leaderships in their areas of responsibility. So like other standards requirement, this standard also requires a occupational health and safety policy. So this policy can be a standalone policy also, and this policy can be integrated with other policies also. For example, there can be an integrated management system policy which comprises of various management system standards like 9001, 14001, 45001. And if you are implementing a standalone standard that is 45001 only, then you need to have a occupational health and safety policy. So top management has to establish, implement and maintain an occupational health and safety policy. And this policy has to be communicated, documented and communicated within the organization, and it has to be available to the interested parties. तो आपकी policy documented होनी चाहिए, interested parties को available होनी चाहिए, and it should also be adequately communicated and understood within the organization. तो जब आप policy formulate करते हो occupational health safety policy, and as I said कि this policy can be integrated with other policies also, but your policy must address these points. तो वो points क्या हैं कि policy में एक commitment होना चाहिए, commitment to prevent injuries and ill health and provide safe, healthy working conditions. So your policy should have a commitment to prevent injuries and ill health and also provide safe and healthy working conditions. Policy should have a commitment to eliminate hazards and reduce risks. Policy should have a commitment for continual improvement. Policy should have a commitment to fulfill legal and other requirements. Policy should have a commitment for consultation and participation of workers. तो जब आप पॉलिसी बनाते हैं, ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी पॉलिसी बनाते हैं विच इज अप्रूव्ड बाय द टॉप मैनेजमेंट, तो दैट पॉलिसी शुड टेक केयर ऑफ दीज थिंग्स. यानी पॉलिसी should have a commitment for these activities, that is prevention of injuries and ill health and providing safe health working conditions, commitment for eliminating hazards and reducing the risk, commitment for improvement, continual improvement, commitment for fulfilling all legal and other requirements applicable for the organization, and also commitment for consultation and participation of workers. And this policy has to be appropriate to the purpose, size, and context of the organization, appropriate to the nature of the risks and opportunities which exist in that organization, and the OHS objectives should be derived from your policy. So policy provides a framework for setting the OHS objectives also. This policy can be standalone OHS policy or it can be a part of integrated management system policy. But your policy must include these commitments: commitment for prevention of injuries and ill health, commitment for eliminating hazards and reducing risk, commitment for continual improvement, commitment for fulfilling legal and other requirements, and commitment for consultation and participation of workers. So the key requirement is a policy which is signed and approved by the top management. Policy has to be understood, communicated within the organization. And if your stakeholders want to know about the policy, so they should be able to get a copy of it. Normally, बहुत सारी companies occupational health and safety policy, in addition to display within the organization, they also display outside the factory premises. एक बड़ा सा बोर्ड लगा होता है, बहुत सारी companies के जाएंगे तो बाहर आपको occupational health and safety policy या integrated policy आपको displayed मिलेगी. It can be a part of your website also. So ultimately it has to be available to the external stakeholders. बहुत सारी कंपनी जो लिस्टेड कंपनीज होती हैं स्टॉक मार्केट में, जो अपना एनुअल रिपोर्ट पब्लिश करती हैं, तो उस एनुअल, although it is not mandatory, but I have seen several companies, they also publish their OHS policy and all related policies in their annual report also, though that annual report is more of a means commercial sort of data which displays, but still they put up their OHS policy also. And this policy has to be regularly reviewed and updated if required. So like other management system standards, this standard also has got roles, responsibilities, and authorities related requirement. So top management has to assign and communicate responsibilities and authorities for relevant roles. And there should be clarity about responsibilities and interfaces, and responsibilities and authorities must also be understood. So top management की responsibilities में ये भी आता है कि responsibilities and authorities. We are talking now here. We are talking about responsibilities and authorities related to occupational health and safety, because there are job specific responsibilities, authorities also. But occupational health and safety के लिए कौन क्या responsible है, वो that should be communicated. For example, work permit system. बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस वर्क परमिट सिस्टम इशू करती हैं. लेटर से कोई कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल वर्क हो रहा है और एनी सेफ वर्क, एनी कंस्ट्रक्शन रिलेटेड वर्क, कोई हॉट वर्क है, कोई वेल्डिंग का काम है, कोई इलेक्ट्रिकल मेंटेनेंस का काम है, तो उसमें वर्क परमिट सिस्टम इशू होता है. तो टॉप मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम जब जॉब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज असाइन करती है तो दे नॉमिनेट समबडी एज अ EHS ऑफिसर, कि EHS ऑफिसर इज मेंटेनिंग रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर मेंटेनिंग दोज work-related permits. So depending upon the size and the location of the organization, depending whether it is a single location organization or multi-location organization, so there are roles and responsibilities for different positions. But here we are talking about role and responsibility for OHS activities. And top management also has to ensure that these responsibilities and authorities are properly understood within the organization. Role, responsibilities, authorities. Top management shall assign responsibility and authority for occupational health and safety management system within the organization. As part of occupational health and safety management system, the consultation and participation of workers is also desired. So as I said, even factory rules say कि whatever safety meeting you are conducting, they should have at least 50% workers participation. Worker participation means those actually who is working on the job related to production or related to various manufacturing processes or service processes. So standard requirement is consultation and participation of workers. Organization shall establish processes for consultation participation of workers at all levels in planning, implementation, performance evaluation, and improvement of occupational health and safety management system. So what is the advantage or what is the requirement of this consultation and participation? So this consultation and participation provide mechanisms, time, training, and resources for consultation and participation, provide clear, timely information about occupational health and safety management system requirement, remove obstacles to consultation and participation. So ultimately, all this comes under the responsibility of top management. That top management has to provide adequate resources, training, mechanism, time for consultation and participation, and provide adequate and timely information related to the occupational health and management system, and remove any obstacles. Obstacles means the worker should not be afraid to report any incident or hazards or risks. So remove, as I said, one of the responsibility of top management was they should ensure that workers are protected from any adverse action if they are reporting any incident, accident, or any unsafe practice or hazards or risks. So this comes under the responsibility of top management, that remove obstacles to consultation and participation. Consider specific groups of workers. Specific group of worker means कि sometimes depending upon the processes, there are, let us say, more hazardous processes also in organizations. For example, electroplating, buffing, powder coating, welding. So these are certain high risk processes. So these specific workers have their different specific needs. And different set of PPs are required, different set of safety protocols are required. So when you are doing consultation and participation, make sure that such specific groups of workers are given more weightage, more importance, more participation. And emphasize the consultation and participation of non-managerial workers. Because standard जब worker term की use बात करता है, तो the meaning of worker is any person who is working in the organization is a worker. Even managing director, if he is an employee of the organization, he is also worker as per the definition of standard. But जब हम specifically non-managerial worker की बात करते हैं, so we are talking about shop floor workers who are actually working on the machines, processes. So this is a recap of clause number 5. So total 7 main clauses are there: 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have covered 4 and 5. So recap of clause number 5 is leadership and commitment, organizational role, responsibilities, authorities, occupational health and safety policy, consultation, participation of workers. So leadership and commitment, top management has to demonstrate its commitment and leadership with respect to occupational health and safety management system. Role, responsibilities, authorities, top management has to ensure that responsibilities, authorities for relevant roles in the occupational health management system are assigned and are adequately communicated. Then there has to be occupational health and safety policy. The policy can be integrated also, or policy can be standalone also, but policy need to have various commitments, like commitment for compliance with all legal requirements, commitment for providing safe workplace, etc., etc. And finally, consultation and participation of workers. So top management has to ensure that processes exist in the organization where consultation and participation of workers is ensured, and workers are basically they're not penalized if they're reporting any incident, accident, or any unsafe work practices which exist in the organization. So fair implementation of consultation and participation of workers. Yeah, take over for this exercise.
Thank you, Atul sir. I am taking over the call. So there is another workshop, right? The barcode has been displayed in the PPT. So participants, you can scan the code and submit your responses, right? In the meanwhile, we will wait for the responses to come, and then we will start to check the stats of the, right. So we have received more than 20 responses, and we are starting with the stats. Okay. So the first question is, according to clause 5.1, leadership and commitment must ensure that the OHS policy and objective are, and the correct answer is consistent with the strategic direction of the organization. And out of 36 responses, we have received 77 percentage the correct answer. So congratulations to the participants. Okay. Sagar, can we move to next question? Thank you, Sagar. What is the purpose? The question is, what is the purpose of the OHS policy mentioned in clause 5.2? Okay. And the correct answer, to establish the framework for setting OHS objectives and commitments. And we have received 42 responses so far. That is a good number, and 92% responses are the correct answers. So again, kudos to all. Sagar, can we move to next question? Right. The third question is, which of the following is required by top management under clause 5.3 in relation to organizational role, responsibilities, and authorities? And the correct answer is, define and assign OHS responsibilities clearly. And we have received 46 responses, and out of 46 responses, 91% responses are the correct answers. So again, congratulations to the participants. Sagar, next question, please. The next question is, which of the following is a key element of worker consultation and participation as per clause 5.4? Okay, and the correct answer is, workers must be consulted in identifying hazards and assessing risk. And out of 49 responses, 83% responses are the correct answers. So that is again a decent number. And again, congratulations to the participants. Sagar, please proceed next question. And the fifth question is, according to clause 5.2, the OHS policy must include a commitment to. And the correct answer is fulfilling legal requirements and continual improvement. And so far we have received the 54 responses, and out of 54 responses, 55. So, and 96% are the correct responses. So again, I am congratulating to all. So Sagar, I think the question is finished.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sagar. I would like to thank you again all participants for actively participating in the questionnaires. Okay, these are the percentage of responses we are getting, and maximum percentages are the correct answers. So it shows that you are actively participating and your dedication towards the training program. Thank you. Okay, so now this is the time to invite our today's guest speaker, and I must introduce him. He is Mr. Sandeep Sharma from the Flipkart group of companies. Okay, and he owns a very senior position in the Flipkart group of companies. Okay, and firstly, I would like to thank you, Mr. Sandeep Sharma, for taking a valuable time from his busy schedule this Sunday morning. And now I am requesting Mr. Sandeep ji to come up and unmute yourself, and please give insights to the trainee participants regarding the training program and ISO standards. Please, Sandeep ji, welcome. Good morning, and welcome to this training program, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Parveen, and thank you. And thanks to Samarth, and very thankful to Atul sir for his, he's always good. I have been, I have seen him, I have attended last 2 sessions also. So it is really privileged to attend his training session, and we learn more from that session. And thanks once again, Samarth, for Quality Asia to invite me to this training session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandeep sir, for gracing this training program, and coming up on a Sunday morning to address all of our audience. And they'll also gain a good experience from your credentials at Flipkart Group of Companies. Over to you, sir. Again, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, Sandeep ji. Welcome. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Atul sir. Thank you. So already I think, so I am a graduate engineer, and I'm MBA marketing and lead auditor for ISO 9001-14001, and 24 plus experience in service operation and quality domains. Right now I'm in handling a manager quality assurance role in Flipkart group of company, F1 and Jeeves. And F1 is into repair of mobiles, laptops, and other electronic products, and they have service centers, pan India locations, and customer walk in with their defective products, just like mobile laptops, to get it repaired in warranty as well as out of warranty. And Jeeves is into installation and repairs of all TV, AC, HA, furniture, and other products which are sold on the Flipkart portal, and those are installed by the Jeeves technicians. So that is a brief introduction about me and my profession, my job role. Yeah, thanks. Next slide, please. I think, can you go back? Acha, okay. So benefits of implementing. So already I think Atul sir has already mentioned. So many benefits are there related to that. The organization can identify their risk and hazards, and accordingly maybe take actions to reduce that. And definitely once you are following all these, you can say, guidelines, so definitely you will be fulfilling all the requirements of the league, these regulatory bodies also. So that is one of the benefits. Secondly, the motivational factors of the employees. If employees know that they are being taken care of in the organization, definitely it will enhance their productivity and other things also. And third will be the trust of the internal, external stakeholders also. Internal already have said that key our workers and all that. And gaining a competitive advantage also for that. That is also one of the benefit of implementing ISO 45001 2018. And occupational, you know that key occupational, that is related to the your working wherever you're working. So occupational health and safety, that relate to that only. And increased reputation with the customer, that is also one of the benefit. And continuing improvement of OSAS, occupational health and safety performance also, that is an increased organization resilience. That is also one of the benefit of implementing ISO 45001 2018. And ensured compliance with the OHMS regulations. So these are the some of the benefits. Matlab, these are some benefits we have mentioned here, but a lot of benefits are there, which which are there for implementing ISO 45001 2018 in the organization. Yeah, please, next slide. So professional getting certified. So you know that the training program deep dives into organizational health and safety management system and equips with the expertise to effectively audit organizations against the ISO. So once you become a auditor, certified auditor, definitely you have the knowledge, and you can deep dive and you can properly assess the organization's risk and hazards and take accordingly the actions also to for their improvement. And the third pillar means the efficiency and potential cost saving also after managing. Definitely once you implement all that, definitely the improvement will be there, and there will be a reduction in the different hazards and incidents happening. So it will overall improve the means productivity and overall working environment also. So as a certified internal auditor, definitely you can play a role on that. And one of the means this will be added advantage also in your resume, um, uh, because you will be then a certified internal auditor, so it will add to your value in your resume also. Yeah, I think Suri sir already conveyed many things, so I need not to say much on that. So thanks once again. Thank you, Suri sir, and thanks, Samad. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep ji. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Sandeep sir, for joining and gracing this chapter.
Okay,
So I think so with this, okay, fine, we can proceed. After this, we can take a tea break. No problem. After clause
let us complete this clause 6, and then we can have a tea break somewhere around 11:30 or so. 11:15. So clause number 6 is about planning. So now here we have got sub clauses 6.1, 6.1.1, 6.1.2, 6.1.3, 6.1.4, 6.2, 6.2.1, 6.2.2. So action to address risk and opportunities, hazard identification and risk assessment, assessment of risk and opportunities, determination of legal and other requirements, planning actions, OHS objectives and planning to achieve them, and OHS objectives and planning actions to achieve OHS objectives. Next. So one of the key activities of this standard is action to address risk and opportunities. So basically you have to identify what risk exists and what opportunities are need to be addressed so that the overall effectiveness of occupational health and safety management system improves. So organization has to determine risk and opportunities that need to be addressed, and basically you have to identify OHS risk versus other risks. See, all standards now talk about risk assessment. ISO 9001 quality management system talks about risk management of processes. So safety is also one of the QMS processes, but QMS risk assessment includes other processes also, like manufacturing, service delivery, supply chain, etc. But here we are focused only related to occupational health and safety risk related risks. Next slide. Now, what is the difference between hazard and risk? Hazard is a source with a potential to cause injury or health. This is the definition which is given in the standard also. Hazard is a source with a potential to cause injury or ill health. Potential to cause injury means doesn't mean कि injury will happen only, but it has got a potential to cause injury. Okay. And risk is the overall combination of likelihood of occurrence as well as the severity. So overall OHS risk is combination of likelihood of occurrence of the work related hazard. For example, a hazard exists in the workplace, but what is the likelihood of occurrence of that hazard or hazardous event or the exposure, and what is the severity? Matlab, how much damage that particular hazard or hazardous event can cause. So risk is basically combination of multiplication of two, the likelihood as well as severity. So hazard is an activity or a source which has got a potential to cause injury or ill health, and risk is basically the combination of the two, the likelihood of occurrence of work related hazardous event or exposure, and the severity which occurs, severity of the injury and ill health which can be caused by that particular event or exposure. Next. So now these are the hazards depending upon the industry which exists in an organization. For example, hazard is a thing which can cause harm. For example, it can be physical hazard, chemical hazard, biological hazard, mechanical hazards, material handling hazards, ergonomic hazards, electrical hazards. So different kind of hazards exist within the workplace depending upon the type of industry or the workplace we are working in. Yes, next. These are some explanation of hazards which can occur in the workplace depending upon the place where we are working. A physical hazard is an agent, factor, or circumstances. A physical hazard is an agent, factor, or circumstances that can cause harm with contact. They can be classified as type of occupational hazard or environmental hazard. Physical hazard includes ergonomic hazards, radiation, heat, and cold stress, vibration hazards, and noise hazards. So these are some examples of physical hazards. Physical hazard is an agent, factor or circumstances that can cause harm with contact. कि जब आप किसी चीज को contact करते हो और उससे related जो hazard generate होता है, that is a physical hazard. जैसे hot radiation है, vibration है, noise है, ergonomic hazards हैं. So anything dealing with chemical is a chemical hazard. A chemical hazard is a type of occupational hazard caused by exposure to chemicals in the workplace. For example, powder coating, electroplating, buffing. So different type of chemicals are used. So chemicals can be flammable, corrosive, toxin, reactives. So जिस workplace में chemicals exist करते हैं वहाँ पे chemical hazards होते हैं, and we need to identify these chemical hazards and take action. A chemical hazard is a type of occupational hazard caused by exposure to the chemicals in the workplace. Exposure to chemicals in the workplace can cause long-term or acute detrimental health effects. Chemicals can be hazardous for numerous reasons and can combine with other chemicals to make new hazards. Because chemicals basically when they react, different chemicals react, then there can be different hazards coming out of that reaction also. So chemical hazards को address करना is very important. So the first thing to address chemical hazard is to study the material safety data sheet, because all chemical hazards come with the, or all the chemical handling bottles or packages, they come with the labeling. तो उसमें labeling के through we need to understand what that chemical is, whether it is a reactive chemical, whether it is flammable, whether it is corrosive, whether it is toxin. And in the material safety data sheet there are always, okay, so we were discussing the chemical hazard. So all chemicals basically they come with a material safety data sheet. तो उस मटेरियल सेफ्टी डाटा शीट में उस केमिकल को हैंडल करने के लिए, यूज करने के लिए, ट्रांसपोर्ट करने के लिए क्या क्या सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस की जरूरत है, somebody if inhales that chemicals, what needs to be done. So all those things are mentioned in that material safety data sheet. So whenever you are having any chemical use in your workplace, so first thing is you should have the material safety data sheet of that chemical, and then follow the precautions which are mentioned in the material safety data sheet. Chemical hazard. The degree of hazard associated with a particular type of chemical will depend upon its physical properties, its toxicity, the way it is used, and the environment in which it is encountered. Next. So as I explained, material safety data sheet. So you always need to refer to that material safety data sheet and understand what are the hazards related with that particular chemical and what safety precautions need to be taken. So material safety data sheet is a document which discusses all the information of material relating to the identification, उसको आप कैसे identify करते हो, hazards, handling storage requirements, first aid measures, and disposal information. So once again, I repeat, MSDS is a document which is very important document if you are using any chemicals in your workplace. Even let us say, for example, in an office place where as such there is no manufacturing or no chemicals are used, but cleaning agents जो basically floor cleaning के लिए जो chemical use होते हैं, that is also a chemical. So there has to be material safety data sheet for the safe use of that cleaning agent also, जो आप normally और कुछ नहीं तो एक floor cleaning के लिए use होते हैं. So material safety data sheet exists for all chemicals, and it is our responsibility to basically study that document and understand what safety precautions need to be taken related to the handling, storage, use of that material, first aid measures, and disposal of that particular chemical. And we need to understand the physical, chemical, and reactivity properties of that chemical. There are biological hazards also. It is more applicable for some food product, or say again some organizations in supply chain, pharmaceutical. So there are biological hazards also. A biological hazard or biohazard is a biological substance that poses a threat to the health of the living organism, primarily humans. This could include a sample of microorganisms, virus, or toxin that can adversely affect human health. Like for example, we have been through this phase of COVID-19 for last 3-4 years. Now it is under control. So that is also a biological hazard. It is a virus which can affect in the workplace. If somebody is infected, so it can infect others also. So a lot of safety precautions were taken during that phase of COVID-19. So biological hazards can also exist in the organization, and we need to understand those hazards also and take adequate safety precautions as recommended by the experts. So biological hazard is a biological substance that poses a threat to the health of the living organisms, primarily humans, and this could include a sample of microorganism, virus, or toxin that can adversely affect human health. Fire hazard we all understand, and fire hazard में electrical hazard is one of the major reasons of all workplace related fires. So fire hazard is any condition or situation that could lead to a fire, and it is essential to aware of and address these hazards to prevent fires and ensure safety. So that is why fire NOC for any commercial building, fire NOC for any factory or industry is a must. तो फायर एनओसी में जो फायर डिपार्टमेंट है आपके फायर सेफ्टी अरेंजमेंट्स को असेस करता है, रिव्यू करता है, अगर उसमें कुछ गैप्स हैं वो आपको गैप्स को बताता है, what kind of fire safety preventive measures you have to implement in the organization. There are guidelines for that also. National Building Code NBC 2016 also lays down stipulation related to fire safety for industries, for different kind of commercial buildings also, high-rise buildings also. So fire hazard is a major hazard which any organization when it is doing the risk assessment has to address in the occupational health and safety management system. And once again, I repeat, electrical hazards or electrical unsafe practices are one of the major sources of fire. So we have to take care of all the electrical safety hazards also while assessing the fire hazards. So fire hazard is a condition or situation that could lead to a fire. It is essentially to be aware of and address these hazards to prevent fires and ensure safety. Next slide, please. Now, ergonomic hazard is one hazard which all of us experience nowadays. Even sitting 9 to 6 for this training is an ergonomic hazard. So ergonomic hazards are factors at the workplace that can cause physical discomfort pain or injury due to repetitive motions, awkward postures, or excessive force. So these hazards can lead to a variety of musculoskeletal disorders like back pain, neck pain, etc. So ergonomic hazards, all of us experience, even if we are not doing any hazardous work or process, we are just doing a desk job. So ergonomic hazard is the major hazard for us. It is basically a physical discomfort, pain, or injury due to repetitive motion, awkward postures, or excessive force. So this can lead to back pain and neck pain. Again, electrical is one hazard, which is the one of the major sources of fatalities, injuries in the workplace also, and also one of the major sources of fire. There are different kind of electrical hazards depending upon the type of industry, but electrical hazard exists even in a small office with say 2, 3, 4, 5 people, because electrical negligence can also happen and it can lead to shock or electrocution. So electrical hazards are one of the most common causes of workplace injuries and fatalities, and these can occur in any setting from homes and offices to construction sites and industrial facilities. So some of the examples which have been shown in the slide are overhead power lines. There are, because these overhead power lines carry 11 kV, 22 kV, 33 kV, 66 kV, 132 kV, up to 400 kV की भी transmission lines हैं. So these are extremely dangerous overhead power lines. So though there are safety regulations for all the electrical things, but then one must be aware of these things and take adequate safety precautions. Another source of electrical hazard which is very common is damaged faulty tools and equipment, कि कहीं पे कोई आपका वायर का इंसुलेशन कट गया है and earth fault हो जाता है, and this can even lead to electrocution. Inadequate wiring and overloaded circuits is again one of the very common reason of electrical hazards, electrical fires and electrocution also. Inadequate wiring and overloaded circuits, which can lead to fires also. Exposed electrical parts, another source of electrical hazard. Earthing is not proper, grounding is not proper. Again, one of the very common causes of electrical hazards. Damaged insulation and wet conditions. आप रेनी सीजन में बहुत से केसेस ऑफ इलेक्ट्रोक्यूशन के न्यूज़पेपर्स में पढ़ते हैं, बिकॉज वेट कंडीशंस आर देयर, एंड this can lead to electrocution if proper earthing or adequate safety measures are not there, like RCCB, residual current circuit breaker. So electrical hazard exists everywhere. Electrical hazard even exists at your workplace and home, even if you're not in a manufacturing sector or construction site, etc., or some industrial facility. So electrical hazard, once again, I repeat, it is one of the most common cause of workplace injuries and fatalities. And electrical hazard is also one of the major sources of fires. Then there are material handling hazards also. Many industries, manual transportation work is done, manual shifting of materials is done. So this can also lead to hazards. So material handling hazards are the risks associated with material movement, storage of materials, handling of materials, and this can also lead to a variety of injuries. Next slide, please. So what ISO 45001 standard requires is you need to have, likewise there can be different hazards, but their severity can vary, their likelihood can vary. So you need to have a system where you identify the hazards which exist at the workplace, what is their risk level, and what are the control measures to control those hazards. So what ISO standard says, hazard identification, establish, implement, maintain a process for hazard identification, which is ongoing and proactive. Ongoing and proactive means it is not a one-time activity कि आपने ISO 45001 certification लेना है और आपने hazard identification कर दिया. So you have to keep on updating it. You have to update that document in case some new hazards are identified. For example, some new process, some new activities, some new machinery, some new equipment is being installed in the workplace. So definitely it has got hazards. तो उन hazards को आपको identify करते हुए you have to make it a live document. You have to make it updated document. Then identify situations, sources, or tasks with the potential to cause injuries and ill health. Hazard identification is a key activity for ISO 14001 certification. establish, implement, and maintain a process for hazard identification, which is ongoing and proactive. Identify sources, situations, or tasks with the potential to cause injuries and ill health. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। तो जब आप हैजार्ड एनालिसिस, रिस्क असेसमेंट करते हैं, हैजार्ड आइडेंटिफिकेशन करते हैं, सो व्हाट यू डू इज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कैन टेक इनटू अकाउंट सिचुएशंस इन द विसिनिटी ऑफ वर्कप्लेस not controlled by the organization that may cause injuries or ill health. Vicinity of workplace means, let us say, for example, your industry is in some area where some other hazards are there. Other hazards in the sense, for example, some neighboring industry is a chemical industry. So आपने कई बार पढ़ा भी होगा न्यूज़पेपर में कि कहीं से कुछ लेट अस से अमोनिया गैस लीक हो गया एक पर्टिकुलर एरिया में, एक पर्टिकुलर प्लांट में कुछ मिसहैपनिंग की वजह से, बट एंड देन leakage of gas affects at least 4-5 kilometers of the nearby area. तो जब आप हैजार्ड आइडेंटिफिकेशन आप करते हो तो यू ऑल्सो टेक इनटू अकाउंट कि कहीं हमारे वर्क प्लेस की विसिनिटी में कोई ऐसी एक्टिविटी नहीं है जो ऑफकोर्स यू कैनॉट कंट्रोल समबडी एल्सेस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कि वो किस तरह से प्लांट मेंटेनेंस करता है, किस तरह से इक्विपमेंट मेंटेनेंस करता है, बट यू नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई कि दिस कैन ऑल्सो गो रॉन्ग sometimes, and then what kind of proactive measures and what kind of preventive action you can take so that the loss to the organization or to the human being is, or those the people who are working in the organization is minimal. तो इसलिए कई बार जो विसिनिटी में, वर्क प्लेस की विसिनिटी में जो सिचुएशंस है उसको आइडेंटिफाई करना भी बहुत जरूरी है। उसका एक और एग्जांपल है, some time back I audited one company in this place near Kanpur. तो दे हैव गॉट वेरियस प्लांट्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेटअप, बट वो प्लांट जो है वो हाईवे के ऊपर है, मेन हाईवे के ऊपर है। तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का जो एक्सीडेंट रिकॉर्ड और इंसिडेंट रिकॉर्ड देखा तो उसमें ये देखा कि वर्क प्लेस में तो कोई एक्सीडेंट इंसिडेंट नहीं है, बिकॉज लॉट ऑफ लेबर कम्स ऑन बाइसिकल्स, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट हाईवे and especially during odd times, early morning or late evening or late night time, there are accidents of the workers outside the work premises. क्योंकि वर्कर लोग अपना बाइसिकल लिया, चलाया, सुबह आए या शाम को लेट नाइट निकले, ओवर टाइम के बाद निकले, तो किसी व्हीकल ने हिट कर दिया, कभी छोटे व्हीकल ने हिट कर दिया, कभी बड़े व्हीकल ने हिट कर दिया। तो एज ए पार्ट ऑफ गुड ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम प्रैक्टिसेस, व्हाट दैट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डिड वाज कि जितने भी लेबर साइकिल बाइसिकल्स में आती थी उनको बाइसिकल्स में भी रिफ्लेक्टर्स एंड उन वर्कर्स को भी एक रिफ्लेक्टिव जैकेट्स प्रोवाइड करी, सो दैट लेट अस से इन द नाइट टाइम इफ दे आर ट्रैवलिंग, तो द वर्कर राइडिंग ए बाइसिकल with a reflective jacket and with a reflector on the bicycle is visible to the other vehicles from a distance also. So this is one example कि कुछ वर्क प्लेस के विसिनिटी में ऐसी हैजार्डस सिचुएशन है जो कि डायरेक्टली आप उसको कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते, बट आप कुछ एक्शन ले सकते हो ताकि जो उसका इम्पैक्ट है या उसके कुछ कॉन्सिक्वेंसेज हैं वो रिड्यूस हो सके। तो जब आप हैजार्ड आइडेंटिफिकेशन करते हो आपको उन सिचुएशंस को भी कंसिडर करना जरूरी है कि कहीं मेरे विसिनिटी में तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं हो रहा, हो सकता है मेरी प्लांट के या मेरी फैक्ट्री के विसिनिटी में हाई टेंशन वायर जा रही हो जो कि directly it is not coming under my company, but yes, if safety precautions are not taken by the team or some external people, then it may cause injury or ill health. And when you are doing risk assessment, you also have to do, or hazard identification, you have to also need to update yourself related to the changes in knowledge and information about health and safety standards. तो जब आप हैजार्ड एनालिसिस करते हो तो आपके पास सिचुएशंस क्या है, सोर्सेज ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन क्या है, आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का हिस्टोरिकल डाटा विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द इंसिडेंट्स एंड नियर मिस सिचुएशंस, इनपुट फ्रॉम वर्कर्स। नाउ input from workers is very important. Now here I am talking about more about non-managerial workers, that means workers who are working on plant and machinery, because these workers are working day in day out on these machines, so they can always provide you very good source of information related to the hazard. So that is why from management perspective it is very important that they should encourage a work culture where those workers who are reporting some incident or some hazardous or unsafe work practices or acts or sources, they are not penalized for reporting those kind of things. तो एक बहुत अच्छा सोर्स ऑफ इनपुट है जब आप वर्कर्स को इन्वॉल्व करते हो हैजार्ड एनालिसिस में, दिस इज व्हाट इज रिकमेंडेड ऑल्सो कि जो आप हैजार्ड एनालिसिस रिस्क असेसमेंट एक्टिविटी अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में करते हैं किसी पर्टिकुलर प्रोसेस का, लेट अस से यू आर डूइंग इट फॉर इलेक्ट्रोप्लेटिंग प्रोसेस, यू आर डूइंग फॉर मशीनिंग प्रोसेस, you are doing for some assembly process, you are doing for sir any work you are doing, then involve the concerned workers also. They will give you very good inputs of what kind of hazards can exist, and of course control measures, you being a senior person, you being engineers, you being safety personnel, trained personnel, you can always find solutions. But for finding solutions, identifying the problems is very important, and for that workers are a very good source of getting the desired inputs. So input from workers, that is why it is always recommended that you should have some suggestion policy, and a periodic safety meeting should happen where workers are involved, because lot of information can be collected through those safety meetings. And of course, you can get some inputs from your stakeholders also. On-site observation is a very important tool for getting information related to hazards. So on-site observation is also known as walk-through audit. तो हम जब walk-through audit करते हैं, then we identify what kind of hazards exist in our organization, electrical hazards, general safety hazards, housekeeping hazards, material handling hazards, chemical hazards, biological hazards. Okay. Public information, sometimes this information can come from public also, and different activities related to the organization's working, that is site plans, designs, information about the work environment, etc. So these are different sources for providing information on hazard analysis. Next slide, please. Now we also need to understand what is an unsafe condition. अब आप ये देख रहे हैं पिक्चर्स में, somebody is doing some work, electrical work, but उसने एक तो इलेक्ट्रिकल सॉकेट को ओवरलोड कर रखा है, एंड देन वायर भी लूज है, तो एक इसमें इलेक्ट्रिकल हैजार्ड है, इलेक्ट्रोक्यूशन हैजार्ड है, शॉर्ट सर्किट हैजार्ड है, फायर हैजार्ड है, एंड स्लिप ट्रिप और फॉल हैजार्ड भी है. सो बेसिकली इट इज एन अनसेफ कंडीशन. So unsafe conditions are hazards that have the potential. Potential means they can, it is not mandatory that they will cause harm, but they have the potential to cause harm. So unsafe conditions are hazards that have the potential to cause injury or death to an employee. Some of these hazards include erroneous safety procedures, malfunctioning equipment or tools, or failure to utilize necessary safety equipment. So what you need to do is, जब आप वॉक थ्रू ऑडिट करते हो, या जब आप वर्कर से इंटरेक्ट करते हो, या स्टेक होल्डर से इंटरेक्ट करते हो, देन या आप इंटरनल ऑडिट करते हो, या आप सेफ्टी ऑडिट करते हो, then as a part of that process you identify what unsafe conditions exist in the organization and what can be done to remove them, so that जो आपका रिस्क स्कोर है वो रिड्यूस हो जाए and it becomes a manageable risk. Next. तो हाउ टू डील विद अनसेफ कंडीशन. सबसे पहला चीज है, यू हैव टू रिपोर्ट एनी अनसेफ कंडीशन. सो नॉर्मली बहुत सारी कंपनीज में आई सी देयर इज अ कार्ड केप्ट एट सेवरल प्लेसेस. जैसे एक सजेशन स्कीम होता है, उसी तरीके से दे कीप ए कार्ड रिपोर्टिंग ऑफ अनसेफ कंडीशन. लेट अस से इट इज नॉट ए फॉर्मल ऑडिट ऑल्सो, बट एनीबॉडी सीज एनी अनसेफ कंडीशन, वो एक अनसेफ कंडीशन का एक फॉर्म फिलअप करता है एंड रेलिवेंट बॉक्स में वो ड्रॉप इन कर देता है. उसके बाद एक डिफाइंड पीरियोडिसिटी पे वो सजेशन बॉक्स खुलता है या अनसेफ कंडीशन रिपोर्टिंग बॉक्स खुलता है. तो उसके बाद इमीडिएटली एक्शन हो जाता है. तो सबसे पहला चीज क्या करना है, जब भी आपको एक अनसेफ कंडीशन दिखाई देती है एट एनी प्लेस इन द वर्क प्लेस, फर्स्ट थिंग इज टू रिपोर्ट. क्योंकि अगर आप रिपोर्ट करोगे अनसेफ कंडीशन पे तो एक्शन भी होगा, बट अगर आप रिपोर्ट नहीं करोगे तो नो एक्शन विल बी टेकन एंड देयर इज ऑलवेज अ रिस्क. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. सो दीज आर सम एग्जांपल्स. देखो, अनसेफ कंडीशन, अनसेफ एक्ट, नियर मिस एंड एक्सीडेंट. सबसे पहले अनसेफ कंडीशन क्या थी जिसकी वजह से एक्सीडेंट हुआ, या अनसेफ कंडीशन थी कि आपकी वायर की कंडीशन, जो आपका एक वायर रोप यूज कर रहे हो फॉर मटेरियल लिफ्टिंग एंड हैंडलिंग, दैट वायर इज हैविंग सम ब्रेकेज, सो दैट इज अ अनसेफ कंडीशन. अनसेफ एक्ट क्या है, उस डिफेक्टिव वायर को आपने यूज किया, दैट इज एन अनसेफ एक्ट. नियर मिस क्या है, वो वायर टूट गई, उससे क्या हुआ, सामान को नीचे गिरा बट लकीली किसी को चोट नहीं लगी। बट उसी सामान के गिरने से, उस वायर के टूटने से, स्नैप होने से किसी बंदे को इंजरी हो गई, एक्सीडेंट हो गया, चोट लग गई, सो दैट इज एन एक्सीडेंट। तो एक्सीडेंट की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई, एक अनसेफ कंडीशन से हुई। उस अनसेफ कंडीशन को आपने यूज किया, इट गॉट कन्वर्टेड इनटू अनसेफ एक्ट। किस्मत अच्छी थी, उस अनसेफ एक्ट से किसी को इंजरी नहीं हुई, देन इट इज ए नियर मिस। बट दुर्घटना हो गई, इट इज एन एक्सीडेंट। तो सबसे पहले हमें क्या करना है, विद इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वी नीड टू हैव ए कल्चर वेयर अनसेफ कंडीशंस and unsafe act and also near misses are adequately recorded। क्योंकि जब तक आप अनसेफ कंडीशन, अनसेफ एक्ट और नियर मिस को रिकॉर्ड नहीं करोगे, तब तक आप एक्सीडेंट को प्रिवेंट नहीं कर सकते इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। सो दोज आप कई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जाते हैं, स्पेशली इन हाई, बिकॉज कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री इज ए हाई रिस्क इंडस्ट्री। जितनी भी प्रोफेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होती है, लेट अस से यू विजिट सम साइट ऑफ L&T and you find they always display metrics, lost time injury, last injury free days, कितने man days, कितने man hours are injury free. So when you see the data, there are no accidents for last 2 years, 3 years. But when you see their other data, so lot of unsafe conditions, unsafe act and near misses are recorded. So that means if you are recording unsafe condition, unsafe act and near misses, then definitely you are preventing accidents. But if these unsafe conditions, unsafe act and near misses are not recorded, then definitely it is inviting trouble and anytime it can lead to accident. Next, please. So 11:15 we will break for tea and we will resume at 11:30. So there is another example, unsafe condition, unsafe act, near miss and accident. Again, आप देखिए मटेरियल हैंडलिंग कर रहे हैं, तो देयर हैज टू बी अ प्रॉपर हाइट जिसके के ऊपर आप मटेरियल को लिफ्ट कर रहे हैं। अब एक लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर ने इसको मटेरियल को बहुत ही ज्यादा हाइट पे लिफ्ट कर दिया, तो क्या हुआ, अनबैलेंस हो जाएगा। सो दिस इज एन अनसेफ कंडीशन। और उसके नीचे एक बंदा कोई खड़ा हो गया, दैट इज अनसेफ एक्ट। अब बिकॉज सेंटर ऑफ ग्रेविटी शिफ्ट हो गया, मटेरियल डिसबैलेंस हो गया एंड मटेरियल फॉल्स एंड लकीली दैट पर्सन वाज सेव्ड, कि उसको मटेरियल उसके ऊपर नहीं गिरा, दैट इज अ नियर मिस। बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली वही मटेरियल उस वर्कर के ऊपर गिरा जो नीचे खड़ा था मटेरियल के या इस लिफ्ट के, तो व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इज एन एक्सीडेंट। तो अगर आप अनसेफ कंडीशन को ही रोक दोगे, तो आपका जो फर्दर की स्टेजेस है, अनसेफ एक्ट एंड नियर मिस एंड डेफिनेटली एक्सीडेंट विल बी सेव्ड। सो फर्स्ट थिंग इज टू आइडेंटिफाई अनसेफ कंडीशन and prevent unsafe act. But in spite of that, if near miss happens, you have to report it so that the accident free record is there, because सबसे dangerous क्या है, accident. Okay, so we were discussing accident incident. So accident incident is defined as an unplanned event that results in personal injury or property damage, which can be major, minor, or first aid. So what is accident incident? It is an unplanned event which results in personal injury or property damage. Again, it can be a major one, minor one also, and minimal is first aid. So what are the three causes of accidents? Didn't hear, didn't see, and didn't speak. तो क्या है ये तीन चीज? Didn't hear, जो सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शंस हैं, बिकॉज एवरी वर्क नीड्स टू हैव सर्टेन सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शंस, बट अगर आप उन सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शंस को सुनोगे नहीं, देन इट इज ए मेजर सोर्स ऑफ एक्सीडेंट, मेजर कॉज ऑफ एक्सीडेंट। डिडंट सी सेफ्टी हैजार्ड्स, अनसेफ कंडीशंस, अनसेफ एक्ट्स, अगर आप उनको देखोगे नहीं तो क्या होगा, अगेन इट कैन बी मेजर सोर्स ऑफ एक्सीडेंट। एंड डिडंट स्पीक सेफ्टी कंसर्न्स, आपने नोटिस तो किया अनसेफ कंडीशन, अनसेफ एक्ट को या इवन नियर मिस को, बट आपने उसको हाईलाइट नहीं किया, आपने उसको रेज नहीं किया, आपने उसको रिपोर्ट नहीं किया, क्योंकि आपने मुंह पे पट्टी बांधी थी, didn't speak. So 3 major causes of accident are didn't hear safety instructions, didn't see safety hazards, and didn't speak safety concerns. So if you are working in an organization, you have to motivate people to understand, to read the safety instructions, notice the safety hazards, and also speak up on any safety concerns. Then only you can reduce or minimize the instances of accident or incident. Next slide, please. Again, near miss. Reporting of near miss is very important. Near miss का मतलब है बाल बाल बचे, बट इस बार बचे तो ये जरूरी नहीं कि अगली बार भी बच जाओगे. तो नियर मिस को रिपोर्ट करना, so that based on the analysis of near miss, adequate root cause correction, corrective action can be taken is very important. So near miss is an incident where no property was damaged, or most importantly, no personal injury was sustained, but it has the potential to do so. आज नहीं होगा, अगर आप सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन नहीं लोगे तो अगेन tomorrow you may get injury or accident may happen in the workplace. तो नियर मिस को रिपोर्ट करना बहुत जरूरी है. बहुत सी कंपनी जिसमें हम ऑडिट करते हैं, हम ये देखते हैं कि नियर मिस को रिपोर्ट नहीं होता है बिकॉज नोबडी कम्स फॉरवर्ड टू रिपोर्ट दैट नियर मिस. या नियर मिस तो हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में होते हैं डिपेंडिंग ऑन द साइज ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बट बहुत से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में नियर मिस को रिपोर्ट नहीं करते हैं. सो नियर मिस ऑल्सो लीड्स टू सम लेसन्स लर्न. तो जब तक आप नियर मिस को रिकॉर्ड नहीं करोगे तब तक आपका ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम इफेक्टिव नहीं हो सकता. सो इन योर वर्क प्लेस ऑलवेज डेवलप ए सिस्टम ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग ऑफ नियर मिस. नेक्स्ट. तो अल्टीमेटली क्या रहता है बिहेवियर और उसका आउटकम क्या रहता है? अनसेफ act and conditions lead to near miss, and then near miss can ultimately result in minor injuries, major injury or fatality also. अब सेफ्टी पिरामिड बेस्ड ऑन हिस्टोरिकल डाटा क्या है? 3 लाख अनसेफ एक्ट लीड्स टू 300 near miss incident, which further lead to 30 minor incidents and 1 fatality. So this is like a safety pyramid. So we have to control those unsafe acts so that near miss also gets reduced and ultimately incident and fatality is the worst thing. किसी की जान चली जाए वर्क प्लेस पे, इससे बुरा कुछ नहीं हो सकता. So this has to be avoided at all costs. तो वो तभी पॉसिबल है जब आप अनसेफ एक्ट को आइडेंटिफाई करो, नोट करो, नियर मिसेस को होने से रोको, और अगर नियर मिस होता है तो उसका रिपोर्टिंग करो, उसका प्रॉपर रूट कॉज एनालिसिस, करेक्शन, करेक्टिव एक्शन लो, सो दैट अल्टीमेटली वर्क प्लेस पे कभी कोई एक्सीडेंट ना हो. यस प्लीज. नेक्स्ट. अब ये एक एक्टिविटी है जिसमें यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द हैजार्ड्स. कैन एनीबॉडी स्पीक अप? क्या क्या हैजार्ड नजर आ रहे हैं इसमें आपको? बहुत सारे हैजार्ड्स हैं इसमें. एर्गोनॉमिक हैजार्ड भी है, स्पिलेज है, केमिकल स्पिलेज है, सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस नहीं लिए है, ड्रम के ऊपर खड़ा होकर बंदा काम कर रहा है, इलेक्ट्रिकल ट्यूब चेंज कर रहा है, उधर वो पीछे वेल्डिंग कर रहा है, काम कर रहा है बंदा, और वेल्डिंग के बगल में हैजार्डस एंड फ्लेमेबल केमिकल रखा हुआ है. ओके. इवन जो बंदा ग्राइंडिंग ऑपरेशन कर रहा है उसने भी प्रॉपर सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन नहीं ले रखे हैं, लूज वायर्स हैंगिंग है, एंड हाई प्रेशर कंप्रेसर की लाइन भी, उस पर भी काम हो रहा है. ठीक है. तो ये सारे देखो, इसमें 8 हैजार्ड से हैवी लोड लिफ्टिंग है, केमिकल स्पिलेज है, इलेक्ट्रिकल वायर्स है, ग्राइंडिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है लूज वायर्स के साथ, वेल्डिंग हो रहा है, बगल में केमिकल स्टोर्ड है, हैजार्डस केमिकल स्टोर्ड है, फ्लेमेबल केमिकल स्टोर्ड है. गलत तरीके से बंदा एक प्रॉपर सेफ्टी लैडर यूज करने के बजाय खड़ा हुआ है, ड्रम गलत पोजीशन में पड़ा हुआ है. सो दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स आर बेसिकली वर्क प्लेस हैजार्ड्स. तो जब आप वर्क प्लेस अनसेफ कंडीशन या अनसेफ एक्ट्स को आप आइडेंटिफाई करते हो तो बेसिकली यू हैव टू लुक इनटू कि क्या गलत हो रहा है. हैजार्ड एनालिसिस का एग्जांपल क्या है? जब एक फॉर एग्जांपल एक कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में एक्सकेवेटिंग ए ट्रेंच फॉर एन ऑयल पाइपलाइन, तो उसमें हैजार्ड्स क्या हो सकते हैं? गेटिंग स्टक बाय इक्विपमेंट, डस्ट, नॉइज फ्रॉम द मशीनरी, फॉल फ्रॉम हाइट, ट्रेंच कोलैप्सिंग. अभी आपने पढ़ा होगा एक कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर द प्लेस वेदर इट वाज पुणे और समथिंग एल्स, एक बड़ी कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे थी जहाँ पे एक्सकेवेशन का काम हो रहा था फॉर बिल्डिंग बेसमेंट एंड ऑल दैट. तो क्या होता है, लूज मड था, काफी सारा लूज मड था. अब उस लूज मड को भी देखो, सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन, सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शन हर चीज के लिए, सेफ्टी गाइडलाइंस हैं, तो उस लूज मड को भी, लूज सॉइल को भी आपको कैसे करना है सो दैट इट डजंट फॉल अगेन. ये there are safety protocols for that, but that safety protocol was not followed. What happened? Some workers were working in that trench, and suddenly that soil, lot of soil fell. अब एक बार मिट्टी गिरना शुरू हुआ तो बहुत सारा मिट्टी गिरा, and it was quite deep also, and ultimately 8 workers lost their life. This is a recent accident which happened. I don't remember the place, whether it was Pune or someplace else, Mumbai, मेरे को ठीक से ध्यान नहीं, बट ये मैंने न्यूज़पेपर में पढ़ा था. उसका रीजन क्या है कि आप जो भी वहाँ पे कंसर्न सेफ्टी पर्सनल थे या इवन वर्कर्स, दे वर नॉट ट्रेन्ड ऑन द सेफ्टी हैजार्ड्स, they were not trained on the safety precautions to be taken while working in the underground excavating work. So these are the hazards which can be fatal also. इसी तरह फूड प्रिपरेशन में हैजार्ड क्या हो सकता है? फूड खराब हो गया, हॉट सरफेस है, स्टीम है, शार्प ऑब्जेक्ट है, नाइव्स हैं, टॉर्न इलेक्ट्रिकल वायर्स, केबल्स हैं, अप्लायंसेस हैं, वेट एंड ऑयली फ्लोर्स हैं. सो देयर कैन बी सेवरल हैजार्ड्स एट डिफरेंट वर्क प्लेसेस. तो व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज, जब आपने हैजार्ड्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया, now you have to do a risk assessment. तो क्लॉज नंबर 6.1.2 कहता है कि आपको रिस्क असेसमेंट करना है उन हैजार्ड्स का जिनको आपने आइडेंटिफाई किया है. सो एस्टैब्लिश, इंप्लीमेंट एंड मेंटेन ए प्रोसेस फॉर असेसमेंट ऑफ ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी रिस्क. तो डेफिनेशन क्या है रिस्क की? रिस्क इज ए मल्टीपल ऑफ लाइक्लीहुड इनटू सिविरिटी. तो इसके लिए what you need to do is you need to have a methodology, you need to have a standard operating procedure, how the risk assessment will be done. Assess the risk from the hazards identified, need to define a methodology, and this assessment has to be done by competent assessors. Again, अगर एक activity या assessment जो लोग कर रहे हैं अगर वो competent नहीं है तो definitely that assessment will not be effective. So very important is you need to have a assessment methodology, and this assessment has to be done by the competent persons, competent assessors. Same example था excavating a trench or an for an oil pipeline or food preparation. तो there are different hazards, but हर hazard का consequence different हो सकता है. For example, excavating a trench or oil pipeline, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. इसमें 5 hazards identified है, but पांचों hazards का consequence different है. कोई हाई रिस्क भी हो सकता है, कोई मीडियम रिस्क भी हो सकता है, कोई लो रिस्क भी हो सकता है. अब कोई किसी पर्सन को एक्सकेवेटर हिट कर दे तो वो बंदे को मेजर इंजरी भी हो सकती है, क्रश भी हो सकता है, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन, मतलब इट कैन बी हाई रिस्क ऑल्सो, इट कैन बी मीडियम रिस्क ऑल्सो, मतलब स्मॉल इंजरी भी हो सकती है एंड इट कैन बी फेटल ऑल्सो. एक्सपोजर टू डस्ट, रेस्पिरेटरी प्रॉब्लम और आई इरिटेशन, तो दिस कैन बी क्लासिफाइड एज ए मीडियम रिस्क. हाइट से गिरना, अब किस हाइट से गिर रहे हो, अगेन आप बहुत ज़्यादा हाइट पे काम कर रहे हो या कम हाइट पे काम कर रहे हो तो अगेन इट कैन बी मीडियम रिस्क और लो रिस्क और हाई रिस्क ऑल्सो. नॉइज ऑफ मशीनरी, workers are exposed to high noise during longer periods and this can cause hearing loss, so it can be a high risk or medium risk also depending upon noise level क्या है. And trench collapse, as I gave an example, I recently read in the newspaper 8 workers died because that total excavated mud that collapsed and fell into the trench. So eight workers died because of suffocation and they came under that mud. So definitely it is a high risk level. इसी तरह spoiled food से क्या हो सकता है? फूड पॉइजनिंग हो सकती है, हॉट सरफेसेस से बर्न इंजरीज हो सकती है, शार्प ऑब्जेक्ट से, नाइफ से कट लग सकता है, वेट एंड ऑयली फ्लोर से इंजरीज हो सकती है स्लिप, ट्रिप एंड फॉल की वजह से, टॉर्न इलेक्ट्रिकल केबल्स, again it can be depending upon the severity, it can be high also, it can lead to electrocution also. So it's not ki, it depends on the intensity of the consequence. So it can be depending upon the consequence intensity, it can be low, medium or high, and accordingly you have to take action. So normally हम एक methodology use करते हैं, and this is not the only methodology. You can use 4x4 matrix also, 3x3 matrix also, but normally this is a good methodology of OHS risk assessment जिसमें आप severity and likelihood को on a scale of 1 to 5 rate करते हो. Likelihood very unlikely and likelihood can be very likely also. अगर आप safe work practices को follow करते हो तो likelihood की intensity या likelihood की probability low side में हो जाती है, that is very unlikely. But if you don't have any safe work practices or those work practices are not being followed, people are not aware, they are not trained on this, so definitely जो था ना didn't see, didn't hear, didn't speak, then definitely likelihood would be very high. Again, severity depending upon किस तरह की nature of injury क्या है. Definitely अगर डेथ होता है या परमानेंट डिसेबिलिटी होता है, हाथ टूट गया, पैर टूट गया, परमानेंट डिसेबिलिटी हो गया, तो डेफिनेटली इट इज वेरी सीवियर. एंड माइनर इंसिडेंट, कोई इंजरी नहीं हुआ, कुछ छोटा मोटा कट लग गया, फर्स्ट एड, तो डेफिनेटली इट इज अ लोअर साइड severity. So severity you cannot control because severity is the outcome of the consequence, but you can definitely control the likelihood through good work practices. So this is very important. Follow the regulations, follow the procedures, follow the SOPs, follow the norms, so that your likelihood goes down, because severity is beyond the control. किसी दुर्घटना का दुष्परिणाम को आप नहीं रोक सकते हो, लेकिन आप उस दुर्घटना का होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी को रोक सकते हो अगर आप प्रोसीजर्स को फॉलो करो, सेफ वर्क प्रैक्टिसेस को फॉलो करो, केमिकल फॉर एग्जांपल केमिकल्स के मटेरियल सेफ्टी डाटा शीट को स्टडी करो, अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करो, एसओपीज को डिस्प्ले करो, पीपीज को यूज करो, ट्रेनिंग दो, पीरियोडिकल ट्रेनिंग दो, सेफ वर्क प्रैक्टिसेस को, चाहे वो इलेक्ट्रिकल सेफ्टी से रिलेटेड हो, फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स को लेकर हो, फूड सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स को लेकर हो, केमिकल्स हैंडलिंग को लेकर हो, मटेरियल हैंडलिंग को लेकर हो, मशीन सेफ्टी को लेकर हो. जो जो आपके नॉर्म्स बने हैं, अगर आप उनको फॉलो करते हो तो आप लाइकलीहुड को रिड्यूस करके वेरी अनलाइकली पर ला सकते हो. और जितना आप उन प्रोसीजर्स से दूर जाओगे, जितना उन प्रोसीजर्स को कंप्लाई नहीं करोगे, जितना उन प्रोसीजर्स की अवेयरनेस नहीं होगी, जितना उन प्रोसीजर्स को आप अपडेट नहीं करोगे, आपका लाइकलीहुड का स्कोर बढ़ेगा एंड अल्टीमेटली आपका रिस्क असेसमेंट का स्कोर लो मीडियम से हाई को मूव करेगा, एंड विच इज नॉट ए गुड थिंग. ओके, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. तो एक एग्जांपल है hazard and risk का likelihood and severity. Employee getting hit by cover falling from above. So likelihood 3, severity 4. तो again repeating, severity को आप reduce नहीं कर सकते, but अगर आप अब जैसे एक बंदा प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम कर रहा है और अगर इसने कुछ भी सेफ्टी पीपीज यूज नहीं कर रखे, तो डेफिनेटली likelihood can be 4 or 5 also. But as you see in the picture, this person is working on height, but he is using all the PPs. उसने सेफ्टी ग्लव्स भी पहन रखे हैं, कुछ मटेरियल को हैंडलिंग करते हुए, सेफ्टी हेलमेट भी है, मास्क भी है, सेफ्टी बेल्ट भी है, सेफ्टी शूज भी है. दैट सेफ्टी बेल्ट इज आल्सो टाइड अप टू द हुक somewhere. So definitely if you follow the norms completely, then definitely your likelihood will reduce. And anything which you are missing from this ideal scenario, that will increase your likelihood in that. And in the worst case, the likelihood can even become 5. And severity also depending upon the height, because it is a very big height, and if you are not using helmet, safety belt, and there is a fall due to some reason, so it can be life threatening also. So severity can be 5 also. So in the same picture, following good practices, you can reduce the score to as low as 5. And if you don't follow the protocol, then again that same risk level can become 5 by 5, 25. तो कंट्रोलिंग द रिस्क, ये एक एग्जांपल है. तो जब हम हायरार्की ऑफ कंट्रोल्स की बात करते हैं, तो डेफिनेटली सबसे पहले तो कोशिश होती है कि हम उसको हैजार्ड को टोटली एलिमिनेट कर दें, बट डेफिनेटली हर केसेस में पॉसिबल नहीं होगा. अब आप ऑयल एंड गैस इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हो तो काफ़ी सारे हैजार्ड्स हैं, केमिकल इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हो, फर्टिलाइजर इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हो, केमिकल्स को हैंडलिंग कर रहे हो, तो आप उन हैजार्ड्स को कंप्लीटली एलिमिनेट नहीं कर सकते हो. तो नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या होता है, आप उनको सब्स्टिट्यूट करो लेस हैजार्डस प्रोसेस से, ऑपरेशन से, मटेरियल से और इक्विपमेंट से. देन यू यूज इंजीनियरिंग कंट्रोल्स, रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ वर्क, use administrative controls including training, use adequate PPs. But if you do nothing, then definitely your risk score will become high. So again, as I said, कि risk assessment is a live document, proactive document, ongoing document. So you have to review the risk periodically. It is not कि because आपके प्रोसेसेस में चेंज होगा, टाइम के साथ आपकी मैन पावर में चेंज होगा, इक्विपमेंट में चेंज होगा, इक्विपमेंट की लाइफ चेंज होगी. तो देयर आर सेवरल थिंग्स विच यू नीड टू टेक केयर. Okay, so this document has to be reviewed periodically. And आप अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ सेफ्टी रिस्क असेसमेंट के लिए क्या मेथडोलॉजी यूज करते हो, क्या क्राइटेरिया है इफेक्टिवनेस मॉनिटर करने का, इट हैज टू बी डॉक्यूमेंटेड इन ए एविडेंस फॉर्म. मतलब इट शुड बी ए डॉक्यूमेंटेड इंफॉर्मेशन, अ रिकॉर्ड और प्रोसीजर और एविडेंस शुड बी देयर. नेक्स्ट, so there are other risks also. Occupational safety, occupational health and safety management system, there are other risks also. Organization shall determine and assess other risks related to the occupational health and safety management system. Lack of, for example, lack of interest from the top management. Risk क्या है? कोई visible leadership support नहीं है, तो definitely risk is very high, because ultimately resources, training, awareness, equipment, processes, manpower, ultimately इन सबको किसने sanction करना है? टॉप मैनेजमेंट ने करना है। और अगर टॉप मैनेजमेंट का ही फोकस नहीं है, then your occupational health management system is basically a flop show. So definitely the risk level is high. The second scenario is कि मैनेजमेंट कमिटमेंट तो है, बट ड्यू टू सम रीजन फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज आर नॉट अवेलेबल, तो डेफिनेटली क्या होगा, आपका जो मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है वो इंटेंडेड आउटकम को या आपके जो आपके जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उनको आप अचीव नहीं कर पाएंगे, या रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स को फुलफिल नहीं कर पाओगे, तो डेफिनेटली risk is there which you can categorize depending upon the criticality, depending upon what resource is not available. Definitely risk can be medium or high level risk, or sometimes it can be ki in spite of everything, for example some PPs are required and supplier is not able to provide, or the supplier the quality of material supplied or PP supplied is not adequate. So in that case also there can be some risk, because you have ordered PPs for the workers, but there is no sufficient quantity available, or the adequate PP is not available. So definitely, depending upon the PP required, it can be a high risk, low risk or medium risk. OHS and other opportunities. Establish, implement a process to assess OHS and other opportunities. So, okay, opportunities versus control. Next slide. So some examples, opportunities. Training on defensive driving, ergonomic workplace assessment, stress management, mindfulness training, access to fitness programs, improve worker participation, learning from others, that is experience exchange. So these are some opportunities which can improve your occupational health and safety management system effectiveness. So what you need to do as an organization is you need to assess the opportunities also. Again, opportunities can be based on your SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, threats. To implement a program for defensive driving in partnership with an authorized school. So this is an opportunity. So assessment care would be welcomed by, this is just an example, would be welcomed by employees and can improve driving behavior for both work and personal purposes. It is not too expensive, can be done outside work program providers available. So as I gave an example, ki that plant which was located on the main highway industry, and workers accidents used to happen or other accidents used to happen. So what the organization did was, organization provided reflective jackets to all workers who were traveling on bicycles, so that whenever they're driving in night time or odd timing, so it is visible. Fine. So this is an example. Based on that opportunity, the organization acted and provided so that outside the work premises, worker safety is enhanced because they're riding their bicycle on the highway. Fine. Then perform an ergonomic workplace assessment. It may be useful and can provide interesting insights. Difficult to find service providers for such activities. Improve worker participation in health and safety decision and meeting. First-hand information about hazards and feedback on effectiveness of controls is obtained. Workers feel valued, requires time for meeting during work time. So basically based on risk assessment, जैसे आप अपने EHS objectives बनाते हैं, इसी तरह there are certain opportunities for improvement also come up. So you need to assess those opportunities for improvement and made some action plans so that your EHS performance, occupational health safety management system effectiveness improves. One of the benefits of occupational health management system is that your legal and other requirements compliance improves. So one is the legal requirement. Legal requirement is the requirement which is applicable for the organization as per the law, because any violation to law is not acceptable, because the workplace can even be sealed or deregistered if the legal compliance, depending upon the legal compliance, it is not there. For example, if you are working, you are running an industry without a proper factory license, then it is illegal. You are occupying the building without a fire safety NOC, fire NOC, then again it is illegal. Fire department or any department for that matter can seal the building also. तो जितना भी legal compliances हैं उनको comply करना आपके लिए जरूरी है. But in addition, there can be certain other requirements also applicable for your occupational health and safety management system. Now, what are these other requirements? Other requirements can be those requirements which are imposed by your customer or which are imposed by your stakeholders or investors. Or maybe if you are located in some industrial area, so industrial area mein you have to comply with some norms. So those are other requirements. For example, recently I audited one company. It was in Navi Mumbai. So they had an ETP. तो sorry STP. तो उस STP के outlet को they had to mandatorily connect with the because उस industrial area में there is a central STP. So it is mandatory कि आपका जो भी STP का outlet है, you have to connect to the pipes which are flowing outside your work premises, and then that STP जो आपका STP का outlet है, that goes to the central STP where that central STP जो भी industrial organization का था, it will work on it further to check the overall quality or maybe refine it further and then use it for some other purposes. So that is other requirement which is imposed by the industrial area where that plant was situated. Okay. So it is not only the legal requirements, you also need to identify what all other requirements apply with respect to OHS. These other requirements can be with respect to other standards also. For example, environmental norms or product related norms also. But then you have to identify if you are integrating your management system with other management system also, then other requirements related to all standards. But if you're talking specifically about ISO 45001, then what are those other requirements in addition to legal requirements which are applicable for your occupational health and safety management system that you need to identify also, you need to work on it also, and these have to be communicated to the educate personnel. तो जब आप अपना ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम डिजाइन करते हो, इम्प्लीमेंट करते हो, उसमें आपको लीगल एंड अदर रिक्वायरमेंट्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना जरूरी है. उन रिक्वायरमेंट्स को आपको कम्युनिकेट भी करना है, इम्प्लीमेंट भी करना है, एंड जो भी अप्रोप्रिएट एक्शन है उनसे रिलेटेड दैट यू हैव टू टेक. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. तो लीगल में ये बहुत जरूरी है, सोर्सेज को आइडेंटिफाई करना, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज को इस्टेब्लिश करना, उन लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को आइडेंटिफाई करके एज ए डॉक्यूमेंटेड इंफॉर्मेशन मेंटेन करना, रिटेन करना, और उस इंफॉर्मेशन को अप टू डेट रखना. अप टू डेट रखने का मतलब ये है कि बिकॉज रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज की तरफ से, कस्टमर्स की तरफ से भी कुछ ना कुछ चेंजेस, अमेंडमेंट, अपडेशन होता रहता है. सो यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ दोज थिंग्स. So once you have identified what needs to be done, what are the risk and opportunities, what are the legal and other actions, then you have to plan actions so that you address those risk and opportunities, you address the legal and other requirements, you prepare for and respond to emergencies. So ultimately ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम की इफेक्टिवनेस को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए आपको प्लानिंग करना होगा, रिस्क एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज को एड्रेस करने के लिए, लीगल एंड अदर रिक्वायरमेंट्स को एड्रेस करने के लिए, एंड इमरजेंसीज को आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए एंड अकॉर्डिंगली रिस्पॉन्ड करने के लिए, विच इज बेसिकली लाइक ए मॉक ड्रिल. सो दैट मॉक ड्रिल पार्ट वी विल कवर इन फर्दर क्लॉजेस. तो जैसे आप दूसरे मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम में ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बनाते हो, क्वालिटी ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बनाते हो, एनवायरमेंटल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बनाते हो, या इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बनाते हो, लाइकवाइज यू हैव टू मेक occupational health and safety management system objectives also, so which is known as OHS objectives. तो जो organizations integrated management system implement करती हैं, they make IMS objectives, integrated management system objectives. Again requirement क्या है? Objectives आपकी smart होनी चाहिए, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant and time bound. तो आपके OHS objectives consistent होने चाहिए आपकी पॉलिसी से, because that was one of the requirement for OHS policy also, कि your objectives shall lead to, your policy shall provide a framework for establishing objectives. Then objectives measurable होने चाहिए, because if the objectives are not measurable then how you can monitor it. तो monitoring के लिए measurement करना बहुत जरूरी है. So objectives shall be measurable or capable of performance evaluation. Then these objectives shall also consider applicable requirements, including legal requirements, other requirements, opportunities for improvement, etc. And also based on the result of consultation with workers. तो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स के लिए थंब रूल क्या है? ऑब्जेक्टिव स्मार्ट होने चाहिए, स्पेसिफिक, मेजरेबल, अचीवेबल, रेलिवेंट एंड टाइम बाउंड, आपकी OHS पॉलिसी से कंसिस्टेंट होने चाहिए, मेजरेबल होने चाहिए, कैपेबल होने चाहिए फॉर परफॉर्मेंस इवैल्यूएशन, and objectives shall consider applicable requirement, result of risk and opportunities assessment, and the result of consultation with workers. Next, please. तो objectives को monitor करना, communicate करना, timely update करना as appropriate is desired, is essential. तो कुछ examples हैं OHS objectives के: training on health and safety, increase 10%. So you have some objective related to man hours of training, man days of training. अब जितना आप ट्रेनिंग दोगे हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी के ऊपर, उतना आपका एक्सीडेंट इंसिडेंट होने की चांसेस की प्रोबेबिलिटी रिड्यूस होगी, बिकॉज देन पीपल विल फॉलो द सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शंस इन ए बेटर वे, दे विल अंडरस्टैंड दो सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शंस, they will report any unsafe condition or unsafe act, they will report incidents, they will report near miss. So training is also one thing where you can set an objective to keep on increasing the training, because if you provide more training, then the likelihood of your risk or the or the overall risk score over a period of time will reduce. Then these are some other examples of measurable objectives: site tours by OHS inspectors or safety officers during night shift, because normally night shift की वो इंडस्ट्रीज जहाँ पे नाइट शिफ्ट होती है, चाहे वो कंस्ट्रक्शन है, चाहे वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है, नॉर्मली नाइट शिफ्ट में थोड़ा सा एक लिथार्जी रहती है. नाइट शिफ्ट में लक्स लेवल, इल्यूमिनेशन लेवल, इवन द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ द कॉम्पिटेंट स्टाफ, कई बार गैप्स रहते हैं. तो उसमें नाइट पेट्रोलिंग बाय सेफ्टी ऑफिसर्स इज इम्पॉर्टेंट. अब उसमें आप जो भी पेट्रोलिंग करते हो, अगर आप उसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी को बढ़ाते हो, तो डेफिनेटली more alertness would be there, more unsafe conditions or unsafe acts would be noticed. So that also can lead to your improvement of OHS compliance overall. So this is another example of OHS objectives. Workers absenteeism in outdoor yards and port during winter months due to low temperature reduced by 25%. Definitely जहाँ पे winter months में जहाँ पे बहुत cold area होता है, yards and ports में because of low temperature, अगर आप उस वर्कर्स एब्सेंटीज को रिड्यूस करते हो, तो डेफिनेटली दैट विल इम्प्रूव द OHS परफॉर्मेंस. Incident involving outdoor workers reduced by 13%. So you can have different sort of objectives as applicable for the organization. Monitoring outsourced processes, maintain one audit per year, 2 inspections per month. So there are different examples where you can set up your OHS objectives. But those objectives have to be consistent with your OHS policy, and those objectives shall be smart and relevant for the organization. So when you have set up the objectives, you need to do planning also. That means you need to make an action plan for achieving the objectives. So what is to be done? Organization shall plan for achievement of the objectives and determine. That means now a roadmap. What will be done? What resources will be provided? Who is responsible? How the objective will be completed? How the results will be evaluated? How these actions will be integrated into the business processes. So first you define your objectives, then you prepare a roadmap related to achievement objective, responsibility, target date, resources, activities, steps, monitoring and measurement. तो इसका कोई एग्जांपल है, रिड्यूस नाइट ड्राइविंग टू लेस देन 5% ऑफ टोटल ड्राइविंग टाइम. तो आपने जो भी आपके एक्शन स्टेप्स हैं आपने आइडेंटिफाई कर दिया. गैदर ऑल नेसेसरी इंफॉर्मेशन, कस्टमर्स, करंट कॉन्टैक्ट, ड्राइवर्स, होम एड्रेसेस, डेवलप बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स, डेवलप प्रीलिमिनरी मैथमेटिकल मॉडल. सो जो भी आपके प्रोसेस स्टेप्स हैं उनको आप आइडेंटिफाई करते हो. दैट इज like a Gantt chart for your objectives. Next, so this is a recap for clause number 6, which is very important. Clause number 6: action to address risks and opportunities. Determine the risks and opportunities considering context of organization, requirement of stakeholders and scope of OHS management system. OHS risk assessment: assess risk according to the defined methodology. Hazard identification, very important activity. Establish, implement, maintain a process for hazard identification that is ongoing and proactive. Assessment of other risks. Determine and assess other risks to the occupational health safety management system. Then, based on the risk assessment, what are the opportunities? Determine and assess OHMS and other opportunities. Plan action to address those hazards, risks, opportunities, to meet legal and other requirements, to prepare and respond to emergencies. Then you need to take care of all applicable legal and other requirements. Establish, implement, maintain a process to identify and have access to up-to-date legal and other requirements. Establish the objective setting and planning for their achievement. Establish objectives at relevant functions and levels and plan for their achievement. So this completes clause number 6. Next. So I think now there is an exercise. So you take over.
Thank you, Atul sir. There is another workshop right now. So, Sagar, please share the PPT and kindly share the link in the text board also. Yes. So, dear participants, kindly submit the responses for the questionnaires. We have 5 questions in this questionnaire, and we will initiate to check the stats after we will receive the few responses. Okay. The barcode is displayed on the screen. So we would like to tell you that why these workshops are incorporated in this training program. ये इसलिए incorporate की गई है ताकि आप लोग ट्रेनिंग मस्ट बी इंटरेक्टिव बने और आप लोगों का एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेशन हो इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में. So this is the purpose of providing these workshops. After every clauses, we are providing these workshops for your actively participation. So I must request all participants to actively participate in these workshops. So we have started with the getting the responses. We will wait for few responses to come, and then we will start. Great. I have seen the message in text board. Mr. Mohammad Javed Akhtar, he has submitted the response. Yes, Mr. Amit also submitted the response. Mr. Arpit Kaushik also submitted the response. Great. EHS Sahibabad also. Mr. Manpreet Singh also submitted the response. So we have received 26 responses so far, and now we are starting with evaluating it. Okay. So the first question is, which of the following is a key requirement of clause 6.1 in ISO 45001? Okay. And the correct answer is determining the risks and opportunities related to OHS management system. And out of 36 responses, we have received 100% responses are correct. So congratulations to all participants for participating and getting the correct answers. Sagar, can we proceed to next question? Thank you. According to clause 6.1.2, what should be an organization do when identifying hazards? So the correct answer is consider routines and non-routine activities. Excuse me. Kindly unmute yourself. Sagar, please check who has been unmuted. Kindly mute him. Thank you, Sagar. I request participants to mute yourself during the training program. Okay, thank you. So I repeat again. I am repeating the question again. According to clause 6.1.2, what should be an organization do when identifying hazards? So the correct answer for this question, consider routine and non-routine activities and emergencies. And for out of 43 responses, we have received 86% the correct answers. Congratulations. Next question, Sagar, please. The third question, when setting OHS objective as per clause 6.2, which of the following should be the organization consider? And the correct answer for this, legal requirement, risk, opportunities, and worker participation, right? So we have got 100% correct answers out of 43. So again, congratulations to all participants for actively participating in this workshop. Sagar, next question, please. Okay. The question is, which of the following is an example of a physical hazard? So I think so, in this question, the participant got confused. Okay, and the correct answer for this question: poor lighting on the workplace. And also, a few of our participant had submitted the wrong answer, that is exposure to toxic chemicals. So it is a tricky question. I must understand. Sagar, kindly proceed to next question. Yeah. So this is the fifth question. What is the main difference between a near miss and an accident? Okay. And the correct answer is near miss does not result in any injury or damage while an accident does. Okay, it means कि जो हमारा near miss है वो किसी इंजरी में और डैमेज नहीं होता है after that, and accident, yes, it does for the materials also and for the human life also, right? And we have received so far 54 responses, and out of 54 we have received 83 are the correct answer. So again, thank you all participants for actively participating in this workshop. Thank you. So thank you, sir. I am again handing over this call to Atul, sir.
Okay, so now we move to clause number 7, which is support. Again, this has got sub clauses 7.1, 2, 3, 4, 7.5. Okay, so next slide, please. So again, as for any management system standard, you require resources for occupational health and safety management system also. So you need to determine and provide the resources which are required for establishment, implementation. Now, resources can be anything: man, machine, material, method, environment. So you need to identify the resources, provide the resources. So this is a generic requirement. So more importantly, now 7.2 talks about the competence. Key people, those who are working in the organization on the processes, they must be competent. So that means they should be able to apply their knowledge and skills to achieve the intended results. And most importantly, the workers whose activities impact occupational health and safety shall have the required competence. तो वर्कर्स की ट्रेनिंग एंड वर्कर्स का कॉम्पिटेंस ऑन सेफ वर्क प्रैक्टिसेस पे इट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज इफ द वर्कर्स आर नॉट कॉम्पिटेंट टू कैरी आउट ए job safe with safety, then it can lead to accident. For example, some welder is there who is working on some welding job, but अगर उसको safety प्रोटोकॉल्स क्या फॉलो करने हैं, वर्क परमिट की रिक्वायरमेंट है वेल्डिंग जॉब को लेकर, या उसको क्या सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस वेल्डिंग पे काम करते हुए लेनी है या एक हाइट पे काम करते हुए लेनी है, तो इट कैन रिजल्ट इन सम एक्सीडेंट और इंजरी. तो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज कि वर्कर्स whose activities impact occupational health and safety, they shall have the required competence. For example, electrical again is a high risk activity. तो जो लोग इलेक्ट्रिकल सिस्टम्स पे काम कर रहे हैं, they should be trained, they should be competent, they should be qualified, they should be having desired knowledge, they should be having desired degrees or diploma or ITI as per the job requirement. तो वर्कर्स का कॉम्पिटेंस हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. So this is what the standard says: workers whose activities impact occupational health and safety shall have the required competence. तो competency को define करने का भी एक procedure है, process है, and this competence is applicable for all management system standards, because now we are implementing a high level structure. So all standards 7.2 talk about the competence, but then competence with respect to the respective management system standard. तो process but same है. Process क्या है? कॉम्पिटेंस को डिफाइन करना है, कॉम्पिटेंस को इंश्योर करना है कि इंश्योर दैट द वर्कर्स आर कॉम्पिटेंट बेस्ड ऑन एजुकेशन, ट्रेनिंग एंड एक्सपीरियंस. और जहाँ पे कुछ शॉर्टफॉल है, जहाँ पर कुछ गैप्स है, उस एक्शन को आप फुलफिल कर सकते हो, उस कॉम्पिटेंस को आप एक्वायर कर सकते हो, मेंटेन कर सकते हो थ्रू ट्रेनिंग, मेंटरिंग, रीअसाइनमेंट ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज, हायरिंग एटसेट्रा. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आपने कोई नया मशीन और नया इक्विपमेंट हायर किया है, इंस्टॉल किया है, तो डेफिनेटली उससे रिलेटेड ट्रेनिंग चाहिए उसको सेफली यूज करने के लिए, सेफली ऑपरेट करने के लिए, सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस को फॉलो करने के लिए. तो इन दैट केस ट्रेनिंग और मेंटरिंग becomes applicable. And training competence related जो भी record है, that is a mandatory record. So you have to maintain that record as a documented information. More specifically, awareness is important. तो awareness किसकी चीज की चाहिए? Workers. Worker means the people who are working in the organization. Worker doesn't mean कि जो एक shop floor पे काम करता है वो worker है, because as I said earlier also, anybody, as per the definition of ISO 45000 standard, any individual who is working in the organization is a worker. Even an MD is a worker, because MD is also an employee of the organization. Because बहुत सारी professional companies में MD is not an owner, MD is an executive. So he is also a worker as per the definition of ISO 45 standards. But उसमें difference क्या है? Standard नॉन मैनेजरियल वर्कर्स की बात करता है. तो जब नॉन मैनेजरियल वर्कर्स की हम बात करते हैं, then we consider workers and those kind of people. ठीक है? But when the standard uses the term worker, so worker is anybody who is working in an organization, who is not the owner, who is not the shareholder, he is a worker. So workers shall be aware of occupational health and safety policy and objectives. Workers shall be aware of their contribution to the occupational health and management system. More importantly, workers shall be aware of the implications and consequences of not conforming to the requirements. तो उनको पता होना चाहिए कि अगर हम सेफ वर्क प्रैक्टिसेस को फॉलो नहीं करेंगे, सेफ्टी प्रोसीजर्स को फॉलो नहीं करेंगे, सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शंस को फॉलो नहीं करेंगे, तो उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस क्या हो सकते हैं, नुकसान क्या हो सकता है. तो वो तभी पॉसिबल होगा जब पॉइंट ए एंड पॉइंट बी की वर्कर को अवेयरनेस दोगे, जब आप उनको पॉलिसी बताओगे, ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बताओगे, उनका ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम में क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है बताओगे, तभी एक नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी होने की या एक एक्सीडेंट या मिस हैपनिंग होने की या इवन नियर मिस होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी रिड्यूस होगी. अगेन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि वर्कर्स को पता होना चाहिए कि उनकी जॉब से रिलेटेड occupational health and safety risk क्या है. For example, if somebody is working on a lathe machine और से CNC machine, तो उसमें CNC मशीन में काम करते हुए या लेथ मशीन पे काम करते हुए या इलेक्ट्रोप्लेटिंग प्रोसेस में काम करते हुए या एक मैकेनिकल असेंबली में, इलेक्ट्रिकल असेंबली में, सोल्डरिंग, किसी भी प्रोसेस में आप काम कर रहे हो, तो उस प्रोसेस से रिलेटेड हैजार्ड्स क्या हैं, केमिकल हैजार्ड्स क्या हैं, बायोलॉजिकल हैजार्ड्स क्या हैं, एज एप्लीकेबल इलेक्ट्रिकल हैजार्ड्स क्या है, मटेरियल हैंडलिंग हैजार्ड्स क्या है. तो हैजार्ड्स और उसका रिस्क असेसमेंट क्या है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू देयर जॉब्स, दैट शुड बी मेड अवेयर टू द वर्कर्स. तो वो अवेयरनेस कैसे आती है? थ्रू ट्रेनिंग. वर्कर्स शैल आल्सो बी अवेयर ऑफ occupational health and safety incidents and the outcome of investigation. And workers should also be aware of their ability to remove themselves from situations of danger without fear of reprisals. For example, फैक्ट्री एक्ट में, फैक्ट्री रूल्स में देयर इज ए रेगुलेशन कि जो लोग हैजार्डस प्रोसेस में काम करते हैं, हैजार्डस प्रोसेस कौन से होते हैं? जहाँ पे कि ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी रिस्क ज़्यादा होते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल इलेक्ट्रोप्लेटिंग है, केमिकल इंडस्ट्री है, फर्टिलाइजर इंडस्ट्री है, माइनिंग इंडस्ट्री है, इवन वेल्डिंग इज ए हैजार्डस प्रोसेस. तो एज पर फैक्ट्री रूल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को उन फैक्ट्री जो भी लोग हैजार्डस प्रोसेसेस में काम करते हैं उनका रिकॉर्ड मेंटेन करना पड़ता है, उनका लिस्ट मेंटेन करना पड़ता है. और पीरियोडिकली मतलब एवरी 6 मंथ उनका मेडिकल हेल्थ चेकअप कराना पड़ता है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दोज ऑक्यूपेशनल हैजार्ड्स. एंड उसमें अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम डिटेक्ट होता है, देन दोज वर्कर्स हैव टू बी ट्रीटेड एज वेल एज रिमूव फ्रॉम दैट पर्टिकुलर हैजार्डस प्रोसेस. ठीक है. So workers, this is a right of the worker. So they should have the ability to remove themselves from situation of danger without the fear of reprisal. Reprisal मतलब कोई उनको उस चीज के लिए मजबूर ना करे या कोई नेगेटिव एक्शन ना ले. तो अवेयरनेस आप कैसे क्रिएट करते हो? अवेयरनेस आप क्रिएट करते हो थ्रू इंडक्शन एंड रेगुलर ट्रेनिंग्स. अवेयरनेस आप क्रिएट करते हो मीटिंग से, डिस्कशन से, ऑब्जेक्टिव्स पॉलिसीज को, सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शंस को डिस्प्ले करके, इंसिडेंट्स को रिपोर्ट करके, वर्कर्स की इन्वॉल्वमेंट करके इन इंसिडेंट इन्वेस्टिगेशन and demonstration of correct behavior. So these are some examples through which you can create awareness. Next, like in other management systems, communication is also important. तो communication क्या करना है? Establish, implement and maintain processes for internal and external communication and determine on what to communicate, when to communicate, with whom to communicate and how to communicate. So internal and external communication both are applicable for the organization. So you should have some procedure, some process for the communication also, because you are communicating externally also with stakeholders, for example, regulatory bodies, for example, your suppliers, for example, neighboring industries. And then you're also communicating within the organization. For example, you're creating awareness for your team. For example, you're creating OHMS risk awareness, policy objectives awareness for your team. So you need to establish the processes for communication also. So communication, effective and reliable communication, transparent communication. So this internal communication will enable workers to contribute to the continual improvement. So processes for receiving, documenting and responding to communication from external stakeholders shall be established. And this records you have to keep as a documented information as an evidence of communication. Yeah, next. Then like all other management system, this occupational health and safety management system also has documentation requirements. So documented information required by ISO 45001. So the documentation includes mandatory documents which are mentioned in ISO 45001 standard and other documents also which are part of the management system and which are required or considered necessary for ensuring that your occupational health and safety management system is effective. तो mandatory documents क्या हैं जो आपको चाहिए? आपका scope of the occupational health safety management system documented होना चाहिए, policy documented होनी चाहिए, risk and opportunities, hazard identification, risk assessment documented होना चाहिए, responsibilities and authorities documented होनी चाहिए, occupational health and safety objectives and planning for their achievement documented होना चाहिए, legal and other requirements documented होना चाहिए, competence of personnel documented होना चाहिए. Next, communication methodology, communication evidence documented होना चाहिए. Then processes of the occupational health management system and their controls वो documented होने चाहिए. Processes and plans for emergency situation documented होने चाहिए. Monitoring, measurement, analysis, performance evaluation से related evidences documented होने चाहिए. Legal compliances, that is compliance evaluation, legal and other requirements documented होना चाहिए. Internal audit documented होना चाहिए. Management review meeting के minutes documented होने चाहिए. Incident, non-conformities, action taken in response documented होना चाहिए. And continual improvement के evidences documented होने चाहिए. Next, other information, other documents जो कि standard में specifically mentioned नहीं है लेकिन होने चाहिए, वो क्या है? Procedures, regulations, records. So that organization has to decide कि mandatory documents क्या हैं and other documents which would be required for ensuring an effective occupational health and management system, that organization has to decide. ठीक है, तो एक तो हो गया मैंडेटरी डॉक्यूमेंट्स और दूसरा हो गया वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो कि नेसेसरी हैं इफेक्टिव कंट्रोल के लिए, इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए, लाइक प्रोसीजर्स, मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम मैनुअल, रेगुलेशंस, रिकॉर्ड्स एक्सेट्रा. नेक्स्ट, तो जब आप डॉक्यूमेंटेड इंफॉर्मेशन क्रिएट करते हो तो उसमें देयर हैज टू बी मेथोडोलॉजी एंड दिस मेथोडोलॉजी इज आइडेंटिकल विद अदर स्टैंडर्ड्स आल्सो लाइक ISO 9001, 14001, 22000, 27001, 50000 एटसेट्रा. कि जब आप डॉक्यूमेंट्स को क्रिएट करते हो यू नीड टू हैव एंश्योर दैट एप्रोप्रिएट आइडेंटिफिकेशन, डिस्क्रिप्शन, फॉर्मेटिंग ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट, मीडिया, दैट मीन्स हार्ड कॉपी, सॉफ्ट कॉपी, who will be the reviewing authority, who will be the approving authority, all this is decided. उस documented information को control करना है, that means to ensure that documents are adequately protected, available and suitable for use where and when needed. तो जब आप document को control करते हो, following activities has to be addressed, have to be addressed. Distribution, access, retrieval and use of the documents. उन डॉक्यूमेंट्स को किन को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना है, किन के पास उसका एक्सेस होना चाहिए, डॉक्यूमेंट्स को कैसे रिट्रीव करोगे, कैसे यूज करोगे, उन डॉक्यूमेंट्स का स्टोरेज कैसे रहेगा, प्रिजर्वेशन कैसे रहेगा, चेंजेस को आप कैसे कंट्रोल करोगे, रिटेंशन एंड डिस्पोजिशन को आप कैसे इंश्योर करोगे. So this control also applies to external origin documents as well, because जब आप occupational health and safety management system implement करते हो तो there are several external origin documents which refer. This ISO standard itself is an external origin document, but safety में there are several national and international standards BIS standards हैं, IS standards जिनको आप follow करते हो. So those external origin documents also need to be controlled. Next. So when we recapitulate this standard, this clause, so resources, determine the resources, provide the resources which are required for occupational health management system. Then you need to define the competence, ensure that persons who are working for the organization and those who can have an impact on the occupational health safety performance have the necessary competence. Then you need to create awareness about policy, objectives, risks, hazards, opportunities, etc. Next, communication, effective processes for internal and external communication related to OHMS management system should exist. Then you should have adequate control over the documented information also. That is adequate identification, description, format, media for management system documents, reviewing and approving documents. Control this documented information to ensure that it is protected, available, and suitable for use. Yeah, next.
The barcode has been displayed on the screen, and there is another workshop. So we have received the 28 responses. So the first question is, according to clause 7.1, what types of resources must an organization determine for the effective operations of the OHS management system? And the correct answer is financial, physical, and human resource. And we have received 86% correct answers. Okay, so congratulations to the participants. Sagar, please proceed with the next question. Thank you. How should organizations ensure competency according to clause 7.2 of the ISO 45001? And the correct answer for this question, by ensuring that workers have education, training, and experience relevant to their Sagar, it is not seen relevant to their okay, it must be relevant to their fields, or you can say to their expertise. Okay, so we have received 97% questions, received the answers for this question. Okay, again, great. That is a great, again, good numbers received. Okay, just a second. Okay, then we are moving to question number 3. What is the key requirement for the awareness as per clause 7.3? And correct answer, workers must be aware of the OHS policy, hazards, and their role of maintaining safety. And out of 46, we have received 100% correct answer. So again, congratulations to all participants who are actively participating, and we are receiving the responses yet. Okay, Sagar, please proceed to next question. Okay, the fourth question is, which of the following is a requirement for communication under clause 7.4? Okay, the correct answer for this question, internal and external communication processes must be defined and established. And we have received 87% correct answers out of 49 responses. Sagar, please proceed to next question. Okay, the fifth question is, why is the documented information important as per clause 7.5? And the correct answer for this question, to provide evidence of compliance with the OHS management system requirements. And we have received 100% correct answers for this question, and 84 responses have been submitted yes. So again, congratulations to all participants, and thank you again for participating actively in these workshops. Thank you. So I am again handing over to Atul Suri sir to resume the training program. Thank you.
Okay, so now we move to clause number 8, which is operations. So operations again, 8.1, operation planning and control, general, then eliminating hazards and reducing purchase risks, management of change, procurement, and then emergency preparedness and response. Next, so operational planning and control. तो आपने जो भी रिस्क को आइडेंटिफाई करा, रिस्क का स्कोर वर्कआउट किया, उन रिस्क को कंट्रोल करने के लिए you need to have operational controls. So this clause 8 talks about operational part, operational activities. For example, electrical safety, construction safety, working at height safety guidelines. So all those guidelines will become part of operational planning and control. So what needs to be done is operational planning and control, plan, implement, control, and maintain the processes which are required to meet requirements to address risk and opportunities and to achieve the occupational health and safety management system objectives. तो क्या करना है? Establish operating criteria for the processes. जैसे आपके मशीन के पैरामीटर्स हैं, प्लांट के पैरामीटर्स हैं, ऑपरेटिंग कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हैं. These operating characteristics also are related to the safety aspects and legal requirements also, other requirements also. So establish operating criteria for the processes. Implement controls in accordance with those criteria. That means some checklist, some monitoring mechanism, some measurement, and keep the record as evidence, documented information. Adapt work to workers. So avoid unnecessary consequences caused by mismatches between the requirements of work and capabilities of workers. So capability of workers meaning competence of worker as well as their awareness. So avoid unnecessary consequences caused by mismatch, because if there is mismatch between the work requirement and the capabilities of the workers or the ability of workers, then some mishappening is bound to happen. For example, workers are not trained to handle chemicals, so there is bound to be some spillage, some pilferage, and some splashing of chemicals on the worker's body, and then different hazardous situations or accident situations can happen. So you need to ensure that there is no mismatch between the requirements, what the work requires, and what are the capabilities of workers. So that is why operational control measures are required. So normally हम एक hierarchy of controls use करते हैं, जिसमें of course सबसे effective तो हमेशा elimination होता है, but at least PPs एक protection provide करते हैं. So what is that hierarchy? Most effective है elimination of that hazard, but it is not always possible, because if you are working in high risk industry, oil and gas industry, chemical industry, fertilizer industry, steel industry, so there are so many hazards. तो आप उन hazards को completely eliminate नहीं कर सकते, but definitely अगर आप least effective को भी use करें, still it can protect the workers. That means using the adequate PPs. But अगर आप PPs भी adequate नहीं होगा, administrative controls भी नहीं होगा, या engineering controls भी नहीं होगा, then again it is inviting trouble. So there has to be some effective control as per the hierarchy of control, that is elimination, substitution, engineering controls, administrative controls, and PPs. So what the organization need to do is establish, implement, maintain a process for hazard elimination and for reducing the occupational health and safety risk. So सबसे effective, as I repeat, it is elimination, but elimination may always not possible. Substitution, you have to look for some process where the hazard can be reduced or replaced. Engineering control, isolate people from the hazard. That means you apply engineering controls, some safe work practices. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आप लॉकआउट एंड टैग आउट यूज करते हो इलेक्ट्रिकल मेंटेनेंस के लिए, तो बेसिकली टू प्रोटेक्ट, इट इज बेसिकली एन इंजीनियरिंग कंट्रोल टू प्रोटेक्ट the workers or those who are working on electrical lines from the electrical hazards. So lockout tagout is a methodology for that. Then administrative controls change the way people work. That means creating discipline in the people so that they follow the PPs, follow the norms. So administrative control, and finally the adequate PPs, चाहे वो safety shoes हैं, safety helmet है, gloves हैं, eye goggles हैं, mask है. So these protect the workers from directly facing the consequences of that particular hazard. Some pictorial pictures for your reference. Identify the risk. तो इसमें risk क्या है? Evaluate the risk. अब अगर एक मगरमच्छ आपके पास है तो क्या रिस्क हो सकता है? उस रिस्क को आप मेजर करो, इवेल्युएट करो. नेक्स्ट, दिस बेसिकली पिक्टोरियल डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन. एलिमिनेट द रिस्क, कि आप उस रिस्क को खत्म करो. नेक्स्ट, substitute the risk. कि एक मगरमच्छ पालने के बजाय यू हैव अ cat as a domestic pet. Next, isolate the risk. आपने रिस्क को पिंजरे में बंद कर दिया, आइसोलेट कर दिया. That is an engineering control. As I was giving an example of lockout and tag out. तो सेफ वर्क प्रैक्टिस है कि जब भी आप इलेक्ट्रिकल लाइन पे काम कर रहे हो तो आप लॉकआउट टैग आउट यूज कर रहे हो ताकि उसको एक्सीडेंटली कोई ऑन ना कर सके. सो दैट इज एन इंजीनियरिंग कंट्रोल. एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कंट्रोल, आपने उस मगरमच्छ को आपने आप कंट्रोल कर लिया, which is practically very difficult. Administrative control. So administrative control is basically changing people's habits, which has got its own challenges. But still, through training and awareness, अब जैसे ये क्या बोलते हैं इसको, सर्कस में भी तो ट्रेंड एनिमल्स होते हैं ना. So what is that? This is an administrative control. So like while you're training and educating your people to follow the safety instructions and guidelines, so that is basically an administrative control. Next. And finally, PPs. So PPs protect you from the danger. This is just for a demonstration purpose. Okay. Next. Or else run away, don't do. But it is not possible. Next. So कुछ other examples हैं just for demonstration, just for example, understanding. Engineering controls. Now these engineering controls are very effective. जैसे ये एग्जांपल है, somebody is working on band saw machine, तो उसमें सम एडजस्टेबल ब्लेड है और एक गार्ड लगा हुआ है. अब आप लेफ्ट साइड में देखिए जो पिक्चर है उसमें एक सेफ्टी गार्ड लगा हुआ है. सो एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट है, तो आप अपना वर्क पीस जिस पे आप काम कर रहे हो उसको भी देख सकते हो. बट दैट ट्रांसपेरेंट गार्ड दैट प्रोटेक्ट्स यू फ्रॉम इंजरी, क्योंकि आपका एयर होस भी उसी में जा रहा है, आपका कंपोनेंट जो आप जिस पे आप वर्किंग कर रहे हो वो भी उसी के अंदर है. उसमें कोई लेटेस्ट से कुछ ग्राइंडिंग पे या कटिंग में या कुछ भी जैसे फ्लैशेस वगैरह निकल रहे हैं या कुछ स्पार्कल्स हैं या स्मॉल टाइनी पार्टिकल्स हैं, and you are using proper PPs also, so that is protecting you. The second example, fixed guard enclosing belt and pulleys. Again, it is a requirement of Factory Act and rules also कि जो भी आपके रोटेटिंग पार्ट्स हैं वो प्रॉपरली कवर्ड होने चाहिए. तो जैसे ये शाफ्ट है, मोटर है, पुली है, पीछे पीछे पीछे, यस. तो इसमें एक सेफ गार्ड लगा हुआ है, फिक्स गार्ड लगा हुआ है जो कि बेल्ट एंड पुलिस को एनक्लोज कर रहा है ताकि एक्सीडेंटली किसी का हाथ ना आ सके. द थर्ड एग्जांपल इज लॉक आउट टैग आउट, लाइक यू आर वर्किंग ऑन अ इलेक्ट्रिकल थिंग, तो उसमें आप प्रॉपरली एक लॉक है जो एक लॉक यूज करते हो और उसमें एक टैग लगा देते हो. सो दैट इज ऑल्सो एन इंजीनियरिंग कंट्रोल. एंड देन यू कैन ऑल्सो इम्प्रूव द एर्गोनॉमिक्स, बिफोर एर्गोनॉमिक्स इम्प्रूवमेंट एंड आफ्टर एर्गोनॉमिक्स इम्प्रूवमेंट. तो बिफोर इकोनॉमिक इम्प्रूवमेंट में कोई वर्कर किसी सामान को उठाने के लिए नीचे झुक रहा है, तो इससे क्या है, बैक बेंड हो रही है एंड इट कैन लीड टू बैक पेन ऑल्सो, नेक पेन ऑल्सो. तो अब आपने उसको एक स्टैंड प्रोवाइड कर दिया और उस स्टैंड के ऊपर मटेरियल प्रोवाइडेड है, तो एक कंफर्टेबल हाइट पे ही कैन पिक अप द मटेरियल एंड ही कैन वर्क ऑन द मटेरियल. So these are basically engineering controls. Next. So there are some other examples also. Engineering control, ट्रांसपेरेंट शील्ड ऑन ड्रिल एंड लेथ. तो जब ये ट्रांसपेरेंट शीट होगी तो जो भी क्या नाम है, स्मॉल टाइनी पार्टिकल्स हैं जो मशीनिंग के टाइम पे निकलते हैं, दे विल नॉट फ्लो एंड दे विल नॉट कम इनटू योर आईज. तो बेसिकली डबल प्रोटेक्शन है. द वर्कर इज वेयरिंग द सेफ्टी आई गॉगल्स ऑल्सो एंड देयर इज अ ट्रांसपेरेंट शील्ड ऑल्सो सो दैट द मटीरियल ऑफ मशीनिंग डजंट स्प्लैश आउट. देन पावर प्रेस के ऊपर आप देखो कंट्रोल बटन्स. कंट्रोल बटन्स ये क्या है, ये दो पुश बटन है. तो जब आप दोनों बटन्स को पुश करोगे तभी मशीन ऑपरेट होगी. अगर आपका एक हाथ खाली है और गलती से आपने इस फिक्सचर को टच कर दिया तो इट इज क्वाइट लाइकली कि वो हाथ डैमेज हो जाए या हाथ प्रेस हो जाए. पर जब आपके दोनों हाथ एंगेज रहेंगे मशीन को ऑपरेट करने के लिए तो automatically and normally there are sensors also installed on the machine. So there are different options which are available. So you need to have such engineering controls on the equipment machinery. अब ये एक दूसरा एग्जांपल है, तीसरा एग्जांपल है, थर्ड वन, जिसमें एक रोबोटिक मशीन काम कर रही है और उसके पास आपने बैरियर लगा दिया है. तो nobody can enter the workplace when the robot is in operation. So again, it is a safety control and engineering control. And last machine पे एक आपने sensing device, safety device, sensors install कर दिए, so that again there is a safety on it. Yeah, next. And finally PP एक पीछे करो, कोई slide मिस तो नहीं हुआ? हाँ ठीक है, next. And final control क्या है? PPs. Now PPs is the last line of defense, क्योंकि अगर आपने PPs को use नहीं किया, then you are in trouble. So PPs also have to be appropriate, like hand gloves है, mask है, jacket है, safety shoes है, helmet है, eye goggles है. Now mask also have to be appropriate to the nature of hazards. मतलब अगर आप एक electroplating plant में अगर आप एक normal mask लगाओगे, so that may not be effective. So basically mask also have to be appropriate to the nature of job and the nature of dangers. Next. But PP is the last line of defense. And ultimately change management, because changes do happen in the organization. कुछ temporary changes, कुछ permanent changes, कुछ आप plant and machinery में change करते हो, layout में change करते हो, equipment में change करते हो, even your manpower changes, even the persons who are executing the process is changing. So these changes can have positive or negative effect on the occupational health and safety management system. So accordingly, you have to implement changes in a controlled manner to avoid any negative consequence for the occupational health and safety management system. So whenever you are updating anything, new process, new equipment, new methodology, your risk assessment process should also get updated and changed. So there has to be a process for change management, planning for changes. तो जब भी कुछ change होता है, तो you have to consider the possible consequences. You have to understand what resources are required for change management. You need to ensure effective communication with respective stakeholders. Stakeholders can be regulatory bodies also. For example, आपने अपनी कंपनी में कोई नया डीजी सेट लगाया है या नया ट्रांसफार्मर इंस्टॉल किया है, तो आपको रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल लेना पड़ेगा. कोई मशीन एंड इक्विपमेंट लगाया है, तो उससे रिलेटेड सेफ्टी हैजार्ड्स, सेफ्टी एसओपी, सेफ्टी ट्रेनिंग्स, वो सब आपको इंश्योर करना पड़ेगा विद द रिस्पेक्टिव स्टेक होल्डर्स. You have to assign responsibilities also and do some testing also on a sample if possible or required. And कुछ unintended changes भी हो जाती हैं, तो उसका क्या impact है? Let us say some trained worker leaves the job, and now you are left with somebody with मतलब some specialized skill is required, but you don't have that resource right now. So the other person is semi trained, तो definitely उसका भी consequence है, negative consequence भी हो सकता है. तो in that case you require more monitoring so that no untoward accident or incident happens. So changes can be planned changes also and unintended changes also. Unintended changes could be because of some emergency scenario, it could be because of some mishappening, or because of some unscheduled change which has happened in the organization. As I said, some key personnel or some trained personnel leave the organization. Procurement. Now, lot of things are procured within an organization, especially in the manufacturing sector. आप parts भी procure करते हो, आप processes को भी outsource करते हो. तो processes and product के लिए भी, services के लिए भी, there has to be methodology to control the procurement of products and services. So what you need to do is, because this part is related to outsourcing, it can be a service outsourced, it can be a process outsourced or product outsourced. So there needs to be a process for procurement to control the procurement and products and services by considering the safety requirements. So what you need to do is define the requirement for product and services, evaluate and select suppliers. Because अगर आप जैसे हम legal and other requirements को identify करने की बात करते हैं, so now lot many organizations in the supply chain, they ask their suppliers to be compliant to and certified to various management system standards, including OHS, occupational health safety also. ठीक है? So your criteria has to be established for how you will evaluate and select the suppliers. How will you ensure that these suppliers will conform to specifications or to the norms? तो उस केस में आप supplier audit भी करते हैं. So but everything has to be planned. Clarify usage requirements, protective measures, etc. So several contractors are also working in the premises. Like yesterday I was giving an example of Mumbai. So I was at the workplace, I was at the plant, new plant. So simultaneously, some contractors were also working to finish off the civil work. So now these contractors, though they are not part of the organization, but still they are working in that organization. So there has to be a methodology for identifying risk also. So in other words, those contractors who are working in your premises, they also need to be monitored through some work permit system. For example, somebody is working at the roof, somebody is working at some height, somebody is doing some painting, cleaning job. तो उसके लिए भी proper welding job. So there has to be proper work assessment, risk assessment, job safety analysis, or OHMS risk analysis, hazard analysis, work permit system, etc. for that particular job. So contractors are also part of your OHMS management system. They need to be adequately controlled. So in that case, you need to have proper procurement processes, policies in order to coordinate with those workers, or those contractors, to identify the hazards and to assess and control the occupational health and safety risks related to their activities. So as I gave an example, ki outsourcing is also there. So you need to control processes and functions related to outsourcing also. The type and degree of control will vary depending upon different factors. Then we come to emergency preparedness and response. So organization need to establish, implement, maintain a process to prepare for and respond to emergency situations. So if you recollect, this emergency preparedness and response was requirement for ISO 14001 standard also. But there we were talking with respect to environmental things, environmental hazards, and here we are talking with respect to occupational health and safety hazards. But there is always an overlapping. For example, if fire happens or some accident happens, so it affects the environment also, as well as it affects the human beings also. So what you need to do is consider potential emergencies, what can go wrong in the organization. फायर हो सकता है, स्पिलेज हो सकता है, इलेक्ट्रिक शॉक हो सकता है, एक्सीडेंट हो सकता है, कुछ स्ट्रक्चर डैमेज हो सकता है, कुछ फॉल हो सकता है, फ्लड हो सकता है, थ्रेट हो सकता है, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द साइज ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, कुछ एक्सटर्नल मॉब का या टेररिस्ट अटैक. सो डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ इमरजेंसी सिनेरियोज कैन हैपन. लिफ्ट फेलियर हो सकता है ना, somebody can get stuck in the lift in a high rise building. So you have to identify what kind of emergencies can happen, and then you need to respond, you need to make a plan, and maybe wherever possible, feasible, you need to do a mock drill also. So consider potential emergencies, establish a planned response for those emergencies. So standard की requirement है, just like ISO 14001 standard requirement, ISO 45000 also requires emergency preparedness, preparation for emergency situation. So you need to have an emergency preparedness and response plan where the responsibilities are assigned. Then you need to ensure that availability of material and equipment. For example, if you are responding to some emergency scenario, so desired equipment, PPEs also need to be available. Development of emergency plans and provision of training. So these are requirements of emergency preparedness. Next, it is like a mock drill. So testing the emergency plans and preparations. Organization shall test and exercise periodically its planned response capacity. So that means discussion-based exercises, tabletop exercises, live exercises. So basically mock drills. So as a part of that emergency preparedness and response, you need to establish contents, obtain information, useful information, train workers, assign responsibilities, establish procedures for making necessary arrangement, conduct periodic mock drills, and based on the observations or the report of mock drill, take improvement actions as desired. So this is a recap of clause 8. So we'll have a exercise, and after that exercise, we'll break for lunch. So Operation Clause 8 says operational planning and control, establish criteria for processes and control them according to the criteria to address hazards, risks, and achieve the occupational health and safety objectives. Eliminate those hazards, risks using a hierarchy of controls. Then you need to manage the changes also. Changes can be planned changes or unplanned changes. Control planned changes, review and address the consequences of unexpected changes. Then procurement also, because several activities, processes, products, services are outsourced. So you need to have adequate controls over the procurement process also. Control the process, control the procurement of products and services to ensure their conformity with the occupational health and safety requirements. And then finally, emergency preparedness and response. Prepare for and respond to potential emergency situations. Test the preparations periodically and improve them as required, as necessary. Okay, next. So now there is an exercise, and after that exercise, we'll break for the lunch and we'll reassemble at 2 o'clock. Okay, now.
Thank you, Atul sir. Thank you. So there is another workshop, and let's start for this workshop. Sagar, could you please share the link in the text box? And for the attendees also, the barcode has been shown in the display. You can scan the barcode and submit your workshop questionnaires. I request all participants to actively participate in the workshop and submit your responses for these workshop questions. So the first question is 8.1, clause 8.1 focuses on operational planning and control. What must an organization do to meet the requirements? So the correct answer for this question, plan, implement and control processes to meet OHS management system, right? So out of 33 responses, 94% responses are the correct. And again, kudos to all participants. Sagar, please proceed to next question. That is question number 2. According to clause 8.4.4, the organization must establish processes for control of what? And the correct answer is outsource processes that impact the OHS management system. This is the correct answer, and 93% responses are the correct responses out of 48 responses. We are receiving the responses, and responses are increasing. Sagar, please proceed to next question. So question number 3 is, which of the following is included in the hierarchy of controls as per clause 8.1? Okay. And for this question, the correct answer is elimination, substitution, engineering, controls, administrative controls, and personal personal protective equipments. Okay. So this is the correct answer, and we have received 100% answers out 52 responses we have received so far. Sagar, proceed to next. Okay, the fourth question, which of the following activities is a part of emergency preparedness and responses as required by clause 8.2? And the correct answer for this question, conducting drills, simulations, and reviewing emergency plans. And we have received 98% correct answer for this question. And we have received 56 responses for this question. Okay, Sagar, please proceed to next question. The last and fifth question is in clause 8.2. What is the requirement related to emergency preparedness and response? And the correct answer for this question, develop a plan for emergency situation and test it periodically. Okay, and we have received 61. So it is increasing, responses are increasing. And we have received 61 and 98% responses are the correct answers. So again, I am congratulating all participants, and we are receiving maximum numbers are the percentage is the correct answer. So I am very thankful to all participants for so much actively participating in these workshops. So this is the purpose of our workshop, incorporating the training program so that our training program become interactive, and you must interact through these workshops and actively participate their training. So good afternoon, all attendees. Welcome back to the internal audit training program for ISO 45001.
Okay, so now we start with clause number 9. So 9 has got 9.1, 9.2, 9.3. So 9.1 is monitoring, measurement, analysis and evaluation, general evaluation of compliance. Then 9.2 is internal audit, general and internal audit program. And finally, management review 9.3. Next. Monitoring, measurement, analysis, and performance evaluation. So once you have implemented the OHS management system based on ISO 45001 requirements, now you need to monitor, measure, analyze, and do the performance evaluation. So establish, implement, and maintain a process for monitoring, measurement, analysis, and performance evaluation, and determine what needs to be monitored and measured, the methods, criteria to evaluate the OHS performance, when to monitor and measure, when to analyze, evaluate and communicate the results. So normally monitoring measurement में क्या है? There are certain requirements which are are basically legal requirements also and customer specified or other requirements also. For example, and these requirements come from various legal requirements. जैसे for example Indian electricity rules. जब हम occupational health and safety point of view से हम evaluate करते हैं, monitor करते हैं, तो there are certain obligations, there are certain testing which needs to be carried out annually. For example, आपके इलेक्ट्रिकल लेआउट में, इलेक्ट्रिकल सिस्टम में अर्थिंग इज देयर, तो अर्थिंग नीड्स टू बी टेस्टेड every year for measuring earth beat resistance. ठीक है. Likewise, you have got air circuit breakers, vacuum circuit breakers. There are different relays: overload relay, short circuit protection relay, under voltage relay, over voltage relay, earthing fault, ground fault protection relay. So there are different relays. There are air circuit breakers, there are vacuum circuit breakers. Then there is transformer oil is there. So there are regulations with respect to various requirements, legal requirements. इसी तरीके से जब आप फैक्ट्री एक्ट की रिक्वायरमेंट को देखोगे तो then you have different equipment, like for example air compressor is there. So air compressor has to be tested every 6 months for safety point of view. You have lifting tools and tackles, lifting equipment, forklift है, yeah, other equipment are there, lifts, goods lifts are there. So these need to be tested periodically or as per the stipulation in the regulation. तो किसी की frequency 6 monthly है, किसी की annual है. So all these testings have to be periodically carried out. So standard says once you have implemented the requirements of OSAS, then you need to have a monitoring measurement plan also, and also performance evaluation. Performance evaluation, for example, if you are outsourcing your activities to some contractor, some procurement activities, so their contractors performance also need to be monitored. So normally इसके लिए हम एक monitoring measurement plan बनाते हैं and we identify what frequency different testings and evaluations and measurements would be carried out. Okay, so this is another example जो कि आप in-house monitoring measurement करते हैं, monitoring measurement analysis and performance evaluation. For example, some workers complaint is there, as and when it occurs. So organization sets up a criteria कि all these complaints have to be answered within 14 hours. ठीक है. And let us say you are not able to achieve that target. So then it is not acceptable. Then you need to do an analysis why you are not able to address all those complaints or grievances, because this is complaint or grievance with respect to occupational health and safety. Because if those requirements are not met, they may result in some accident or incident also, and some unsafe conditions, some unsafe act also. Okay, so that monitoring measurement frequency has to be adequately documented as well as followed if you want to make your occupational health and safety management system effective. ठीक है. Particles inside the plant, particles in the air inside the plant, because एक workplace air monitoring is also a requirement. So and then these requirements related to product or service safety also. For example, if you are making some medical equipment, medical device, तो clean air clean room has to be developed. तो उसकी अपनी एक air quality की requirement है. Otherwise also workplace air monitoring periodically at least once in 6 months, it is a requirement of Factory Act and regulations also. So accordingly, you plan and make a performance evaluation, monitoring and measurement plan. What all would be measured at what frequency and who will do what is the acceptance criteria, what if results are not met, and what is to be done. For example, health condition of workers in laboratories. So any worker who is executing a hazardous process. So in that case, every 6 months, as per the occupational hazard, this monitoring measurement test reports, for example, chest X-ray or pulmonary function test. If the worker is working in a high noise area, so audiometry test. So these tests have to be carried out. And if the results are not acceptable, for example, the worker has some hearing loss or some chest and respiratory disease, so worker has to be removed from that particular job and maybe given some lighter job where such kind of occupational hazards are not there. And monitoring measurement can also be linked to your key performance indicators and OHS objectives. So some examples are like number of incidents, total lost time due to injuries and illnesses, severity rate. That is a formula, number of lost work days divided by total hours worked into 200. Likewise, lost time injury rate, near miss reporting rate, cost of OHS related activities, legal and regulatory compliance. So these are the KPIs, KRAs, where you monitor the performance, through which you monitor the performance of your occupational health and safety management system. Next. Monitoring and measurement equipment. For example, if you are using any in-house, if you are doing any in-house monitoring and measurement, for example, you have a dB meter, you have a lux meter, just like ISO 9001 or other standards requirement of calibration of monitoring and measuring equipment. Here also, you need to ensure that whatever monitoring and measuring devices you are using for in-house measurement, that need to be calibrated. For example, earth testing report, you have a earth piece tester in-house. So that earth resistance tester has to be calibrated at least once in a year from an accredited lab or an authorized lab. Likewise for dB meter, lux meter also. तो जो भी आप depending upon the size of the organization, बहुत सारे organizations they have their own setup, they have their own equipment. तो monitoring measurement activities वो in-house करती हैं. Even they have competent person who can do like air compressor testing, lifting equipment testing, etc. There are regulation requirements for everything. But if you have in-house measuring monitoring equipment, then you need to ensure that these equipment are periodically calibrated from authorized labs. And then these records you have to maintain because it's a mandatory record. So documented information, the result of monitoring, measurement, analysis, and performance evaluation records you have to maintain. And any calibration which you're doing from external lab, that also record needs to be maintained. Next. Compliance evaluation. Again, as I gave the example, you made a plan, monitoring measurement plan, and according to that monitoring measurement plan, you need to do all the testing, which are the part of legal requirements. So monitoring measurement also includes compliance evaluation, that means legal and other requirements. So as I gave example of earth resistance testing or transformer oil testing or calibration or relay testing, air circuit breaker, vacuum circuit breaker testing, compressors testing. So all these are legal requirements. So legal requirements monitoring and measurement is known as compliance evaluation. So process to evaluate compliance with legal and other requirements shall exist in the organization. So organization determines what frequency and what methods are used for that. Then evaluation, again, it has to be conducted by the competent persons. Competent persons, basically those who understand the regulations and those who understand what all is required as per the regulations. So this helps maintaining knowledge and understanding compliance status, because legal non-compliance, ultimately, if you are going in for certification, you will not get the certificate. If you are already certified and this is detected during surveillance audits, then you get a non-conformity. And again, depending upon the severity of non-conformity, it can be minor or major also, and it may affect your certification also or existing certification also. So based on the compliance evaluation, you evaluate what actions need to be taken. And then this evidence has to be retained as a record. Next. Then next step is internal audit. You have to conduct periodic internal audits. Now for conducting internal audits, there is a separate slides towards the end of this presentation. So details we will discuss there. Internal audit कैसे करते हैं, plan कैसे बनता है, ऑडिट फाइंडिंग्स को कैसे रिकॉर्ड करते हैं, बट द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड इज you have to conduct internal audits at planned intervals. Now, standard does not prescribe any frequency. Planned intervals your organization has to decide, but it has to be logical and reasonable. So bare minimum at least once in a year, but it can, depending upon the maturity of the system, it can be 3 months, once in 3 months, once in 4 months, or once in 6 months also. Next. So normally क्या करते हैं, एक audit plan, audit program, audit schedule बनाते हैं, establish, implement and maintain an internal audit program which takes into account the importance of processes and the result of previous audits. Next. तो इसका एक एग्जांपल है, आपके डिफरेंट प्रोसेसेस हैं, टॉप मैनेजमेंट, परचेज, सेल्स, प्रोडक्शन, लॉजिस्टिक्स, डिस्पैच, एचआर, कम्युनिकेशन, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर 1, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर 2, लीगल ऑडिट, आउटसोर्स प्रोसेस 1, 2. तो यू कैन डिसाइड योर फ्रीक्वेंसी, जैसे 6 मंथली, कुछ प्रोसेसेस आप 6 मंथली कर रहे हो, कुछ क्वार्टरली कर रहे हो, कुछ एनुअल कर रहे हो. तो ये जरूरी नहीं है कि सारे प्रोसेसेस को सेम फ्रीक्वेंसी रखना है, सारे प्रोसेसेस के लिए सेम टाइम करना है. Depending upon the criticality of the process, depending upon the maturity of the process, depending upon the competence of the process owners and the process team, you can decide. But ultimately, you need to have a audit program where you decide the frequency and what all processes would be covered under the audit. Next. So, basic thing which you need to consider is that for each internal audit of the occupational health and management system, organization has to appoint competent and objective auditors. So auditors have to be competent and those who understand the subject, and one cannot audit his own work. So auditors have to be not linked with that particular process. You cannot audit your own work. The competence of the auditors is a criteria, and objectivity of the auditor, and they should not be you cannot audit your own process. That requirement you need to take care. Then audit program mein we identify the audit objectives, scope, criteria, activities. Once the audit is conducted, you report the result to the managers, workers, even workers representatives also if required, because this is concerning occupational health and safety. And in case any non-conformities or opportunities for improvement are identified, then you need to have a methodology for addressing the same through root cause correction, corrective action, etc. And the record of internal audit is a mandatory record. So you need to retain documented information, that is audit results and overall audit findings. Next. Then comes the stage management review. So in management review, the organization reviews the occupational health and management system at planned intervals to ensure its continuing suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness. Next. So again, the frequency is a planned frequency. Again, it can be once in 3 months, once in 6 months, once in a year, but at least once in a year, depending upon the size of the organization. But whenever you are conducting management review meeting, you need to consider mandatory inputs and outputs. So what are these? So management review meeting के आपके inputs हैं, that includes consideration of changes. So क्या changes हो सकती हैं? These changes can be planned changes or unplanned changes also. Changes can be related to your processes, services, legal requirements, other requirements, need and expectation of stakeholders, risk and opportunities. Then you need to review your policy and status of achievement of the objectives. So you have a list of objectives, you have a related performance data. If objectives are achieved, it is good. But if objectives are not achieved, so what are the reasons? What can be further done to improve the status of compliance or achievement of objectives? All these things you need to discuss in the management review meeting as an input. Then overall performance of the occupational health safety management system, like incident, accident record, non-conformities, the result of internal audits, result of any customer audit, result of any monitoring and measurement activities, some customer audit, third-party audit, consultation participation of workers. So overall, depending upon the type of the organization, overall performance of the occupational health and safety management system has to be reviewed in the internal audit and in the management review as an input. Then you also need to review the adequacy of resources. whether any new resources are required, whether the resources are adequate. Again, resources can be man, machine, material, method, any PP is required, any human resources required, any monitoring measurement required. So you have to consider the adequacy of resources, because this management review meeting is chaired by the top management. Now, top management doesn't mean the owners of the company or the directors of the company. It can be local top management also. For example, there are multiple plants, so it can be plant head level also. It is some branch office or service office, so it can be branch head also. Depending upon how you have identified and where all you have implemented the occupational health and safety management system. Then if there are any communication from interested parties, now interested parties are also different interested parties like stakeholders, contractors, suppliers, employees, shareholders, regulatory bodies. So any communication can be positive or negative also. Negative communication means, for example, you have received some challan or some memo from some regulatory body, let it be a electrical inspectorate or pollution control board or factory labor license or anything related to, let us say, shop and establishment act. So any regulatory non-compliance also need to be, or any communication with respect to that need to be discussed as an input in the management review meeting. And further, any suggestions, any opportunities for improvement also need to be discussed in the management review meeting. Next. Then finally, when you have concluded the meeting, management review meeting, you have discussed all the data and all the input points. Then you need to have an output also. Now, what are the outputs? Output of the management review includes decisions related to continuing suitability, adequacy, effectiveness of the occupational health and safety management system in achieving the intended outcomes. So output of the management review is in the form of decisions and actions taken with respect to any improvement opportunities identified, any improvement projects taken, any resource required, any action to be taken, any trainings to be conducted, any new equipment, new processes, new procedures to be developed. Depending upon the points which you have discussed in the meeting, there is some meeting output also with respect to the defined responsibilities and target dates. And then whatever decisions and actions are taken in the management review meeting, they need to be monitored also for ensuring that whatever stated dates are there, they are being complied with. So clause number 9, basically it has got 9.1, 9.2, 9.3. So first you need to do monitoring, measurement, analysis and performance evaluation. So determine what needs to be monitored and measured and analyze the data obtained to evaluate the occupational health and safety performance. Then periodically you need to conduct internal audit to determine if your occupational health and safety management system complies with to the requirements of ISO standard as well as your own documented system. And that occupational OHS management system or the integrated management system, if you have integrated management system, because if it is an integrated management system, then internal audit and management review and even the compliance obligations part you are doing in an integrated manner. So whether the requirements of standalone OHS management system or integrated management system are being complied with, effectively implemented and maintained. You also evaluate the compliance with respect to the legal requirements, because there are several testings, monitoring and measurement activities which need to be carried out as part of meeting the requirements of legal acts and rules, and that you need to monitor and evaluate. And finally, top management has to conduct the management review meeting at periodic intervals, defined intervals, as per the procedure or as per what is documented in the SOP or the manual, and ensure that the occupational health and safety management system is continually being implemented and it is adequate and effective.
Thank you, Atul sir. Yes, the dear attendees, the barcode has been displayed on the screen. You can scan the barcode and submit your responses for the questionnaires. Mr. Siddharth Mandal have already submitted. Mr. Hers also, great. Mohammad Javed Akhtar ji submitted the exam. Kalpit Gupta submitted the questionnaire of workshop. Mr. Thakur done. So we have received 23 responses so far. So we will start with the stats. Okay. So the first question for this workshop, according to clause 9.1, what should be measured in the OHS management system? The correct answer for this question, performance of the processes and outcomes related to occupational health and safety. So this is the correct answer, and we have received 31 questions, and the percentage is 100%. So again, congratulating all the actively participating participants who are submitted their responses. Sagar, can we proceed with the next question? And we are receiving the responses as well. It is increased to 37, right? So the second question is clause 9.1.1 requires that organization determine what elements for monitoring and measurement. And the correct answer for this question, methods, frequency, and timing. And we have received 41 responses, and out of 41, the correct answer percentage is 73. So again, kudos to all who has submitted correct answers for this. Sagar, can we proceed with third question? All right. What does clause 9.1.2 require regarding the evaluation of compliance? And the correct answer for this question, organization must establish processes to evaluate compliance with legal and other regulatories. So yes, 41 responses submitted so far, and we have the 100% for the correct answer. So again, congratulations for all actively participating participants. Now we proceed to fourth question. Which of the following is required when conducting internal audit as per clause 9.2? And the correct answer for this question, audit results must be reported to relevant management. And out of 46 responses submitted, we have received 71% for the correct answer. Sagar, please proceed with the fifth question. So fifth question is, how frequently should management reviews be conducted according to clause 9.3? So the correct answer for this question, at planned interval as determined by the organization. And 83% is the correct answer out of 49 responses. So again, I am congratulating all the actively participating, and I am very much excited and very much thankful to all of you. You are very much actively participating in this workshop and making it fruitful for this training program. Okay, so now I am handing over this call to Atul Surisal to resume the training session.
Okay, so clause 10 is improvement. So there are three subclauses: 10.1, 10.2, 10.3. General, incident, non-conformity and corrective action, and continual improvement. So this is the last clause of standard. Yes, next. Okay, 10.1 is general, nothing specific is written. 10.2, non-conformity.
Sir,
This is the
aren't we having a question answer session after 9th class?
Hello, it is already done. It is already done. Can you go to previous slide, please? Yeah. So 10.1 general, nothing specific written. 10.2 incident, non-conformity and corrective actions. So once we conclude, we can have a separate question answer session also where you can raise your queries and discuss. Okay, so come to 10.2.
Not any workshop after 9th class?
It is already done. Maybe you have missed it out.
Sir, we have already done it. You can check in the chat box for the link. So you can complete that workshop. We are proceeding with the 10th clause requirement. So please mute yourself.
So clause 10.2, non-conformity, incident happening, corrective action. So some definitions are there. What is non-conformity? Any non-fulfillment of requirement is known as a non-conformity. And incident we have already discussed. Occurrence arising of or in course of work that could or does result in injury and ill health is an incident. Next, incident and non-conformities. The investigation of incidents can reveal the non-conformities.
Sir, is the workshop of the clause number 9 has been done or not? It seems there has been.
Hello. Yes, who is speaking? Mr. Anil?
Anil Samant. Anil
Okay,
Samant.
Anil Samant. Okay, sorry, Mr. Anil. Mr. Anil, the workshop for the clause number 9 has already been done. I think you have missed it. I have already shared the link for in the chat box. If you want to attempt that workshop, you can attempt by submitting the link into the link. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
Okay.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so in case any incident happens, non-conformity happens, then you need to have a proper procedure and process for following up, for doing the root cause analysis, correction, and corrective action. So underreporting can also be an issue which needs to address. So you should never underreport any data. So that means more number of non-conformity. Underreporting means कि non-conformity number is more, but reporting is less. Say for example, it happens in several organizations, but normally auditors find it out if such kind of I would say कि wrong practice is followed. कि accident and incidents are more, but if you see the record, so nothing is reported or very few of them are recorded. But it works, but auditors are able to find it out through discussion with the various auditees, seeing the processes, seeing the work practices, etc. So there should never be under-reporting of accident or incidents. Otherwise, your occupational health and safety management system can never become effective, and you cannot address the core problems which result in some incidents or mishappenings or near misses or accidents. So never resort to this kind of thing under reporting. So whenever any incident or non-conformity happens, so what you need to do is you have to react in a timely manner. Most important thing, do the root cause analysis. Investigate to determine the root cause analysis. So normally what we do is we analyze, I'm sure all of you must be familiar with fishbone diagram. We identify the root cause, man, machine, material, method, environment. And then we identify what is the reason for that mishappening or the incident or non-conformity. Then we implement adequate corrective actions, review the effectiveness of those corrective actions. Sometimes this also needs changes to your documentation, your procedures, your SOPs, your work practices. So you need to review your hazard identification, occupational health safety risk assessment also based on the incidents or complaints or non-conformities. And then this record has to be maintained as a mandatory record. So you have to retain this as a documented information. And finally, continual improvement. So every standard, like other standards, ISO 45001 also requires continual improvement. So that means you have to improve your occupational health and safety management system performance. So what is to be done? Organization shall improve continually the suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness of occupational health and safety management system. So there are possible sources of improvement. For example, you get some suggestions from employees or other stakeholders. Stakeholders can be anybody like regulators, your customers, your contractors, your suppliers, even employees, um, neighboring industry, etc. So whatever possible sources of improvement opportunities you get, you must use it and cache it, get the suggestions. Then audits, let it be a third party audit, let it be a second party audit, let it be a single first party audit. That means internal audit, supplier audit, or certification body audit. So all these sources, the inputs which you get from the respective auditors is also a source of improvement opportunities. Then any incidents, investigations, any incidents or near misses or accidents which has happened in the past, they also give you sources for improvement. And finally, when you benchmark against some national or international standard or national or international benchmark, that also gives you a possible source for improvement. So for continual improvement, you have to promote the participation of workers in various improvement activities. Like for example, various organizations have various suggestion schemes, Kaizen schemes, etc., where you encourage workers to give some improvement ideas. So those ideas can also be discussed in the periodic safety meetings which are happening, because consultation and participation is a mandatory requirement of the standard. So continual improvement can come through promotion of participation of workers in improvement activities. It can also come through when you communicate the results. Results can be of anything. It can be of uh, findings of the internal audit, external audit, supplier audit, customer audit. So there are different, and then you periodically review your objectives. So that is also a source of continual improvement. Management review meeting, also a lot of information, inputs, decisions are taken. So that is also a source of continual improvement. And whatever continual improvement activities you are doing in the organization, you have to maintain and retain the record as an evidence. Yeah, next. So just a recap. 10.1 was general, 10.2 incident, non-conformities and corrective actions. So what the organization need to do to establish, implement and maintain a process for managing the non-conformities and incidents, including the reporting, investigating and taking adequate action. And then 10.3 was continual improvement. Improve continually the suitability, adequacy and effectiveness of the occupational health and safety management system.
Thank you, Atul sir. Dear all participants, the barcode has been displayed on the screen. Kindly scan the barcode and submit your responses for the workshop. Sagar has already shared the link in the chat box. You can access the link from the chat box for submission of your responses. I again request all participants to actively participate in this workshop so that we could have maximum responses for the questionnaires. After getting few responses, we will initiate with the analysis of stats. Mr. Hemant ji has submitted, Sanjeev Kumar ji has submitted, great job. Mr. Hers has submitted, Siddharth
Again, sir,
Mandal.
we can go with the question.
Yes, yes. All right. Okay, okay, Sagar. The screen is visible now. So we have received 42
Praveen
responses.
sir, Praveen sir,
Yes, yes, please.
I would like to take a few seconds to appreciate your initiatives. Sir, I have been attending this training, last two training session I have attended, 9001, 14001. This is my third training.
All right.
And the employee engagement, what you have enhanced in this scenario regarding during the question periods, last two sessions, you were having a blank period in that. That is a very good initiative taken by you. I appreciate that and thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, thank you for your appreciation. And these training programs, in this training program, we have incorporated these workshops to get engage your involvement. Like, if the speaker will speak and you will just listen, okay, yes, you will get the information, but you will not engage in the training program, right? So this is our purpose and motive to incorporate these workshops in the training, and we are very much thankful to you for your participation, and thank you again for the appreciation, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome. So now we are going with the stats. All right. So the first question for this workshop, clause 10.2 focuses on the incidents and non-conformities. What is the first step organization should take when a non-conformity occurs, right? And the correct answer for this question, take immediate corrective action to eliminate the non-conformity. And we have so far we have received 51 responses, and we have received all the responses correct. So in this case, we have stats 100% for the correct answers. Okay. Now for the second question, what is the purpose of corrective actions as described in clause 10.2? And the correct answer for this question, to ensure that the non-conformity does not reoccur. And out of 51 responses, we have. So the question, second question for this workshop, what is the purpose of corrective action as described in clause 10.2? And the correct answer for this question, to ensure that the non-conformity does not reoccur. And out of 55 responses have been submitted, we have received 92% is the correct answer. So again, congratulating all the dear participants who are actively participating in the this workshop. All right. So third question, according to the clause 10.2, what must organization do after implementing corrective action? And the correct answer for this question, review the effectiveness of the corrective action taken. And so far 55 responses have been received, and we have 98% correct answer for this question. The fourth question, how often should continual improvement efforts be made as per clause 10.3? And the correct answer is continuously through regular monitoring, audits, and reviews. And we have 98% correct answers out of 55 responses received. Sagar, please proceed to next fifth question. Thank you. Which of the following is an example of an improvement activity under clause 10? The correct answer is conducting root cause analysis after incidents and implementing preventive actions. And we have received 56 responses, and 98 percentage responses are the correct answers. So again, I am congratulating all the actively participants who are actively participating in the workshops and uh, and uh, and fulfilling the purpose of ours incorporating this workshop in the training session. Thank you. And now I'm again handing over the training session to Atul Suri sir, requesting Atul Suri sir to resume the training session.
So now we are coming to the internal audit part, audit, definition, principles and types. Yeah, next. So there is the definition of audit. Audit is a systematic, independent and documented process for obtaining evidence and evaluating it objectively to determine the extent to which audit criteria are fulfilled. So these slides we have discussed in previous sessions also in ISO 9001 and ISO 14001. So it is just a recap because I'm sure many of you or most of you have attended the earlier sessions also. So it is more of a recap. So audit is a basically systematic activity. It is an independent activity. It is a documented activity because you're maintaining a record for every activity associated with internal audit for obtaining the evidence. Audit evidence is basically the evidence and evaluating it objectively with respect to the norms. That is the criteria to determine the extent to which that audit criteria is fulfilled. So some alternate definitions are like it is an impartial documented activity. Sometimes you follow written checklists and documentation also. It uses examination of audit evidence to determine the existence of the objective evidence and verifies that applicable processes of QMS or any standard ISO 14001, ISO 45001, they have been identified and are effectively controlled. Next, so basic requirements for effective auditing are timely access to facilities, documents, personnel, including the involvement of top management. So you need to have defined auditing procedures. You need support and involvement of top management. Most importantly, you require competent audit team the auditors who can do the audit in a thoroughly professional manner, identify if any non-conformances or areas for improvement exist in the management system, and work on those areas for improvement so that the overall performance of occupational health and safety management system improves. So most important requirement and again is impartial and objective audit team. Yeah, next. So as we have discussed in previous sessions also, normally three type of audits are there. First party audit, when you are auditing your own systems, then it is a first party audit. When some external body, when you audit your suppliers management system, then it becomes a second party audit because the two parties are involved, maybe contractually or commercially. And third party audit, when an independent organization does your audit, then it is known as a third party audit. For example, audit conducted by a certification body. So the purpose of first party audit is to ensure maintenance and development of your occupational health and management system which you have defined. The purpose of second party audit is to ensure that whatever norms you have informed to your suppliers, they are being complied with respect to any standard, any specific standard, let it be 9, 14, 45, any other standard or IMS, integrated management system. And third party audit, when it is linked with the certification activities, certification body conducts the audit on the organization, then it is known as a third party audit. Next. So there are different phases of audit. Again, it is based on PDCA, plan, do, check and act. So planning, preparation, performance, reporting and follow-up are required. So planning stages of audit involves frequency and the timing, the responsibility, the criteria, the definition of scope, the methods of auditing and duration. Next, frequency and timing is based on status and importance of the activity. The responsibility is of the competent auditor with the necessary knowledge, technical knowledge. The criteria is organization's own procedures, specifications, documents, internal standards, external standards, ISO 45001 standard, any national or international standard, and also the regulations which are applicable for the industry, like Indian electricity rules, factory rules, shop establishment act, fire NOC requirements, environmental requirements, etc., etc. So that is the audit criteria. Scope is which process of the organization you are auditing. You are whether you are auditing the whole organization, all processes, or some limited audit or with a limited scope. And duration of the audit also depends on the size of the organization and the scope which you are, the boundaries within which you are conducting your audit. Next. So when you are auditing your suppliers, then it is a known as second party audit. Again, frequency as decided by the organization depending upon the criticality of that supplier or service provider. Again, you need a competent auditor with the desired subject knowledge, technical knowledge, who can do an effective audit. Then criteria can be contractual obligations, your agreement with the client or the supplier, organization's management system, ISO 45000, or any other agreed standards also. Sometimes checklist based audits are also done. So where, for example, in automotive sector, so what they do is for their suppliers, they make a checklist and they ask their suppliers to comply with that checklist. And sometimes these checklists have grading scoring pattern also. And there is a requirement ki, okay, you qualify if you score more than 80% or above. Or for every detected non-conformity or area for improvement, you need to submit an action plan. So there can be different yardstick, there can be different criteria. But ultimately, whatever criteria is documented or agreed upon, that becomes the criteria for auditing. Again, scope can be the entire facility or a limited area or limited section or limited product line or whatever it is. And duration of audit also depends on the scope. Third-party audits are basically the audit conducted by certification body. For example, your organization applies to Quality Asia for certification purpose. So that audit will be known as a third-party audit. So again, there are norms for third-party audit also that depends upon once the organization applies for certification. Some preliminary information is gathered about the organization. For example, what are the processes, whether any critical processes are there. That means whether the organization comes under low risk, medium risk, or high risk category. What are different processes? What is the manpower in different sections and processes, etc., etc. So accordingly, audit mandates are decided, and audit this certification cycle is normally for 3 years. So first year audit is known as initial audit. So initial audit also comprises of 2 stages, stage 1 and stage 2, and then surveillance audit, 2 annual surveillance audits, and sometimes 6 monthly surveillance audits are also there if it is a very big organization. So that particular audit is known as a third party audit. So planning is required there also, and that is as per the documented procedures of the certification body. So frequency and timing is decided by the accreditation certification body as per the accreditation norms. Then ultimately, certification body nominates qualified auditors who have the necessary subject knowledge, technical knowledge, and the related codes also. Criteria is also there. ISO 14001, ISO 45001, ISO 9001 for any applicable standard for which that organization has applied for the certification process. And scope also, because scope is a mandatory requirement of all the standards. So scope is also decided and communicated to the certification body. We have applied for this scope. So the audit as per the respective standard is done as per the applicable scope for the organization. And as I explained, the duration of the audit is dependent upon the accreditation requirements for which certification body is accredited by that particular accreditation board. So during the phase of audit preparation, normally the person or the department or the process owner is notified about the audit time. So the requirement is notify person to be audited and agree to a date and time, because any audit, whether it is a first party audit, second party audit, or third party audit, this audit basically it is a planned activity. It is not an unplanned activity कि आप कहीं भी कभी भी चले गए audit करने के लिए. It is a planned activity. You have to inform the auditees in advance. You have to inform the process owners in advance. You have to inform the organization in advance if it is an external body audit. So first step is notify the person to be audited and agree to a date and time. When you prepare for the audit, you prepare certain checklists. There are certain requirements for the certification bodies also. If it is a second party audit based on some checklists, so then checklist is also reviewed. So basically some homework, some audit preparation you have to do. Normally, in case of third party auditors, third party audits, that is certification body audits, the auditors are quite experienced, so they are aware of various requirements. But then before coming for an audit, they do gather some preliminary information about the audit organization to be audited. ठीक है, जैसे आपकी वेबसाइट देख लिया, आप क्या प्रोसेसेस हैं, किस फील्ड में है, क्या सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करते हैं. So some basic groundwork preparation is done before actually doing the audit. And when you perform the audit, you review the documents, procedures, forms, reports, corrective actions. Basically, the documents and records which are requirement of the particular standard, as well as the requirement which are specified in the organization's own documented system, which can be over and above the requirement of the standard. So mandatory requirement of the standards as well over and above whatever the organization has documented in its own documented management system of the respective standard. So those things are reviewed, and even auditors profile and basic background, basic details, audit team, etc. Audit plan also is shared in advance with the auditee or the respective organization. Yeah, next. So all this is part of audit preparation. Auditor checklist. Now this audit checklist, it is not mandatory. It depends upon the competence of the auditor, because let us say if there is a new standard or the auditor has limited experience, then normally these checklists are used. But the experienced auditors who have been doing audits for last several years, they are aware of all the requirements, they are quite experienced. So normally they do not use checklist, audit checklist. So it depends on the certification body procedures. Some certification bodies provide some checklist to the auditors, and some certification bodies basically they ask auditors to make audit notes depending upon their own experience. But then it is important that those auditors cover all the applicable requirements. Okay, just because there is no checklist doesn't mean that you can miss out on some things or the certain requirements of the audit process or the requirement of the audit methodology, or say requirement of the standard. So it depends whether checklist is required or not, depending upon the auditor competence, auditor's experience, and also the requirement of the certification body. So checklist to be used as a working document and as a record. Checklist can be used as a tool to audit company processes and not the standard. And checklist can help you to follow the natural process of the organization. So this checklist provides guidance to the auditor. It helps to ensure that the audit scope is covered, all processes, activities, to reinforce the objectives and scope of the audit, and can act as a record. But sometimes if you are following the checklist blindly, then you becomes too focused on the single area. So that means skill of the auditor, competence of the auditor, experience of the auditor is more important than using the checklist. But if auditor experience is limited, auditor skill is limited, some new auditor is there, some new standard is there, some new requirement is there, some new guidance document is there, or some other contractual requirement which is not properly documented, then of course checklist can be used. So depends कि आपको checklist use करना है या नहीं है. So pros and cons you have to evaluate. So sometimes by using checklist you become too focused on the single area, then insufficient information included to evaluate conformance in interviews, and it does and sometimes it cannot be customized to reflect company's practices, because you make a checklist but companies' work practices are different, and you blindly follow the checklist, then your auditing will have gaps. It will not meet the desired objective, or your auditing will not be effective. So pros and cons of using the checklists are there. तो ऑडिट परफॉर्मेंस अगेन नॉर्मली ओपनिंग मीटिंग होता है, ऑडिट कंडक्ट होता है, फाइंडिंग्स रिव्यू होता है एंड क्लोजिंग मीटिंग होता है. एंड सेम प्रोटोकॉल कैन बी यूज फॉर ऑल ऑडिट्स, फर्स्ट पार्टी, सेकंड पार्टी, थर्ड पार्टी ऑडिट. सो कंडक्ट एन ओपनिंग मीटिंग, conduct the audit, summarize and review the findings, and conduct the closing meeting. Next. So normally opening meeting में, see, it is done in third party audit, second party audit. Actually, third party audits are more formal. Sometimes internal audit, first party and second party audits are not so formal, because you know the auditees, you know the suppliers also. But ideally, you should have an opening meeting for all three type of audits and closing meeting also. So normally opening meeting में क्या रहता है? Auditors and audit team introduce करते हैं अपने आप को, and they take the introduction of auditees also. Then they discuss the scope of the audit, the process which they will be following for auditing. They explain the reporting norms also. They explain the categorization of non-conformities, findings, etc. They also, because especially in case of second party audit, third party audit, the auditors are getting some privileged information related to the organization's processes, products, services, etc. So they have a confidentiality agreement also. So they basically iterate their confidentiality statement also, कि whatever information we are gathering or reporting, rest assured that information will remain confidential. Any safety protocols which need to be followed during the audit, because all the audits, especially the occupational health safety management system audit, even every audit, basically it involves site visit also. So when you are doing site visit, so definitely safety protocols are to be followed. Definitely there are do's and don'ts. Definitely some PPs have to be worn. And all those informations basically are addressed in the opening meeting. Even organizations have some sort of safety induction or say safety briefing for the visitors who are visiting their premises. Because once you are doing third party audit, so you are visiting that client maybe first time also. And even if you are coming repetitive, so you are not always coming daily. So safety induction, safety briefing has to be there from the organization side regarding what to do and what not to do. So all these protocols are followed during the opening meeting. And certification body also explain their procedures. Sometimes organizations also whose audit is being done, they give a presentation about the company background, company processes, safe work practices, some improvement activities which are going on. So it can be very interactive opening meeting. Okay. So objective is good communication, good cooperation, and openness. Yeah, next. So the important consideration or requirement for auditing when you are an auditor is that you have to deal with the top management. You need to understand what are the key issues in the organization. You need to focus on the critical process, because critical processes are those things where more hazards are likely, where more information is needs to be gathered about the organization and the processes. So always focus on the critical processes, and auditors must also understand that this audit is for business improvement. Auditors must meet the area representative first, the local person who is doing the audit. Auditors must always talk to those performing the task. So basically these are some protocols for the auditors to follow. Auditors must explain the purpose of the audit. Auditors have to be calm, polite, reassuring. Auditors should never talk down. They should never act as superior. And auditors should also speak clearly and carefully. So these are the protocols for the auditors. So you deal with the top management, you understand the key issues in the organization, you focus on critical processes of the organization, you focus on what all is being done by the organization for business improvement purpose or process improvement purpose. You meet the local area representatives. You always, this is very important, always talk to those performing the task. So when you're doing audit, it is not that you only have to talk to the HODs or the process owners. You also talk to the workers who are actually working in the shop floor to understand what is their awareness on OHS policy, objectives, safety protocols, hazard identification, risk assessment, etc., etc. What is the reporting mechanism? What if they have to give some suggestion, or what if they have to report some non-compliance or unsafe act or unsafe condition, whom they will report? So basically, always talk to those who are performing the task to understand and evaluate the effectiveness of the occupational health safety management system, or for that matter, any standard for whom you are auditing. So explain the purpose of your visit, be calm, polite, reassuring, never talk down, never act superior, and speak clearly and carefully. Yeah, next. So the audit process is like this: gathering and selecting the source of information, then the information comes to you. From that information, you evaluate the audit evidence, that is verification, and based on the evidence evaluation, you work out if there are any audit findings. Audit finding means any non-conformance, any major, minor non-conformance, or anything which can be a source for improvement, opportunity for improvement, and then finally audit conclusions. So the process is gathering and selecting the information by document review, interviewing and observing. So auditors do the document review, auditors interview the process owners as well as those who are actually doing the task, and auditors observe also how the activities are being executed when they are doing the site visit. So they get the information, they evaluate the information, they compare that information with the audit criteria, and then they work out any findings if they are in the system, and then finally conclude the audit and make a audit report. Yeah, next. So there are different ways and methods of obtaining audit evidence. So it can be gathered from interviewing the people, when you're talking to people, when you're asking questions, when you are judging their awareness level. Then observation of activities, because every audit process has got a site visit where you see the actual processes as per the scope of the management system being executed. So you observe the activities, and based on the activities also you have some audit evidence. For example, when you make a site visit and you see the wiring of that, because you are doing a safety audit, so you are seeing what kind of wiring arrangement is there, whether wiring is properly done, whether distribution boards, electrical equipment, they are properly identified or not, whether safety cordons are there, whether plant and machinery they have been provided with shields or not, safety shields or not, whether rotating parts are covered adequately or not, whether people are wearing the adequate persons, those persons who are working there, whether they are having the adequate personal protective equipment or not. So these kind of things can be through observation of activities. So you can gather the objective evidence. Okay. Then interaction between functions, activities, and processes, measurement of processes and records, monitoring, measurement, evaluation is there. As per the requirement, legal testings are there. As per the requirement, other testings are being done by the organization, monitoring measurement, lux measurement, noise measurement. So different reports, documents, records are there. Some customer reports can also be there. Some legal notices can also be there if there is any non-conformity. Legal compliances can also be there. So these are the different ways through which you collect your audit evidence, objective evidence. Then there are people, so you talk to people, you understand, you estimate their understanding of systems and documentation, whether these employees are competent, whether cooperation is there, whether any systematic problems exist in the organization. So this is how you collect audit evidence during the course of the audit. When you're observing the activities, so are these processes being done efficient, effective? So depending upon the standard, because you're auditing occupational health and safety management system, so your focus is more on the safety aspects of the processes. Okay, next. So this is more of a quality perspective. Then you verify the records, issues, status, completeness of documentation, the condition of documentation, legibility, identity, approval, availability, summaries, feedbacks, internal audits, etc., etc. Then when you collect the data or the audit evidence, then you evaluate it with respect to the documents, with respect to the legal requirements, with respect to the other requirements with respect to organization's own documented management system, with respect to the safety protocols, even with respect to, let us say, manufacturer's recommendations. For example, several machines, CNC machines, etc. So there are DG set, etc. So there are manufacturers manuals also, machine manuals also. So machine manuals also specify certain safety norms which have to be followed. So you can make a reference with respect to that also, whether the, because manufacturer is the specialist of that particular machine or equipment. So whatever he's suggesting to follow as a safety protocol, so that also you can evaluate whether it is being done properly or not. So idea is ki whatever evidences you are getting and whatever audit criteria you have available with you, you need to examine both and then make a decision whether it is a non-conform, whether it is a conformity or non-conformity. And again, if it is a non-conformity, so what is the nature of non-conformity? See, if it is an internal audit or a supplier audit, so every non-conformity has to be addressed and followed. But if it is a certification body audit, then definitely non-conformity decision is linked with the certification also. Because if you get major non-conformities in any process, then you cannot be recommended for award of certificate. So sometimes a re-audit may also be required. But if you are getting minor non-conformities, then you can still get the certificate after submitting the root cause correction, corrective action plan, etc. Okay. So whatever data evidence is available with you, you have to evaluate it with respect to the audit criteria. And again, when you are doing the audit, the important thing to consider is that you cannot audit each and every activity because it's a sampling activity. So your audit sample should be, again, normally it comes with the experience, because experienced auditors, it is like hitting the right button. But if you initially, if you are not experienced, then you may take little bit more time also, and you may not ask the right questions also. But yes, so accordingly, you can select the sample. So sample is selected according to the amount and the variety of evidence. Yeah, next. If you are using a checklist, then you need to record conformity, non-conformity. You need to keep a track of and management of time also. You have to control the pace of the audit, and you have to manage audit personalities also. Auditee personality means sometimes, especially in case of third-party audit, second-party audit, because you have a limited time for auditing. And sometimes some auditors try to waste your time also by talking about other activities. Other activities means those activities or things which are not related to the particular subject audit. Okay. So these things can deviate you from your auditing activities. These things can waste your time also. So you have to be aware of that. So you have to control the pace of the audit, and such kind of auditee personalities who try to waste your time, you have to be aware of them. Okay. Then you need to ensure that all areas are covered. You need to make comprehensive audit notes, because you need to make a proper audit report thereafter. So notes would be useful for you for making the audit report and for using for future reference. Yeah, next. So normally such kind of questions are asked. Questioning technique: who, what, when, where, why, how. Because you want to understand the process in totality. So you ask the question, who executes this process? For example, welding. Who is doing the welding? What kind of welding is being done? When is the welding process executed? Where it is executed means the area where it is being done. Why this kind of methodology of welding is used, and how, what kind of controls can be there, and how it can be improved better. So normally these are the questioning techniques. Depending upon the process, you can use relevant questions: who, what, when, where, why, and how. So as I explained, controlling the audit is important. The controlling the audit में क्या important है? Insist that people being questioned answer for themselves. Do as little talking as possible. Do not let, because you are asking questions and audit is giving you the explanation. तो क्वेश्चन छोटा होता है, आंसर बड़ा होता है, तो इसलिए कम बोलो और ज्यादा सुनो. Okay. Do not let others dictate the pace of the audit. As I said, people will try to waste your time with other things, other talks, other gossips, which are not at all related to the audit. So do not let them dictate the pace of the audit. Because if your time is wasted, then you will not be able to do a professional audit or a thorough audit, or you will not be able to fulfill or meet the audit criteria. So do not let others dictate the pace of the audit. Rephrase misunderstood questions, because sometimes because you are using ISO standard terminology, but other person sometimes may not be that much trained or understanding the same thing. So you need to rephrase your misunderstood questions also wherever required. Give compliments also whenever you find somebody has done a really good job. So you should give compliment also as a morale booster. And of course, need not say this. You need to say thank you also wherever some courtesy, some facility. For example, you have been provided some facility to make a report, etc. So wherever required, you must say thank you also. And important thing is to be aware of hidden agendas and emotional blackmail.
Going.
Hello.
Nothing is special today. Attitude. Work pending. Work every day is pretty.
Some basic issues which you need to follow while auditing is establish that the company is demonstrating control over the operation. You need to involve the top management or the concerned management also in the audit process, because you have been given an audit plan and audit schedule by the lead auditor. So you need to observe the work progression wherever required. Evaluate the exam of evidence with respect to the audit criteria and the norms. Examine the input and outputs and make comprehensive notes that will help you in making the audit report. Yeah, next. Again, some basic rules. Seek verification. Do not assume like you ask some question and the auditor has given you a reply. Do not assume that people will lie, but wherever required, you seek to verify the statements. So for auditors, show me is very important. Okay. So do not just believe what people are telling, and it is also not that they are lying to you, but as an auditor, you need to verify the statements, and that show the evidence, show me the record. That is very important for the auditors. So seek to verify statements wherever required. And also it is very important, do not accept pre-prepared samples. Sample should be selected by you, because if you give the liberty of selecting the sample to the auditee, then auditee will always show you the sample which is perfect, which is nicely done. But auditing is a sampling exercise, so you are picking up sample randomly. So sample should always be selected by the auditor and not by the auditee. Then there are certain basic principles of auditing: integrity, fair presentation, due professional care, confidentiality, that means security of the information which is being provided to you, independence, and evidence-based approach. So these are general principles of auditing. Auditing has to be done professionally with a fair representation of facts, using professional integrity, professional judgment, due diligence, following the norms of auditing, auditing methodology, auditing principles, confidentiality of the information you have to ensure, independence of the audit, impartiality of the audit also, because you cannot audit your own work, so that thing also you need to follow. And most importantly, it is an evidence-based approach, the rational method for reaching reliable and reproducible audit conclusions in a systematic audit process. Then there are some personal attributes of auditors also. Auditors have to be ethical, that is fair, truthful, sincere, honest, and discreet. So they have to be open-minded also, because a lot of explanation will come to the auditors. So they should be willing to listen to others and willing to consider alternate ideas or points of view also. Auditors have to be diplomatic also, that means tactful in dealing with people. They have to be observant also, because auditing is about when you are making site visit or other general observations. So you have to be observant about what are your surroundings and how the work and activities are being executed in your surroundings, what is the attitude of auditee, etc., etc. So you have to be observant at all times. You have to be perceptive, that is aware of and available and able to understand various situations. You have to be versatile also, that means able to readily adapt to different situations. You have to be tenacious, that means persistent and focused on achieving the objective, that is the task given to you. And you have to be decisive also, because ultimately you are gathering the audit information and finally you have to take a conclusion or decision. So you have to be decisive also, that is able to reach timely conclusion based on logical reasoning and analysis. And finally, self-reliant, able to act and function independently while interacting effectively with others. Some general knowledge and skills of management system auditors. They need to be aware of auditing principles, procedures, methods, various management systems, and different reference documents which are mentioned in the system. For example, if you saw 45,001, so there is reference of 45,002, 45,003. So you should be aware of those reference documents also. You should be able to understand organizational context, the internal and external issues of the organization, need and expectations of interested parties of that organization. Most importantly, you should have up-to-date knowledge on applicable legal and contractual requirements and other requirements that apply to auditing. So sometimes it happens like this, like we are auditing uh, in other countries also. For example, if you are visiting some other country, so definitely their regulation would be different from Indian regulation. So when you are visiting that country for the audit, so you must do some homework, because आजकल internet में lot many information is available. So you must, and for example, if you are auditing with respect to ISO 14001 और ISO 45001, तो उस पर्टिकुलर कंट्री की रेगुलेशंस क्या है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे ना तो इंडियन फैक्ट्री रूल्स होगा, वहाँ पे कुछ अलग रेगुलेशन होगा, वहाँ पे एनबीसी नहीं होगा, नेशनल बिल्डिंग कोड नहीं होगा या एनईसी नहीं होगा, बट दे विल हैव सम अदर वर्जन ऑफ देयर कंट्री. But lot of information, if you do some homework or research, or maybe if you talk to some other auditor who has already visited that country, and he or she is also approved auditor for that particular standard, so they must be having some relevant information which you can collect from them. तो ऑडिटर के लिए एप्लीकेबल लीगल एंड कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को समझना और उनके बारे में अपडेट करना, स्पेशली इफ यू आर डूइंग some assignment in some other country, is very very important. And not only overseas, even in our country also regulations are different in different states. For example, आप दिल्ली में बात करो तो लिफ्ट का लाइसेंस 1 साल के लिए मिलता है, बट अगर आप यही बैंगलोर चले जाओ तो लिफ्ट का लाइसेंस 10 साल के लिए मिलता है. दिल्ली में फायर एनओसी 3 साल के लिए मिलता है, अगर आप तेलंगाना में चले जाओ तो फायर एनओसी 1 टाइम ओनली, यू नीड नॉट रीअप्लाई. दिल्ली में शॉप एंड एस्टेब्लिशमेंट एक्ट में रजिस्ट्रेशन 1 साल के लिए मिलता है, बट मुंबई में या अदर प्लेसेस पे रिक्वायरमेंट्स आर डिफरेंट. गुड़गांव में only 1 time you have to get it. So basically what you need to do is you need to understand, because regulation भी state to state change हो जाती हैं. So you have to keep updated yourself upon the legal and contractual requirements which are applicable for that particular country, for that particular state, etc. Fine. And also discipline and sector specific knowledge and skills तो होना ही चाहिए. And auditors have to be multi-skilled. For example, you are auditing chemical as a OHS auditor, you're auditing chemical hazards also, you are auditing electrical hazards also, you are auditing mechanical hazards also, you are auditing biological hazards also. तो basically आपको diversified field की information होनी चाहिए. अगर आपको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता, तो how will you identify whether the organization has done proper implementation of electrical safety hazard analysis or electrical checkpoints or not? Likewise, how will you identify chemical hazards? ठीक है, तो मल्टी स्किलिंग ऑफ ऑडिटर्स इज रिक्वायर्ड, एंड दैट कम्स विद बाय द वर्च्यू एक्सपीरियंस. एंड आजकल तो गूगल से, इंटरनेट से लॉट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन इज अवेलेबल. ओनली थिंग इज that you should be sincere to your job and you should be having the hunger to learn. That is important. तो ऑडिटर के लिए एप्लीकेबल लीगल एंड कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल रिक्वायरमेंट्स के बारे में जानकारी होना एंड डिसिप्लिन एंड सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक नॉलेज होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. देन ओनली यू कैन बिकम ए सक्सेसफुल और इफेक्टिव ऑडिट. तो नॉर्मली जो ऑडिट टीम को लीड करता है उसे लीड ऑडिटर बोलते हैं. तो सम जेनरिक नॉलेज एंड स्किल्स ऑफ ऑडिट टीम लीडर्स आर, so they have to balance the strength and weakness of individual team members. Now individual team members, let us say we are auditing a big company with 20, 30, 40 mandates. So there is an audit team, there are different audit team members. These audit team members also have different skill, different experience, different knowledge, different background, even different sorts, strength, weaknesses, different strength and weaknesses also. So lead auditor should be able to balance the strengths and weaknesses of individual audit team members, and accordingly he should prepare an audit plan. For example, if you are auditing electrical maintenance, then lead auditor knows that there is one person in my team who is with an electrical engineering background. So that job should be given to him and not to somebody else who is a mechanical engineer, because mechanical engineer may not be adequately understanding the electrical hazards or electrical safety aspects. So that kind of balancing based on the strength and weakness of individual audit team members is normally done by the team lead auditor. Then again, different personalities, different people, different experience, different age group are involved. So sometimes they have different working style also. So lead auditor needs to develop a harmonious working relationship among various team members so that overall audit process is executed in a timely and professional manner. Then lead auditor has to plan the audit, and he also has to effectively use audit resources. He has to manage the uncertainty of achieving the audit objectives also. Sometimes some foreseen problems come up during the course of the audit. He also has to ensure the health of safety of audit team members, because audit team members are also visiting a site where some safety protocols need to be followed and regulatory compliances also. So he has to ensure that part also, that health and safety of the audit team members is also taken care while doing the audit. He has to direct and organize the team members. He has to provide direction and guidance to auditors in training. Sometimes junior auditors are also there, observers are also there. So he needs to provide direction and guidance to those auditors also.
Please mute yourself, Jaswinder.
So auditor also needs to prevent and resolve conflicts if such condition comes up. And he is also a part of audit team, so he's representing the audit team and himself also doing audit. And ultimately, he's the leader of the audit. So whatever audit conclusions are there and whatever audit report is to be complied and completed, he's responsible for that. So some other good practices for auditors are: introduce self or audit team, ensure that the agenda is understood properly. Then you need to follow that agenda also, keep control of the audit and time also, avoid arguments, listen to what auditors are explaining, maintain records related to whatever you have audit noted as an auditor, and remain polite, calm, and professional. Yeah, next slide. Then an audit review is done. Conduct a private review when the audit is finished. Private review means the various audit team members discuss among themselves what have been the audit outcome, what have been the findings, how to categorize these findings, whether there are non-conformities, whether these non-conformities are major or minor, so and like that. So if it is a multiple day audit, so there is also an intermediate review, that is interim review at the end of the day, where the concerned auditees and the auditors are present and they exchange their findings. Means basically the auditors explain their findings and auditees also submit if they have something to submit. Then review and complete the checklist. If any checklist are stipulated for them, they review and complete that checklist also. Then they compare and compile the audit notes also, and finally list down the non-conformities. Analyzing the results, review if any deficiency is there. If deficiency is an isolated error or it is a breakdown of the system, ensure that auditee is aware of the problem, because auditee also has to be explained what was a non-conformity and why it is a non-conformity, and also see whether this non-conformity has been or the deficiency has been reported earlier also. Because if the deficiency is there earlier also and still it is repeating, then normally auditors upgrade that non-conformity into major non-conformity, because it is a system lapse. That means any non-conformity reported in the system has not been acted upon to find out the root cause analysis and take adequate corrective actions. That means the corrective action is not effectively implemented, or the corrective action effectiveness is not there. Then a formal closing meeting is held, where again the auditors and auditees are present. Auditors explain their findings. Then if any classification of non-conformity in terms of minor or major non-conformity or any areas for improvement are there, that is also discussed. And finally, if the auditees have to submit some correct date for the corrective action plan, etc., they mention the date also. And in addition to negative findings, that is the non-conformities, auditors also mention about the positive findings which they have noted. Again, stressing upon the strength, weakness, opportunities of threat related to the integrated management system or the respective management system. The auditors, normally lead auditor does all the talking in that, but auditors also can explain their views if required. So they mention the positive findings also. For example, if the company is having a good housekeeping or good safe practices, or legal compliances are quite good, or legal compliances tracking is good, management commitment is there, adequate resources are provided. So whatever positive points are there, they are also explained in the closing meeting by the auditors or the respective auditors or the lead auditors. So normally internal audit में closing meeting informal होता है and it is focusing on the system improvement. Second party audit में closing meeting basically it is based on the terms and conditions of the contract. And third party audit में, that is the certification body audit, it is basically related with the decision related to the grant of certificate or any major or minor non-conformity identity. So at the end of the audit, when you are preparing a non-conformity statement, so that statement, again, the statement should clearly state what is the non-conformity, what was the requirement of the standard, what is the objective evidence related to that non-conformity. So non-conformity is a statement which defines what exactly was the non-conformity or what exactly was not meeting the requirement of the standard or organization's own documented system, because non-conformity can be a violation of the standards requirement as well as organization's own documented system, even if it is not a requirement of the standard. And if organization has adopted a work practice, for example, lockout tagout. No, lockout tagout is not a mandatory requirement of ISO 45001 standard. But if organization has stated in its documented occupational health safety management system that we are implementing lockout tagout, but actually it is not being implemented, or it is not being implemented adequately, or it is not being monitored adequately, then it becomes a non-conformity. Even though lockout tagout is not a requirement of ISO, mandatory requirement of ISO 45001 standard, but since it is mentioned in organization's documented system, so it becomes a non-conformity. So while you are raising it as a non-conformity, that also you need to be specific and defined. Again, taking the same case, lockout tagout. Lockout tagout is not a requirement of ISO 45000 standard, but organization's own SOP mentions about implementation of lockout tagout. So you specify that this requirement is stated in your so and so SOP, that for electrical work or any maintenance work or certain maintenance works, we are following this lockout tagout procedure, but this lockout tagout procedure was not evident for XYZ example. So then you have to give a proper justification and proper explanation. And this is what is the objective evidence which I'm talking about. So your non-conformity statement should mention what, why, and the related objective evidence. Next. So I've already given you an example. Leave it. Next slide. Finally, the audit report is prepared, which includes the compliances as well as non-compliances, if any. The audit report, normally depending upon the certification body protocol, audit report protocol is also there. So normally it includes the name of auditors, contract, scope of the certification, overall conclusion, deficiencies, observations, supporting objective evidence. So different certification bodies have different reporting norms, but ultimately all norms are based on the requirement of that particular management system standard. So all these are mentioned in the audit report. And if any follow-up is required with respect to the non-conformances identified, that is also mentioned in the audit report. And sometimes certain things are excluded from the report. For example, if some confidential information which was told to you as an auditor during the interviews, but the organization doesn't want to be put it, because ultimately the report is also reviewed at different levels. Sometimes if you are auditing a government organization, so a lot of confidentiality, even if you are auditing some defense organization, so classified information is also there, which cannot be shared with the outside world, though during the course of the audit or during the course of the interview, that was explained to you. So that confidential information has to be excluded from the report. Then there are certain matters, sometimes some observations or opportunities for improvement, depending upon auditor's experience and judgment. They are off the record also. That means they are not given in writing. So whatever things which are not mentioned in the closing meeting or certain things which have been told verbally, they need not be put up in the report. And any ambiguous statement is avoided. So so there are do's and don'ts or protocols for audit report also. Next. So some cases follow-up audit is also required. Follow-up activities are also required where some minor or some critical major non-conformities are there. So in that case, audit follow-up process is also there. Verify basic objective of that follow-up process is that the actions are implemented and to ensure the effectiveness, that is short-term and long-term effectiveness of the audit findings or the audit non-conformances. And when you're doing follow-up audit, you also need to record the follow-up details and the objective evidences which have been reviewed. And any signature, etc., forms, etc., all this is taken care during the audit follow-up. So registration process, I think, Praveen, you explain. So what we'll do is we can have a question answer session also once you have explained the audit process. So anybody having any question related to the requirement of the standard or auditing process or methodology, so they can ask those questions from me. But you can explain first your registration process.
All right, let me take care of this one. Saga, please display that. So talking about the registration process flow, this is a typical certification registration process flow that a company has to go through in order to get themselves ISO certified. So first of all, they file for a client application, which is provided to you by Quality Asia Certification or any other certification body. Post the client application, the client sign up is done, and this starts with the stage 1 audit, which includes the documentation review, a post clearance of the stage 2 audit. Stage 1 audit, the stage 2 audit is conducted. Stage 2 audit is basically the implementation review of the standard. Once this is done, then if any follow-up or special audit is required to follow up on the non-conformances, it is done. Else, we do the package review and issue the certification. And once the certification is done, it's a 3-year cycle. So annually, you have to do the surveillance audit, annually or semi-annually. And then after 3 years, recertification is done. So it's a continual improvement, continuous certification that is done. And this is how typically any certification body works in order to get your firms certified, right? So we can have a Q&A session over here. You guys can post up in the chat box or raise your hands. I'll pick up people who are having relevant questions and we can discuss this on the forum. Also, they will get a chance to introduce themselves and their companies in a forum of 70 people today, right? So over to the participants. Please put up your questions in the chat box or raise your hands. We will get to you. So I do not see anything posted yet. Please, I would appreciate an active participation over here. I know it has been a long day and we'll just take, let's say half an hour more and then we'll conclude today's session. But in the meantime, if there are any questions and answers, we must answer this on this forum so that, clarity is driven. Mr. Kuldeep Singh Solanki. Kuldeep ji, kindly first introduce yourself and your company and then your question, please.
I am working in Adi Shakti Metal Recycling Private Limited as a security officer and QMS in charge. My company is making the red oxide, gray oxide also. My question is the document number कैसे देते हैं sir?
Atul sir would like to answer that.
Number के लिए because control of documented information is also an SOP. So if you refer to clause number 7.5, तो 7.5 में documented information को control करने के लिए भी एक requirement है. बट स्टैंडर्ड आप देखो कोई भी इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड है वो 9001 है 14001 है 45001 है या जितने भी हम मैनेजमेंट स्टैंडर्ड्स की बात करते हैं सब स्टैंडर्ड्स डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कंट्रोल की बात करते हैं लेकिन कोई भी स्टैंडर्ड आपको एक प्रिस्क्राइब्ड मेथोडोलॉजी के बारे में नहीं बताता है. सो दैट मीन्स एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन यू हैव टू डिसाइड योर ओन नंबरिंग एंड मेथोडोलॉजी. तो जैसे हम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन अब कमिंग टू योर क्वेश्चन की डॉक्यूमेंट नंबरिंग हम कैसे कर सकते हैं. तो there are several layers of documentation. जैसे फर्स्ट लेयर होता है क्वालिटी मैनुअल या एपेक्स मैनुअल या ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट मैनुअल, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द स्टैंडर्ड। तो आप उसको एक नंबरिंग करते हो। उसके बाद आपके प्रोसीजर्स हैं। सी नंबरिंग you can do as per your own SOP. You can make an SOP also for document numbering, but whatever methodology you follow, you have to, or whatever methodology you define, you have to follow. For example, आपने IMS manual बनाया तो आपने उसको कंपनी के इनिशियल्स लेटर से ABC oblique IMS oblique 01 कर दिया, ठीक है। या उसमें आपने ABC oblique IMS oblique एपेक्स मैनुअल है तो AM oblique 01 कर दिया। आपने उसमें इशू नंबर दे दिया, इशू डेट दे दिया, ठीक है। देन सिंस इट इज ए मैनुअल ऑफ लेटर से 50 पेजेस 60 पेजेस, कल को आप एक पर्टिकुलर सिंगल पेज पे आप कुछ चेंज करते हो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में, तो दैट पर्टिकुलर पेज कैन बी अपडेटेड विद a रिवीजन नंबर 01 एंड द डेट ऑफ रिवीजन विल कम। लाइकवाइज आप SOPs को भी नंबरिंग कर सकते हो, P1 P2 P3 भी कर सकते हो, P1 oblique QMS, आप P1 oblique डिपार्टमेंट वाइज भी कर सकते हो। फॉर एग्जांपल P1 oblique सेफ्टी। See, whatever SOP you decide, you have to follow, but you have to keep in requirement, you have to keep in view the requirement of clause 7.5, that documentation has to be controlled, documentation has to be distributed, and this also includes external origin documents. I hope I am able to satisfy your query. If you have doubt, you can ask
Thank
again.
you, sir. Thank you.
अगर आपको
Thank
इसमें
you,
कोई
Kuldeep ji,
डाउट
for the
हो,
query.
अगर आपको इसमें डाउट हो तो आप दोबारा से डिस्कस कर सकते हैं। स्टैंडर्ड कुछ
I
भी
have a
आपको
question.
मेथोडोलॉजी
I have a question, sir.
Yes, Javed ji. Yes, Javed ji. Please introduce yourself and your company first, keeping your camera on, and then your question, please.
Hi, myself Javed Akhtar. I am working as a safety officer in Siemens Limited. Currently, I am in Leh, Ladakh,
Oh,
handling
great.
the project of Leh Airport. So my question is that if there is any non-conformity obtained or found out during the audit, what is the certain time and to be given to the party to close the non-conformity? Is there any time foundation, or we can give any certain time, sir?
ओके सी देखो, इसमें देर आर 3 पर्सपेक्टिव्स। लाइक ऑडिट भी 3 तरह के हैं, इंटरनल ऑडिट, सेकंड पार्टी ऑडिट एंड थर्ड पार्टी ऑडिट। तो आप किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बात कर रहे हैं ये भी इंपॉर्टेंट है। फॉर एग्जांपल देखो, ऑडिट कोई भी हो, चाहे वो सिंगल फर्स्ट पार्टी ऑडिट हो, सेकंड पार्टी ऑडिट हो या थर्ड पार्टी हो, लेकिन जो एनसी क्लोजर के लिए टाइम है दैट हैज टू बी रीजनेबल एंड इट शुड नॉट बी टू लॉन्ग। बट अगर आप सर्टिफिकेशन बॉडी पर्सपेक्टिव से बात करते हो तो देयर इज ए डिफाइंड टाइमलाइन कि आपको सबसे पहले आपको उसका रूट कॉज इमीडिएटली सबमिट करना होता है, रूट कॉज अलॉन्ग विद द प्रपोज्ड करेक्टिव एक्शन। वो उसके लिए आपको नॉर्मली एक टाइम दिया जाता है 1 महीने का, बट 1 महीने का टाइम आपको फॉर बेसिकली मेकिंग अ रूट कॉज एंड करेक्टिव एक्शन प्लान। देन मैक्सिमम टाइम अलॉट बाय द सर्टिफिकेशन बॉडी फॉर सबमिटिंग द एविडेंस ऑफ करेक्टिव एक्शन टेकन इज 3 मंथ्स। बट अगर आप इंटरनल ऑडिट कर रहे हैं या इवन आप सप्लायर ऑडिट कर रहे हैं तो दैट टाइम गिवन बाय यू फॉर क्लोजर ऑफ नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी विल डिपेंड अपॉन द genuine time required for closure of non-conformity. For example, let us say कोई resource develop करना है, आप कुछ modernization कर रहे हो, आपने कोई non-conformity दी है with respect to some hazardous process not under control, but उस hazardous process को control करने के लिए कुछ नया process setup करना है, कोई नई line लगानी है या कोई नई building develop करनी है या कोई नया equipment purchase करना है, procure करना है, जिसमें it may take 3 months also, more than 3 months also, 6 months also. So basically you have to review case to case basis, but the thumb rule to be followed is कि it should not be too lax and it should not be a time frame where it is not actually possible to close it. मतलब you have to see कि what is the reasonable time for closure of that non-conformity. But of course if you are dealing with a certification body तो वो आपको maximum 3 महीने का time देते हैं. But internal audit में and supplier audit में you can decide, and normally ये joint discussion में with the auditee or the process owner, and sometimes single ये internal audit and supplier audit के case में the management or the local management or the HOD or the top management, मतलब whatsoever level participation is required, they also get involved. But yes, certification body के केस में maximum allowable time is 3 months. Otherwise, certification body re-audit करती है.
So, sir, as you were saying that it should be as like LR, that it is reasonable to be practicable to be
हाँ हाँ.
implemented
Yeah.
that side. Yeah. Sir,
Yes.
may I share a scenario at my from my side, sir, so that I can get a better clarity. Sir, we are dealing with the extreme cold work culture
Condition.
over here in the air condition. So due to that, our normal power flexible cables are being ruptured. I mean, the
Okay.
insulation is being ruptured right now. So in last audit, I mean not last audit, it's a foundation. It's a found that this should be rectified because it will cause a electrical electrocution or electrical hazard. So what
आप ये
should the
किस ऑडिट के कंटेक्स्ट में बात कर रहे हो? इंटरनल ऑडिट और
yeah
एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट?
I'm talking about the internal audits.
ओके.
So what would be the timeline for that, sir, to replace this? Because it will be cost. I just checked with the Google and all that. There is a separate power cable which will be operated in minus 108 Fahrenheit. So there need to be a procurement dealing all these things to be done by the company. So what would be the timeline? Should I give to sir?
So again, you have to think it from different perspective. One, इसमें cost involved है. Secondly, इसमें safety involved है. Third, इसमें manufacturer guidelines भी involved है. Okay. तो जो आपकी
Yes.
existing cables हैं, so probably जब वो cables lay हुई थी तो उस समय जो extreme temperature monitoring conditions हैं, probably that was not taken care. Am I right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That time that was not considered
So that time
in
it
the
was not captured. But
yeah
again, it is linked with the safety of the. आप ये बताओगे ये केबल किस particular application के लिए use हो रहा है?
like
It's a
for
main power
drilling,
cable.
not the main power cable, sir. It's like connecting to the power tools like drilling, cutting machine, or chop saw,
Okay,
like
okay.
that. Sir.
So that means it is not the main power cable, but it is the cable which is supplying electrical supply to various tools being used. So that
Yes, sir.
means in that particular case, the risk exposure is high because अगर insulation puncture होता है, तो definitely the persons or the people, those who are using it, they are basically at danger. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes, sir.
in that case it has to be expedited as soon as possible. तो इस केस में तो देखो जहाँ पे safety concern है, that too you are working with Siemens ना.
Yeah, sir.
हाँ, तो सीमेंस जैसी कंपनी तो बीइंग ए मल्टीनेशनल वहाँ तो सेफ्टी फर्स्ट अप्रोच होती है.
Yes, sir. We
हाँ,
have a approach like that.
yeah. So in that particular case it should be done as
As
early as possible without any display.
yeah.
But again,
Thank you.
जो भी आपका procurement time है, and in addition to that, what you can do is, since it is pointed out during the internal audit, तो at least आपका जो monitoring process है, that should be strong enough. For example, let us say there is a complete puncture or breakdown of insulation, then it is better to stop the work rather than exposing your team to electrical hazards. I hope you have got my message. कि this is basically an SOS condition. तो SOS condition में cost is not important. Of course, logistics problem could be there कि आप जिस जगह पे हैं ले लद्दाख में वहाँ पे procurement में, but I don't think कि at any corner of the world आज के time में logistics में take little time, but it is not impossible to get the material. ठीक
Yeah,
है.
it is.
So in
Yes, sir.
that case, because it is concerning safety, देखो अगर process improvement को लेकर होता without affecting the safety तो ठीक है, you could have taken little bit more time. But since it is concerned with the safety of manpower, safety of people who are actually operating those tools, so I would say it should be immediate. इसमें कोई timeline नहीं है.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for the input, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Javed ji. It was really insightful and it gained a lot of you can say knowledge to the audience. Mr. Anil Samant, आपने hand raise किया था फिर आपने lower कर दिया. Anil ji, would you like to speak?
Yes, sir. Sir, I just want a clarification. I just don't want an answer, but just I want a clarification that
Yes,
I
please.
have been working from 10 to 15 years in multiple organizations. I have worked in automobile, I have worked in a textile industry, and right now I am working about in a composite division.
Okay.
I was just thinking that the health and safety scenario, is this the organizational need, or just we have to go by the standards, or it has to related to the standards what our seniors or the top management are bound to make?
See, I will answer your question. When we talk, देखो, जो हम OHS management system की बात करते हैं, तो there are two aspects. One is occupational health, and the second is safety. Yeah.
Sir, I will take, sorry to interrupt you, but
Hmm.
I'm well aware about 40,000, 45,001 and 18,001. I'm
Okay.
just asking, I just want to make clear that how it is different from the social audits. I have been
Mhm.
experienced for the BSCI and SMETA audits.
Mhm.
How this clause is different from that?
No, it is not at all different, because SMETA audit basically it is comprised of various standards. It includes environmental requirements also. It includes.
Yeah, there are 5 clauses.
So safety is one of them. So it is basically a subset of SMETA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anand. I hope that resolves your query. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to pose a question here? And then we can start with the other part of the meeting, please. Any other questions? I don't see anything in the chat box and there are no hand raised. So let's proceed to the other part of the meeting. So Sagar, the next slide, please. I'll be taking over from here. Thank you very much. Hi. So we would like to tell you more about our organization as well. So certifications and internal auditor trainings offered. So at Quality Asia, we are working on the following standards: ISO 9001 Quality Management System, ISO 14001 Environment Management System, ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System, on which we had a wonderful training session today, ISO 50001 Energy Management System, ISO 27001 Information Security Management Systems, ISO 22000 Food Safety Management System, ISO 13485 Medical Devices Quality Management System, and last but not the least, ISO 26000 Social Accountability Management System. Our accreditation, so at Quality Asia certifications, our commitment to excellence is validated through our prestigious accreditations. We are proud to be recognized by the leading national and international accredited body, NABCB, National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, which is an IAF accredited, and ensuring the highest quality of standards and compliance. Our accreditations reflect our rigorous adherence to the industry standards and our dedication to providing reliable and trustworthy certification services. These credentials are a testament to our expertise and our unwavering commitment to delivering value to our clients. And also, we are a proud BNI member, that is Business Network International member. Next slide, please. So this is our leadership team. We are having Mr. Atul Suri as lead auditor and reviewer, who had taken this wonderful training session and empowered us with various knowledge, facts, and everything today. So he's responsible for leading teams of auditor and establishing excellence in auditing operations. Then we have Mrs. Seema Suri as the director accreditations, responsible for maintaining accreditation status and heading audit review and certification decision process. Then I have myself, Mr. Samad Suri, as the managing director, responsible for marketing and promotions and ensuring right visibility of the certification body. Then we have Ms. Palak Ahuja, General Manager Certifications. She is responsible for heading and managing certification operations and ensuring client success through certifications. Next slide, please. Then we are having the core team. In the core team, we are having Mr. Praveen Singh Negi. He's the business development head. He's responsible for heading sales teams and ensuring customer acquisition in the most ethically right manner. Then we have Mr. Sagar Mahor, certifications head. He's responsible for heading teams and responsible for the audit and certification processes. Then we are having a team of auditors who are responsible for conducting ethical and quality-based audits, enabling organizations to understand and upgrade their systems and processes. And we have a team of executives who are responsible for managing the shows from behind the scenes. Next slide, please. Then training, information, and evaluation. So the training, I would like to show some of the more things as well. Sagar, can you please turn down your screen so that I can present? So I'll just showcase our Quality Asia website, where 2 or 3 critical things are there that you must be interested in. So I'll just share my screen. So once you log on to www.qualityasia.in, right? And then there are 2-3 things that are of interest. So first thing is the Quality Asia School. So as you see, there is a red button here with the Quality Asia School. So here you will find various trainings such as the 9001, 14001, and various others. Some of them have been uploaded and some of them are in process. So when you go to any particular training, You'll find the training video, the YouTube link on it. Apart from that, you'll find the training material and the certification exam on it. So this is basically an accessible content. So whatever trainings we are taking on a monthly basis, we are uploading them to our portal, our Quality Asia school as well. So if you didn't get the chance to completely view the training or some of the part got missed, or you would like to revisit the training with some of your other colleagues or your team members, so you can log on to qualityasia.in, go to Quality Asia School, and then see this particular thing. Further, for the training calendar, there is one training calendar link. Here we are having some of the upcoming training links. So as of now, we have completed the ISO 45001. So we are having upcoming on Sunday, November 24th, we are having an ISO 50001 Energy Management Systems internal auditor training. On December 23rd, we are having an ISO 22000 Food Safety Management Systems training. On January 26th, we are having an ISO Information Security Management System ISO 27001 training. On Sunday, February 23rd, we are having a Certified Internal Auditor training on ISO 13485, that is Medical Devices Quality Management Systems. And we are having on 23rd March, Sunday, ISO 26000 Social Accountability Management System. Further schedule of the monthly trainings will be updated shortly. And there's a Google form link. You can go to the link and you can register yourself for the training. And once you register, our team will send you the online link for it. And if you're not able to watch it online live, then you must log into our website, Quality Asia School, and there you can access this, right? Secondly, all of you will be issued certificates for this training. So to validate your certificates, go to our search portal and you can click on the training certificates. Here, you can trace your training certificates. Sir, you'll be given a chance to speak after this session. So kindly please hold on. Thank you very much. Praveen, kindly remove this person from the training. So you can just go to the internal auditor section and you can validate your certificate. Here you can put your certification number and this will help you validate your training certificate. So that's a complete requirement for the same. Further, yeah, coming back to the slide
and make a message email communication with you.
I'm really sorry for the disturbance. Praveen, kindly remove this person as well. So training information and evaluation. So after this session, you will be receiving a mail wherein the training material will be provided to you through mail. Training evaluation, a Google form link is provided, and the training feedback. It's a part of the training evaluation form. Please provide your valuable feedback for us for the training program. Next, please. Then Quality Asia School and free training programs. So as we showed, they have shown you the Quality Asia School on the web. So you can go to Quality Asia School and you can explore our comprehensive training programs. Then there is a WhatsApp channel. The link will be circulated to you via mail. You can follow the WhatsApp channel for more updates, for latest updates. And for internal auditor training calendar, you can go to the Quality Asia School, Quality Asia website, and you can access the training calendar like the same. Next, please. And join our Instagram and LinkedIn pages also and YouTube channel also. So the more you support us, the more you can help us with the mission of getting people ISO certified, and by improving the knowledge and competence of ISO within the industries. So as to for the betterment and empowerment of the industry. Next slide, please. So here we conclude our session. Again, thank you very much for a wonderful session. So now I leave the forum open with Mr. Praveen and Mr. Sagar. So what we'll be doing is we'll be sending you the mail for this particular training examination, as well as the effectiveness evaluation, as well as the other resources. So shortly you'll be receiving the training. Mr. Praveen Singh Negi and Mr. Sagar are here, and they'll just shoot up the mail, and you can just confirm whether you have got it or not. In case you have not got it, you can report it to them over here. They'll be here for another half an hour or so, and they will ensure that you get the training link. And if you're having any queries, you can put up in the chat box. So now the forum is open for any kind of discussions. Again, thank you all so much for an amazing session. And we thank you, Atul sir, from the bottom of our heart to take this session and empower our audience with all the relevant competence, knowledge on the ISO 45001 standard. So again, I thank all of you to join this meeting today. And we are open for the discussion and question answers now. So everyone, please bring up whatever questions you're having. So Mr. Anil, I'm sorry for interrupting you again. So you can now please start with your question.
Sir, I just had a misconception. ISO 14001 is how different to the social audits?
So I think so we have addressed this question already with an answer that ISO 14001 environment system or occupational health and safety system 45001, all of these are subsets of the social accountability standard, that is the ISO 26000 or any other social accountability standard, right? So it is a part of it. Social accountability is a wider subject with many other aspects, and environment or occupational health and safety is one of that.
Do have a liability to take SMETA or BSI audit rather than I have a 45001 certification? Do
So
have
there is
a
no liability as such. There is no liability as such. It is a certification that might be posted but to you by your customer or any other regulatory requirement. So if there is a specific requirement related to the product or service or any kind of a customer, then you have the liability to take it. Else it's a voluntary certification.
Normally, actually, it is linked with their buyer's requirement, because if you are an export house exporting something, so because there are labor laws also which need to be implemented with respect to, say, for example, there should not be any child labor, there should not, overtime and all applicable labor laws should
I
be
have been
followed.
associated for an expert house. I have
Mhm.
been working for a
So that
Radnik
is why, yes. So
for
export houses normally, because there is a buyer requirement, so they go in for social accountability, SA 8000 or SMETA. So, but these standards basically social accountability has
just got
got
a
a
confirmation that
wider coverage.
if we are having 45,000, then we have to go for the social accountability. I just
No,
want to clear that.
no, sir.
See,
There is no such liability.
ultimately, it is a buyer's requirement, because if buyer is asking you for a social accountability SA 8000, because these are different standards, but of course requirements may be overlapping. But of course, if you have ISO 45001, so one part of social accountability with respect to occupational health and safety, you are taking care. But then there are other requirements also. Environmental things are also there. Then ultimately compliance with the all applicable labor laws is there. So ISO 14.
For that, I have a team. I'm a
Acha.
ISO 9001 certified. I'm 14,001 certified. I'm 45,001 certified. But I
Ultimately
have
buyer
to introduce a
requirement.
new customer. I have to introduce my new customer, and he asking for the SA 8001. I'm saying that I have 9,001, I have 14,001, I have 45,001. Why
But
should
still,
I?
yeah, I'll tell you the reason. But still, this OHS standard specifically focuses on occupational health and safety. But there are other things also
That's
related
what
to.
the
So that is
44,001
why
say.
they're asking you for SA 8000 or SMETA or those kind of standards. Ultimately, either you convince your customer or get convinced by the customer. So that is the call you have to take.
No, sir. I will go by the standard. If I'm
Okay.
certified for the certification goes, then I have to make a call with the management. Either
Yes,
you
yes,
have
yeah.
to go with this certification or whatever certification we have, is this
Mhm.
enough in?
Yeah, that's
That's
true.
why
That's
I
true.
want to clarity for that.
Mhm.
Sir, which company do you belong to, if I may ask?
Sir, I'm Jindal Stainless, sir.
Okay. Jindal
Jindal
Stainless.
Stainless Steel. Very nice. So
Jindal.
we'll have a
So,
one-to-one meeting with you also.
which plant of Jindal?
Sir, it
Ji-
is much complicated.
Acha.
They have been in the stainless business, but
Mhm.
they have occupied for the new business opportunity, that
Mhm.
is for the glass
See,
fiber.
mhm. Because I'm
I'm for
asking
that.
this question because we have been associated with one of the Jindal plants, ये जो रोहट में पड़ता है, few years back. So we have been associated with one project for Jindal Stainless. That plant is on the way to Rohtak from Delhi to मतलब ahead of this place called Bahadurgarh. Bahadurgarh और रोहतक के बीच में एक आता है ना रोहट. So we have been associated with that plant some years back. So that is why I was asking. Yeah.
Either we should occupy for the 45,001 or we should occupy for the SA 8,000.
See, अगर आप ऐसे 8000 लेंगे तो भी occupational health safety aspects को you have to consider. And ultimately it depends on your buyer requirement. और ultimately because it is linked with business, तो जो buyer आपको बोलेगा that you have to follow.
They are saying nothing. They are saying just assure your manpower strength.
Mhm. So in that case, even if you are not certified to SA 8000, but you can demonstrate, let us say, through your internal audit also, or maybe some second party audit, third party audit also, that you are complying with those requirements, then also it should suffice. Ultimately, it comes to the buyer only, whether buyer will accept your report or not.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Buyer is asking for the SMETA audit report. I
Uh-huh.
was just
So in that
saying
case, you
that
have to go for
the
SMETA audit report.
45,001 certified, can I submit that report to him? I'm just
No,
asking
you
for
cannot
that.
submit that report. If he's asking for SA 8000 report, then you have to submit the SA 8000 audit. You have to get it audited and you have to submit that report. ISO 45001 will not work because there are many other aspects in social that are not covered in ISO 45001.
That's what I am asking.
Mhm.
What are
I
the
hope that
differences?
resolves the query. There are many other aspects. We'll be discussing that later in the ISO 26000 meeting that we'll be having later. So this is a 45001 focus session and we'll be discussing on 45001 requirements only here.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Anil ji. Thank you very much. Sandeep Sharma ji, sir, your hand is raised.
Yeah. So Smart, just wanted to ask you, besides providing the internal auditor trainings, are we providing lead auditor trainings also for different?
Sir, we are not doing lead auditor trainings as of now. We are focusing our expertise on internal auditor trainings and ISO certifications. That are the management system certifications only. And because lead auditor trainings are having many other requirements that are to be taken care, that cannot be done like this. They have to be in a proper environment, and it's a 5-day course kind of a thing. So as of now, we are not doing that. But yes, in the near future, we are planning to take up the schemes and accreditation of CQI IRCA as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, Sandeep ji, I have a question for you. I would like your comments also to the audience.
Yeah. So
Your concluding comments.
So, sorry, sir. 2-3 points I just wanted to say. And because I have interacted with many certification bodies, I will not name those certification bodies, but I have interacted with many certification bodies. And as a, you can say, as a auditee also, and as a auditor also. So both ways. So here I find Quality Asia approach is very systematic, very effective communication from Parveen and from Samarth also. I have not seen that much follow-up, good follow-up, and from any other certification body. And I have attended lead auditor course. I have done lead auditor course also from other certification body, but the faculty, just like you, sir, I did not find anywhere. So I am hoping, matlab, all these qualities. So I'm expecting definitely Quality Asia will go further in a long way. And my input is that please keep up these good qualities, because effective communication and a good follow-up and a good customer satisfaction. I'm taking as my customer as a customer only. So that is very good. So Parveen, communication is very good, very effective follow-up. And Samarth also keep on sending all the information. That is really great. And faculty like you, so it's being a privilege to have a faculty. So I'm say that keep very good Quality Asia, and please keep it up. And I wish all the best to Quality Asia. Thank you.
So,
Thank you very
thank
much,
you
sir.
very much, Sandeep ji. Thanks for your good words, and hope to meet you soon.
Anji. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the excellent comments, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ismail.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words, sir. Thanks a lot.
Agar, I hope you have put up the mail for this training exam and all, right?
Yes, sir. We have shared the mail. Also, we have shared in the chat box.
So everyone, I would request you to please check out whether you have received the mail from Trainings Quality Asia or not. And if you have not received, you can just put up in this chat box your mail ID. They will send it to you again. Right. So I'm leaving the forum with Mr. Praveen Singh Negi and Mr. Sagar. And I think so, Sagar, we can stop with the recording now. We have concluded for the session for today.